I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 401 Success. Black Hole Source Caller. What is that? A level 10, 13 energy rating? Are you kidding me? Don't stand there, attack. Attack now. Knock it off our flagship. Seeing the Asgardian puppet land on the flagship's deck, all the Caliber people panicked. This Asgardian puppet was more than 10 times the height of an ordinary person, made entirely of metal. As for what kind of mysterious metal it was, Wu Wei didn't know yet. In any case, its outer armor was so strong that even a level 12 seraphim like Nasidal couldn't be harmed by a full-force attack. It was conceivable how terrifying the defensive capabilities of this war puppet from a level 6 cultivation civilization were. This imposing presence wasn't all. The puppet that Wu Wei was controlling was also carrying a massive metal hammer as tall as the puppet itself. At first glance, the hammer probably weighed no less than 10,000 jin. It was also made entirely of metal, with spikes at the end of the long handle, a typical style of ancient cultivation craftsmanship. Especially in this war-torn starfield, the puppet and the giant hammer reflected a cold, menacing metallic luster. From afar, it resembled a seasoned warrior, its fierce and imposing aura enough to terrify any enemy. Bang! Bang bang bang! The panicked Kalba finally unleashed a barrage of artillery fire upon the puppet. However, the cruiser's close-in weapons system and the machine guns of the Kalba's carrier-based aircraft bombarded the puppet's armor without leaving a single mark. Not even the protective layers covering the armor were breached. As the consciousness of this armor, Wu Wei showed no reaction whatsoever to the attack. In fact, he felt a slight itch. Tisk tisk, the pure Yang immortal sect truly lives up to its reputation as a once powerful level 6 civilization. This puppet they created is truly remarkable. Wu Wei inwardly praised, then raised his hand, lifted the giant metal hammer, and slammed it heavily onto the flagship's deck. However, the pure Yang immortal sect's true combat puppets were controlled by their own spirits. The spirit within this puppet, however, had almost vanished over the long course of history, its last vestige of instinct extinguished in the battle against the Blue Spirit family and its allies. Otherwise, dealing with the spirit last time wouldn't have been so easy for Wu Wei and his allies. Therefore, this puppet could only be controlled by Wu Wei's consciousness. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire Kalba flagship violently. If it weren't for its sturdiness, one might have thought that this single blow would have completely shattered it. The tremor subsided, and Wu Wei looked down. The heavy armor plating, which even the heavy cannons of the Divine Kingdom's escort ships couldn't penetrate, was easily smashed into a hole by this celestial palace puppet with a casual strike. Is this the power of level 13? It's incredibly domineering. Wu Wei exclaimed inwardly, this unparalleled power giving him a sense of exhilarating power capable of destroying the world. A mere cruiser dares to block this God Lord from obtaining the Black Hole Source Core? This God Lord will tear it apart. Wu Wei was filled with excitement and high spirits. He decided to go all out, grabbing the edge of the hole in the deck and violently ripping it off. Rip! The thick cruiser deck was torn off like a piece of cardboard. The Kalba people below the deck looked like they had seen a ghost. Before they could even cry for help, they were sucked into outer space by the suction force of the air pressure. But that wasn't all. Wu Wei wasn't satisfied with just tearing it apart. He raised his hand and started tearing and ripping again. In the blink of an eye, the entire magnificent warship looked as if it had been gutted. Most of the deck was overturned, and countless parts were carelessly thrown into space. Even the main guns were trampled underfoot by Wu Wei. With such devastation, flames instantly erupted from inside the warship. Countless Kalba's soldiers were killed or wounded, floating in space like ants. Cries, shouts, and cries for help mingled together, creating a chaotic scene that was completely out of control. What made the Kalba people most desperate was that, thanks to Wu Wei's actions, their flagship was now completely destroyed. Without the flagship's firepower support, they were powerless to resist the War Angel's swift offensive. Annihilation seemed inevitable. I've only ever opened delivery boxes before, I never imagined it would feel so exhilarating to dismantle a warship with my bare hands. Wu Wei exclaimed excitedly. His level 13 power was indeed unstoppable in the starry sky. Now that these warships were no longer a concern for him, he controlled the Celestial Palace puppet, leaping forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Emperor Kalba. At this moment, Emperor Kalba was locked in a fierce battle with the four seraphim, his eyes bloodshot, completely unaware that someone else was attacking him. But just then, a murderous aura, like that of a god of death, descended upon him. The terrifying killing intent almost made his hair stand on end. What is that? Emperor Kalba instantly snapped back to reality, looking up, his blood nearly freezing. A level 13 high-level expert. Emperor Kalba gasped, never expecting that the high-level expert descending from the sky was actually a level 13 metal puppet. The colossal metal golem made almost no unnecessary movements. As it descended from the sky, it raised its massive hammers high, bringing them crashing down upon him with a force comparable to the splitting of the heavens and earth. Fear instantly caused his pupils to shrink, and a chill ran down his spine. This was unacceptable. If you were hit by such a powerful blow, wouldn't his head be smashed open and his body mangled? Without delay, Emperor Kalba dared not be careless. He quickly stretched out his hands, rapidly constructing a heavy, dark purple gravity shield above himself. The next instant, a deafening roar resounded. The Azure Golem, controlled by Wu Wei, smashed through the gravity shield with its unparalleled power. In the instant the gravity shield shattered, Emperor Kalba's hands burst open like two pieces of rotten flesh, and he, under the immense impact, coughed up blood and flew nearly 10,000 meters backward. When he finally managed to stop, he spat out another mouthful of blood and asked in terror, Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying power? In a clash of titans, the difference in strength is immediately apparent. Although Emperor Kalba had reached level 13 in power assessment, he had merely forcibly activated the profound foundation he had accumulated over thousands of years under the stimulation of the black hole source core. To put it bluntly, he hadn't found a way to use the black hole source core, his potential had simply been unleashed. However, given time, he could indeed gradually decompose and absorb the power of the black hole source core. Only then would he complete his transformation, truly stepping into the upper level 13, and his foundation truly solidify. But where would he find the time to comprehend and absorb the black hole source core? In contrast, Wu Wei's advantages were far greater. The immortal palace puppet he used was a top-tier puppet, reserved for inner disciples of the pure Yang immortal sect, a level 6 cultivation civilization. This combat-specific puppet possesses terrifying combat power at level 13, further enhanced by its entire body being refined from a mysterious alloy from the cultivation world. This belongs to a secret technique of intersect weapon crafting within the cultivation world, and even Wu Wei has yet to decipher its manufacturing method. Simply put, this celestial palace puppet not only possesses terrifying combat power, but its indestructible body is even more robust and powerful than a battleship that dominates the stars. Furthermore, the celestial palace puppet used by Wu Wei is equipped with a heavy warhammer that can be considered a divine artifact. Compared to this, the pseudo-level 13 Emperor Kalba is far inferior. If there is any drawback, it is probably that Wu Wei's soul strength is not yet sufficient to control this celestial palace puppet for an extended period. Therefore, the fact that Emperor Kalba hasn't been instantly killed is already a testament to his experience. Who am I? On the other side, Wu Wei, through his consciousness, resonated within the puppet, uttering a voice, "Head, I am the god of light you seek to destroy." The god of light. Emperor Kalba's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed the god of light was merely a level 12 deity, surviving by spreading faith and deceiving the masses, his strength at most comparable to his own. He never expected the god of light to suddenly appear here, and moreover, in the form of a consciousness entity attached to a puppet. He couldn't help but wonder, if a puppet controlled by a consciousness entity was this powerful, how powerful must a god of light's true form be? Could the true strength of the light civilization have reached level 4, or even higher? The more he pondered this, the colder Emperor Kalba's heart grew. His distant fleet had already been defeated, and surrounded by so many powerful enemies, was he destined to be utterly annihilated here? Submission or destruction, this seemed to be a difficult choice placed before him, forcing him to make a decision. You want the black hole source core? Ha ha ha, dream on. Emperor Kalba roared, laughing wildly before turning and fleeing into the distance. The black hole source core is now one with me. I will not give it to anyone. How many years had he been trapped at the peak of level 12? He had faced aging, faced death, and suffered the backlash of over 1,200 years of cruel human experiments. That torment, that pain, was etched into his very bones. Now, he had finally obtained the black hole source core, and was only one step away from a complete transformation, a true rebirth. Now, to ask him to abandon this precious black hole source core and submit to a hostile god? That was harder than taking his life, utterly impossible. God of light, you just wait. The moment I finish absorbing it will be the death of you bastards. Emperor Kalba fled frantically, believing that while he couldn't defeat them, escape was always an option. TCH, what a worthless rock in a latrine. Since that's how it is, I'll give you a quick death. Wu Wei, controlling the Celestial Palace puppet, possessed attributes significantly superior to Emperor Kalba. With the assistance of the 4 Seraphim present, it didn't take long for him to completely surround Emperor Kalba. After only a few moves, the exhausted Emperor Kalba finally succumbed to Wu Wei's attack, who forcibly tore the black hole source core from his chest. No, no. The black hole source core it belongs to me. The critically wounded Emperor Kalba struggled frantically in the void, but without the black hole source core, he deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly withering away. His once exceptionally strong body became withered and shriveled in an instant, and the previously removed tumors and rotten ulcers grew back. This time, the rotten ulcers were even larger and more numerous, and the cancerous tumors were so many that they were unrecognizable. His horrific appearance was almost unbearable for Wu Wei to witness. Alice, he's a pitiful man. Wu Wei waved his hand mercifully. Now that we have the black hole core, let's give him a quick death. Yes. My lord is merciful. I will end his suffering immediately. Nasidal immediately accepted the order respectfully. Remember, bring back the soul fragments as well. Yes. Oh, don't forget the storage equipment. Yes. Also, collect his remains and examine the properties of its body materials. Yes. About half an hour later, the war surrounding the black hole core finally came to a complete end. Emperor Kalba was annihilated on the spot, and all 8 of his warships were sunk. Because it was a direct assault, Wu Wei still lost 4 escort ships and more than 300 war angels, with the remaining hundreds of angels almost all wounded. However, the soul jades of the fallen war angels were all left on the battlefield and were all brought back by their comrades. Therefore, with a certain amount of divine power, they could be reconstructed and resurrected. So, aside from the destruction of 4 escort ships and the regeneration costs of over 300 war angels, Wu Wei suffered almost no losses on this battlefield. Moreover, compared to the gains he made, these losses were negligible. Of course, the greatest gain from this war was undoubtedly the exceptionally precious black hole source core. With it, the advancement of Wu Wei's divine kingdom was finally just around the corner. Chapter 402 Upgrade. Divine Kingdom. Now that he had obtained the black hole source core, it was time to upgrade his divine kingdom. He had been holding back for this day for a long time. Wu Wei ordered Angel to lead the Judgment Legion to clear the battlefield and return to the Kalba civilization to continue their strategic planning, while he quickly returned to his divine kingdom with the black hole source core. Your Majesty, I heard you've obtained the black hole source core. No sooner had Wu Wei returned to his divine kingdom than Jimmy Gand, having received the news, rushed over. Saint Jimmy Gand, as one of the commanders of the Divine Weapon Hall, was now a level 10 holy angel. He looked young and handsome, a stark contrast to the old man he had been before. But his personality remained as unconventional as ever. In the entire Divine Kingdom of Light, few others dared to speak to Wu Wei so casually. However, Wu Wei didn't dislike his mannerisms. Hearing Jimmy Gunter's boisterous voice, he couldn't help but laugh. Angel's logistics officer is at his busiest right now. He probably doesn't have time to send you a message. You went to bother him again. Jimmy Gunter chuckled, completely oblivious to the problem with his actions. Well, I was just trying to see if I got anything good this time, so I could plan the subsequent research and development. As he spoke, Saint Catherine, who was guarding the Divine Kingdom, and Saint John, Saint Luke, and Liliana, who were stationed in various legions, all arrived at the main temple after receiving the news. Because they were each stationed in their respective areas, they hadn't seen each other for a while, but now they didn't bother with pleasantries. After exchanging greetings, they all unconsciously looked at Wu Wei. Your Majesty, did you get the black hole source core? Saint Catherine asked expectantly. I personally took action in my level 13 Celestial Palace puppet. How could I possibly fail? Wu Wei laughed. It was just a piece of cake. Speaking of which, that battle was the most exhilarating one Wu Wei had ever experienced since his debut. If a similar opportunity arises again, he could once again command the Celestial Palace puppet in battle. After all, it's just a puppet. Even if it dies, its main consciousness can escape at any time. Long live the God Lord! Jimmy Gaunt jumped 3 feet high with excitement, and even the usually calm and composed Saint Catherine and the others couldn't hide their joy. Could it be? Jimmy Gaunt rubbed his hands together, looking expectantly at Wu Wei. Seeing his expression, how could Wu Wei not understand? He smiled helplessly, and with a flick of his hand, the crystalline black hole source core appeared in the air in front of him. This crystal was no more than the size of a palm, entirely black, and looked incredibly deep, as if it connected to an endless abyss. But under the holy light, a faint dark red could be seen in the center of the crystal, like solidified blood. Jimmy Gaunt subconsciously stared at that dark red, but felt a terrifying power that seemed capable of devouring everything suddenly sweep over him, as if it could completely devour even his soul. He was startled and quickly regained his composure, but he still couldn't resist the terrifying devouring force. His entire body and soul were uncontrollably drawn into it. Jimmy Gaunt's face turned pale. Wu Wei sensed something was wrong and immediately resealed the black hole source core. Without that terrifying devouring force, Jimmy Gaunt breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had come back to life. As expected of the black hole source core. As expected of a treasure that can advance a divine kingdom to level 4, it's truly extraordinary. Having just encountered danger, Jimmy Gaunt was completely unconcerned, instead becoming even more excited. Congratulations, my lord. St. John was also overjoyed. The black hole source core is a key material for the advancement of a divine kingdom. With it, the divine kingdom can advance to level 4. St. Catherine and St. Liliana were also beaming with joy, congratulating Wu Wei one after another. They had also felt its suction force that seemed to devour everything, but because of their greater strength, they were much less affected. Moreover, due to the powerful characteristics exhibited by the black hole source core, they were even more excited about the benefits of their divine kingdom's upgrade. While the group was talking, Jimmy Gaunt's gaze remained fixed on the black hole source core, his fingers rubbing together, his face full of eager anticipation. Your Majesty, could I study this? No. Wu Wei, who had been talking to Katerina, immediately refused decisively. He was joking, this was a core material needed for his divine kingdom's advancement. What would he use if he let him study it? Wu Wei seriously suspected that Jimmy's emotional intelligence was entirely focused on his IQ, otherwise, he would never ask such a thoughtless question. Fearing Jimmy Gaunt wouldn't give up, he simply reached out and put the black hole source core away. Jimmy Gaunt's face immediately fell. However, he quickly regained his composure. So what if he couldn't see it? No problem, with a black hole source core, his divine kingdom could advance to level 4. At that time, the divine weapon hall would unlock deeper levels of knowledge and blueprints, and he would have new things to study. I heard the database of a level 4 divine kingdom contains blueprints for a void fortress. I wonder what it looks like. Jimmy Gaunt grew increasingly excited, even forgetting his frustration at not being able to study the black hole core. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and the others had finished their conversation, also outlining the important points to note during the divine kingdom's upgrade. St. Catherine and the others quickly took their leave and went to make arrangements. Even the reluctant Jimmy Gaunt was dragged away by Yanfei Liliana. Wu Wei then turned and went deep into the temple, sitting cross-legged to prepare for his advancement. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the black hole core and all the other materials he had collected beforehand, neatly suspending them in the air before him. With a thought, Wu Wei unleashed a surge of divine power, enveloping all the materials and absorbing the immense energy they contained. In the Holy Consort's pavilion, St. Catherine quickly arranged everything, then couldn't help but walk to the window, gazing towards the main temple. Her clear, sea-like eyes shimmered with a hint of worry and trepidation, but above all, they held anticipation. Advancing to level 4 was of great significance to the current divine kingdom. It meant more arable land, more citizens, more channels of faith, the ability for the divine weapon hall to forge more powerful warships, and the ability for the transformation pool to finally upgrade again, possessing the capacity to nurture level 13 angels. Each of these advancements was crucial to the divine kingdom's development, making it increasingly stronger. She wondered how far His Majesty had progressed. When would the advancement officially begin? St. Catherine's mind was in turmoil, unusually unable to find peace. Suddenly, divine light burst forth from the direction of the main temple. The divine light, pure gold in color, instantly filled the entire sky upon its appearance, carrying an aura of unparalleled holiness and profound mystery, as if containing the ultimate truths of the universe. St. Catherine's eyes lit up. It had begun. She could no longer contain herself. In a flash, she appeared outside the saint's pavilion, bathed in the divine light, and looked up at the sky. The golden light fell upon her pure white saintly robes, as if gilding them, making her appear even more sacred. At the same moment St. Catherine left the saint's pavilion, the dazzling divine light pierced the crystal wall, reaching far into the void. Instantly, the kingdom of light seemed to transform into a star, continuously radiating light and heat. The divine light was dazzling, unparalleled. The entire void seemed to be dyed a brilliant gold by the divine light, radiating incomparable holy brilliance. Outside the kingdom, the three angels, St. John Nacital, Yanfant Liliana, and St. Luke, who were suspended in the void guarding the kingdom, were also bathed in golden light. Layers of pure white wings, draped in a golden veil under the dazzling divine light, appeared even more noble, sacred, and majestic. The power contained within the black hole source heart is indeed immense, St. John said, taking a deep breath and suppressing his excitement. Once our Lord fully digests the power of the black hole source heart, the divine kingdom will surely become stronger than ever before. Yes, Liliana nodded slightly, her shimmering peach blossom eyes filled with unwavering determination. Therefore, we must protect the divine kingdom even more, and absolutely no mistakes can be made during this time. That's right. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. St. Luke nodded emphatically. Looking at the divine kingdom before him, as dazzling as a star, an immense sense of anticipation rose within him. Just then, the divine kingdom suddenly trembled violently. An incredibly powerful suction force abruptly emanated from within the divine kingdom, and the three, caught off guard, were pulled sideways a short distance towards it. What's going on? St. Luke quickly regained his footing, looking at the divine kingdom with a hint of surprise. This suction force, St. John frowned, a subtle premonition rising in his heart. The next moment, the divine kingdom trembled continuously, collapsing and deforming in an unprecedented way, as if an invisible hand was kneading and shaping it. This change was too sudden, completely beyond the expectations of the three, and their hearts immediately jumped. What's going on? This never happened when the divine kingdom upgraded before. Liliana's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face not looking too good. Don't panic, St. John pondered. I think this change may be related to that black hole source core. The divine kingdom may undergo some different changes after this fourth level advancement. St. Luke recalled Wu Wei's previous instructions and couldn't help but say, His Majesty specifically instructed His Highness the Holy Consort to appease the people and gather them at the foot of the divine mountain. I think he may have anticipated this situation. However, even though he said that, the three's hearts were still hanging in the air. If it weren't for the fact that this was a crucial moment for the advancement and they absolutely could not disturb His Majesty, they would have even wanted to rush into the divine kingdom to see what was going on. As they spoke, the transformation of the divine kingdom continued. In just a short while, the divine kingdom, which was originally closer to the floating continent, had been gradually molded into a perfect sphere. Enveloped by crystal walls, this sphere slowly rotated, and the aura it emitted subtly changed. Liliana's eyes widened suddenly. This could be. However, before she could finish speaking, the sphere in front of her suddenly trembled, and then rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon. The three of them quickly spread their wings and retreated. In just a dozen breaths, the size of the divine kingdom had increased significantly, and the power emanating from its slow rotation had become increasingly stronger. And the transformation was not yet over. Rumble amidst the slight tremors, magma burst forth from the newly formed land. Intense heat erupted from the crater, scorching the surrounding air. The surging magma continuously solidified and piled up, and unknowingly, mountain peaks rose from the ground. Splash! Waves surged across the sea, large fish leaping from the water, spewing jets of water. Beneath the surface, currents surged, coral reefs swayed with the waves, and fish, shrimp, and crabs burst from their burrows, vying for the nutrients carried by the currents. Unbeknownst to many, the once stagnant sea and rivers were now teeming with life. Even the farmed aquatic life grew stronger and more vibrant. Within the crystal walls, warm winds swept through, bringing life. Grass seeds from the pastures were carried by the wind, taking root and sprouting in new land, gradually spreading into new grasslands. Even the sacred wheat in the sacred field seemed to grow taller and more vibrant. Liliana and her companions watched intently, their excitement growing ever stronger. This transformation of the divine kingdom was clearly moving towards becoming a plane. Could it be that, with each advancement, the divine kingdom would eventually become a complete plane? Within the divine realm, Saint Catherine witnessed the earth-shattering changes, the transformation of the world, and felt the changes within the divine kingdom. Her azure eyes shone with a strange light, and she couldn't help but place her hand on her heart and pray softly. At this moment, the changes within the divine kingdom finally ceased, and the ever-growing power of the divine light gradually subsided, causing the entire divine kingdom of light to dim. However, everyone knew that the divine kingdom was no longer the same. At this moment, within the divine kingdom, Wu Wei's consciousness finally awoke from the ocean of the laws of light, and he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a ray of golden divine light burst forth from his eyes, as if the entire temple had brightened for a moment. However, this change was only momentary. His eyes quickly returned to normal. Only by looking closely under the holy light could one perceive that his gaze seemed slightly deeper than before. Wu Wei himself didn't feel anything about this. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately began to examine the situation within the divine kingdom. Wu Wei was taken aback by the changes in his divine kingdom. Although he had guessed there would be some changes when the divine kingdom advanced to level 4, he hadn't expected such significant changes. Moreover, he had a feeling that the changes in the divine kingdom were probably not just an appearance. There were some deeper benefits that he couldn't fully understand through perception alone. However, there would be plenty of time to study these later, so there was no rush. Wu Wei's attention quickly shifted to the attributes of the upgraded divine kingdom. Light divine kingdom, level 4, total area 15 million square kilometers, number of divine people 1.5 million/15 million, faith channels 15 billion/150 billion, daily total divine power intake 680,000, divine power reserves 8 million, divine crystal reserves 318, angels 291,628. After the upgrade, the total area of the divine kingdom expanded tenfold, which meant that the arable land within the divine kingdom had greatly increased, and the number of divine people it could accommodate had also increased significantly. Of course, what pleased Wu Wei the most was the faith channels. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4, the number of faith channels his godhood could accommodate increased tenfold. His faith channels finally had spare capacity again, allowing him to massively expand his followers. Wu Wei's mood instantly brightened. At this moment, St. John, St. Liliana, St. Luke, and St. Catherine arrived at the main temple, congratulating Wu Wei in unison. Years of effort had finally yielded the desired result. Smiles adorned their faces, even their eyes radiated joy. Wu Wei chatted with them for a while, then suddenly realized something was missing and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Jimmy? Why didn't he come to join the fun?" Saint Liliana secretly rolled her eyes, probably grinning like an idiot while holding the newly unlocked data. Meanwhile, inside the divine weapon hall, eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the divine weapon hall, sounding extremely chilling. "Sigh, here we go again." A passing angel sighed helplessly, then shook his head and quickly walked away. Inside the main temple, Wu Wei didn't see Jimmy Gaunt and didn't care. He quickly shifted his attention, chatting enthusiastically with St. John and the other three about the future development and plans of the divine kingdom. They talked for a while, from plans against the demons to the enemy that killed the old god of light, and from the Blue Spirit Federation to the Kalba civilization. Seeing that a lot of time had passed, Wu Wei finally ended the conversation with lingering enthusiasm, letting St. John, St. Luke, and St. Liliana, the 3 legion commanders who needed to be stationed in their respective areas, return first. After they left, Wu Wei's somewhat excited emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at Saintess Catherine, the only one still in the temple, and asked, "Have you gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the transformation pool?" "Yes, we have," Saint Catherine replied respectfully. "All right," Wu Wei nodded slightly. "Send the materials to the number 1 transformation pool immediately. I'll go upgrade the pool now." The original transformation pool could only support the creation of a level 12 angel. To nurture a level 13 angel, the pool needed to be upgraded. Soon, the two arrived at number 1 transformation pool. By then, the materials needed to upgrade the pool had been delivered. Wu Wei didn't hesitate, he tossed all the materials into the pool, and with a flick of his divine power, they were all placed in their proper places, quickly transforming the entire pool. The upgraded pool appeared even more subdued, its body, like a piece of white jade, significantly larger, with mysterious golden divine patterns flowing within, filled with a sacred aura. Wu Wei was in high spirits. With his transformation pool, as long as his life essence and divine power were sufficient, he could possess his first level 13 angel. Thinking of this, he glanced at his divine crystal reserves, and his initially good mood suddenly soured. He had calculated that upgrading a level 12 angel to level 13 would require 200 divine crystals just for creating the angel's body, and 10 drops of life essence for soul modification. With the current reserves of life essence in the divine kingdom, they were far from sufficient. Oh well, I'll just have to save up slowly, Wu Wei sighed, no longer dwelling on it. He turned and returned to the main temple, simultaneously issuing orders to the commanders of all armies: do everything in your power to gather resources, develop followers, and strive to collect the life essence and divine crystals needed to upgrade to level 13 angels as quickly as possible. The various legions accepted the order and quickly began collecting spirit stones, magic stones, energy ores circulating in the market, issuing various incentive policies to encourage the missionaries of the Holy See to spread their faith more diligently. Unbeknownst to them, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Haha, good. Finally, enough. Wu Wei sat on the main seat of the temple, looking at the things before him with exceptionally good mood. On the table in front of him was a small box carved from energy ore, inside which 10 drops of life essence floated quietly. Beside it was a small wooden box, densely packed with 200 divine crystals, the very crystals needed to upgrade to level 13 angels. Over the past few years, all the major armies had made tremendous efforts to gather these life essences and divine crystals, especially Angel's Judgment Legion, which had played a crucial role. With the Kalba civilization leaderless, Angel seized the opportunity to expand her territory, conquering nearly half of the Kalba civilization's planets and occupying dozens of resource and administrative stars. More than a third of the life essences and divine crystals before them were contributed by Angel's Judgment Legion. Someone order the Judgment Legion to bring Angel to the divine kingdom immediately, Wu Wei commanded. Soon, Angel, having received the order, returned to the divine kingdom through the gates of heaven and appeared in the main temple. Wu Wei didn't waste any words and led her directly to the already upgraded transformation pool. Seeing this, Angel understood immediately. For years, everyone had been speculating about who Wu Wei would choose as the first level 13 angel. Some guessed Holy Consort Katerina, some guessed Yan Consort Liliana, and some even guessed St. John. There were all sorts of guesses. Angel herself had also speculated, even considering the possibility of herself. But firstly, she had little experience, and secondly, she had only been conferred the title of Divine Consort a few years ago. She felt that she was the least likely candidate. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly. Your Majesty, Angel opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. All right, no need for anything else. Go in. Wu Wei patted her shoulder and said softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Angel took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, and bowed deeply to Wu Wei before removing her equipment and walking into the transformation pool wearing only a simple robe. She knew that any words she spoke now would seem inadequate. There was only one thing she needed to do. After her strength increased, she would work twice as hard to conquer all sides for His Majesty, nothing more. While pondering, Wu Wei took out the 10 drops of life essence and 200 divine crystals that he had painstakingly accumulated, and threw them all into the transformation pool. Instantly, surging divine power transformed into a holy mist that completely engulfed Angel. The advancement had begun. The time required for a level 12 angel to advance to level 13 was far longer than that for a level 11 angel to advance to level 12. Angel's advancement process this time lasted a full month. A month later, Angel finally finished her advancement and emerged from the transformation pool. After advancing to level 13, her appearance remained unchanged, but her temperament became even more holy, and her aura became even more powerful. When she was neither smiling nor speaking, she was like an angel statue in a temple, inspiring awe and making people dare not profane her. As she stepped out of the transformation pool, 7 pairs of wings slowly unfolded behind her. Under the holy light, these wings were as pure as snow and as smooth as brocade, yet the power they exuded was so strong that it made people tremble with fear. Compared to her, the once strongest 12-winged seraphim in the divine kingdom was like a child compared to an adult, completely incomparable. Wu Wei, who had rushed over sensing the commotion, burst into laughter upon seeing this. How good. Good. Excellent. After so much effort and waiting, he finally had his own level 13 angel. While level 13 puppets were strong, they were still puppets, inanimate objects, and required his personal control. They were incomparable to Angel, who possessed intelligence and ability, serving as his right-hand woman. Most importantly, the presence of a true level 13 combat power was a watershed moment for a civilization. The Light God Kingdom was now considered a newly ascended level 4 civilization. And with Angel Doris, a level 13 Grand Marshal, the already disadvantaged Kalba civilization was no match for the Light God Kingdom. The Judgment Army swept through the former Kalba civilization's territory with unstoppable momentum, invincible wherever they went. Those level 1 and level 2 civilizations within Kalba's sphere of influence surrendered without resistance. Some even organized military forces to cooperate with Angel's Judgment Legion, claiming they had had enough of Kalba's oppression and exploitation and were grateful for the liberation brought by the Light civilization. For Angel, such surrenders were always welcome, and she unceremoniously incorporated them all into the missionary sphere of the Light Church. While her army swept across the front lines, members of the Light Church erected churches and idols on various life planes, even targeting densely populated space stations and asteroids. However, the expansion of the Divine Kingdom was too rapid, and the number of qualified clergy was increasingly scarce. The Light Divine Kingdom had to urgently summon large numbers of clergy from other cosmic planes to provide support. Simultaneously, it recruited devout believers from the populace of various planes, inducting them into the clergy system, training and assessing them as quickly as possible, and then deploying them to new planes for missionary work. The Holy See of Light is becoming increasingly experienced. They know that the best time to spread their faith is after such chaos. At this time, intelligent beings are generally in a state of confusion and anxiety. If a great deity can protect them and give them hope and purpose, they are often very likely to become casual believers, or even true believers. Therefore, Wu Wei's number of followers has been increasing rapidly, and statues of gods have been erected on various planes. The entire process lasted for a full 30 years. Although the Kalba civilization organized armies to counterattack several times and displayed great war potential, they were still powerless against the ever-growing Judgment Legion. The Judgment Legion, with its overwhelming military might, crushed the enemy piece by piece. Soon, in this star cluster, the once very powerful Kalba civilization was completely destroyed, becoming part of the star cluster's history. Such an outstanding achievement was unprecedented for Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom. This can be called a glorious battle. In fact, to conceal the fact that they possessed level 13 combat power, the Judgment Legion deliberately delayed the course of the war. However, this battle also silenced the other two major Tier 3 civilizations in this star cluster. When the Light civilization first fought the Kalba civilization, the other side applauded and offered various forms of encouragement and support. But as the fighting progressed and the Kalba civilization's counterattacks were repeatedly thwarted, the other two civilizations became increasingly wary of the Light civilization, even secretly sabotaging it. However, the Light God Kingdom didn't pursue these matters for the time being, instead expressing its principle of peaceful coexistence and letting them go. This wasn't because Wu Wei didn't covet their territory, but because the Light God Kingdom was already somewhat overfed after swallowing the Kalba civilization's vast territory. The biggest problem lay with the clergy. Many novice priests, recently trained in church schools, were sent to the front lines for missionary work, becoming full priests in 2 or 3 years, and soon poised to become patriarchs or even bishops controlling a region. Even so, the clergy remained extremely scarce. Expanding the workforce again in a short period would only lead to the collapse of the clergy system. It's time to rest and recuperate, to digest this. On a grand cosmic scale, the passage of time is usually immense, and several decades have flown by. After decades of effort, the faith of the Kingdom of Light has finally become Wu Wei's faith within the former territory of the Kalba civilization. Churches of all sizes are scattered across every inhabited planet, and even branches have been established on large, densely populated space stations. Statues of Wu Wei, the god of light, have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, densely packed in every place with intelligent life, for all believers to worship and pray to. As the number of worshippers increases, the faith power boost to the statues also increases, and many statues gradually rise from level 1 to level 2, and then continue to upgrade. The more powerful the statue, the stronger its effect, and the wider the range of its various halos. Often, a level 3 or 4 statue will attract believers from all directions to flock to worship. Not bad, not bad. Wu Wei checked the status of the spread of the faith of light in the star cluster in the direction of Qin through the divine display. It's clear that Angel Doris, as the Grand Marshal of that direction, has done an excellent job overall. Qin star cluster planes, excluding the ESOP technology plane, total population 379.8 billion holy believers, 3.09 million fanatical believers, 62.98 million devout believers, 1,023.98 million true believers, 20,742.91 million number of true believers and above in Qin star cluster, 21.8 billion daily divine power gain from faith channels, 420,000 level 1 statues, 4.07 million level 2 statues, 330,000 level 3 statues, 50,000 level 4 statues, 7,000 level 5 statues, 721 level 6 statues, 102 level 7 statues, 9 level 8 statues, 1 daily divine power gain, 560,000 total daily divine power gain, 980,000 after years of development, and level 8 statue has even appeared in the Qin star cluster, hailed as the first holy site in the entire Qin star cluster, where countless believers from distant planets come to worship every day. This level 8 statue is the only level 8 statue in Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom system. Its power is extremely terrifying. Once its aura mode is activated, even a level 12 god level powerhouse attacking at full power would not be able to break through the statue's protective aura in a short time. Moreover, the area covered by the statue's divine power exceeds that of a life-bearing planet, with countless pilgrims providing it with nourishment of faith every day. As a result, Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom can absorb more than 100,000 points of divine power every day. That's 100,000 points of divine power. And it's just a level 8 statue. If it were a legendary level 9 or even level 10 statue, wouldn't it be incredibly powerful? However, Wu Wei also knows that a level 8 statue is the limit for the time being. If he cannot bring the entire star cluster into the scope of his preaching, or even input faith into the entire star lake, it will be difficult to support a level 9 statue. Even so, the Qin star cluster can provide Wu Wei with 980,000 points of divine power every day, just a little short of condensing a divine crystal. Such a surge of divine power has made the Qin star cluster Wu Wei's primary source of faith. The Qin star cluster alone has already made Wu Wei comparable to the old god of light at his peak. Moreover, Wu Wei's development isn't limited to just the Qin star cluster. Another major source of faith is the Blue Spirit star cluster, home to the Blue Spirit family. That star cluster, of course, has its original name. However, from the perspective of the Kingdom of Light, gradually renaming it the Blue Spirit star cluster is more appropriate and fitting. In Wu Wei's view, that star cluster will be his sooner or later. However, currently, the Blue Spirit star cluster's development and spread of followers is far behind that of the Qin star cluster. After all, the Kingdom of Light has expanded its influence to nearly half of the Qin star cluster's territory, while Wu Wei's followers only cover about 1/10 of the Blue Spirit star cluster's area. Pass down the order, gradually strengthen the spread of faith within the spheres of influence of the other 2 level 3 civilizations in the Qin star cluster, Wu Wei ordered after a moment's contemplation. We can gradually strengthen our stance, showcasing the powerful foundation of our divine kingdom. If they remain obstinate and insist on acting as heretics, the Judgment Legion can handle the situation accordingly. Our strategic goal is to spread light throughout the Qin star cluster within a century. With Wu Wei's divine decree, a new upheaval was bound to occur within the Qin star cluster, potentially even attracting the attention of the level 4 civilization, the overlord of Star Lake. However, the Light Divine Kingdom was now a level 4 civilization, and any ordinary level 4 civilization would have to think twice before daring to challenge it. At Wu Wei's level, a casual order could determine the life or death of a level 3 civilization, and the fate of hundreds of billions, even trillions, of intelligent beings would be completely altered. He then turned his attention to the Blue Spirit Star Cluster, pondering how to expand the scope of his missionary work there. However, what Wu Wei never expected was that before he even started targeting other civilizations in the Blue Spirit Star Cluster, a powerful civilization was already preparing to stir up trouble. Chapter 403 The Birth of a Golden Immortal. Within the Blue Spirit Star Cluster lies a powerful cultivation civilization, the Daotian sect. The Daotian sect's headquarters are located on Daotian Star. The sky above Daotian Star is perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds, with floating pavilions appearing and disappearing among them. From the ground, they resemble jade palaces and celestial palaces, a truly magnificent celestial scene. Surrounded by these countless jade palaces, there is a floating celestial mountain. This floating celestial mountain is not large, with only one peak, its diameter no more than a few miles. It's more accurate to call it a floating celestial island than a mountain. The floating celestial island lacks jade palaces and celestial palaces, yet it is strictly guarded year-round, ranking as the #1 forbidden area within the entire Daotian sect, and also the place where the sect's supreme elders cultivate in seclusion. Even elder-level cultivators within the Daotian sect must possess the sect leader's authorization to set foot on this floating celestial island. Not far from this floating celestial island stands an exceptionally tall and majestic celestial palace. The celestial palace, entirely carved from white spirit jade, boasts exquisite patterns and exudes an ethereal aura. Even surrounded by countless magnificent palaces, it stands out as the most eye-catching structure. This celestial palace is the Daotian Pavilion, where the sect leader resides, and it is also the center of power for the entire Daotian sect. At this moment, on the white jade bridge at the entrance of the Daotian Pavilion, several nascent soul stage disciples, carrying whisks and brooms, are leisurely performing their daily cleaning duties. The silver-threaded whisks brush against the lotus-shaped bridge railings, causing the already sparse dust to fall in a flurry. Before the dust even settles, a broom sweeps by, deftly gathering the dust into a pre-prepared kayankin bag. Nearby, other disciples are using incantations to maintain the railings. In just a short while, the entire white jade bridge is spotless, gleaming and flawless. For the nascent soul stage disciples, this work is not difficult, it's simply a matter of time. While working, the group chatted animatedly about gossip, which elder had a falling out with another, which senior brother had failed in his love affair and drowned his sorrows in alcohol for years. The list went on and on. Suddenly, one disciple looked up and saw the floating immortal island in the distance, his eyes filled with longing. Our ancestor has been in seclusion for 800 years. I wonder when he'll emerge? Our ancestor? A neighboring disciple asked curiously. Who is this ancestor you're talking about? The disciple gave him a strange look, then suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. I almost forgot. You only ascended from a lower plane in recent years and haven't met our ancestor. His Taoist name is Supporting Heaven Venerable, and because he's the most senior cultivator in the Daotian sect, we all call him ancestor. At the mention of this ancestor, the other disciples became enthusiastic and immediately launched into a long explanation of the Supporting Heaven Venerable's great achievements to the newly ascended disciple. Unfortunately, ever since the ancestor sensed the opportunity and went into seclusion to cultivate 800 years ago, this floating immortal island has been completely sealed off, and no one has ever gone up there again. 800 years have passed, and no one knows what's really going on inside. Rumors have been circulating secretly within the sect, saying that the ancestor has actually already passed away, but the sect leader has suppressed the news and hasn't announced it to the public. The rumors are so detailed and convincing that even the cultivators on duty at the Daotian Pavilion are almost convinced. One disciple couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, how majestic our ancestor was before he went into seclusion. Who dared to spread rumors about him in private? 800 years have passed, and I think those people have probably forgotten his methods." Yes, another cultivator echoed, "Our ancestor was the pillar of our Daotian sect back then. When he went into seclusion, not only did those clowns in the sect dare to cause trouble, but even our Daotian sect's status in the interstellar space was greatly affected. Ah, if only our ancestor could emerge from seclusion soon." He sighed as he spoke. The expressions of the other disciples were also somewhat downcast. The disciple who had only recently ascended didn't have as many feelings as them, but he was becoming increasingly curious about this ancestor he had never met. What kind of demeanor must this ancestor be to be so highly regarded by these disciples? Just as they were talking, suddenly, boom! A resounding boom, an unparalleled power suddenly shot into the sky from the direction of the floating immortal island. In an instant, clouds gathered in the sky, and muffled rumbling sounds echoed from the clouds, like rolling thunder, sending chills down their spines. What's going on? Several disciples were startled, one even dropped his whisk, his hand trembling. However, they had no time to care about the whisk. Instead, they all turned their heads, their faces filled with shock and disbelief, towards the floating immortal island. Could it be that the ancestor is finally emerging from seclusion? Several disciples couldn't help but exclaim. However, before they could even figure it out, a deep, resonant voice came from behind them. That's right. The disciples were startled and quickly turned to see a middle-aged man in a black robe and a purple gold crown, his face serious, standing behind them, gazing up at the floating immortal island in the distance. He simply stood there, yet his aura was imposing and commanding, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Several disciples were startled and quickly bowed. Sect Master. Sect Master. Sect Master. It turned out that this middle-aged man was one of the sect's top 12 experts, the Sect Master of Daotian Sect, Daotian Venerable. Hearing the disciples bow to him, Daotian Venerable showed no reaction. His gaze remained fixed on the not-so-tall floating mountain peak, his expression serious, yet his eyes revealed a hint of joy. Ring the golden bell, impose martial law throughout the sect. From now on, no one is allowed to approach the forbidden area of the floating island. Suddenly, Daotian Venerable's voice rang out. The junior disciples were taken aback, but quickly responded and went to relay the order. Soon, the deep sound of the bell echoed throughout the heavens and earth, resounding throughout the entire Daotian sect. The golden bell of Daotian sect was a specially crafted immortal artifact. When the golden bell rang, all cultivators of Daotian sect could hear it. Under normal circumstances, this golden bell would only ring when there was an emergency within the sect that required immediate notification to all members. At that moment, the golden bell rang, immediately startling all the disciples of the Daotian sect. Meanwhile, Daotian Venerable had already flown to the vicinity of the floating immortal island, standing quietly in the sky with his hands behind his back, waiting. A short while later, a figure arrived on a cloud from the right side of the sky. This figure wore a moon-white robe, with a handsome and elegant face. Even his cloud-riding posture exuded a sense of freedom and grace, a style completely different from Daotian Venerable's serious and aloof demeanor. However, the aura he emanated was just as powerful as Daotian Venerable's. Even the unintentional release of his aura was awe-inspiring. Senior brother. Before even approaching, he smiled and raised his hand to greet Daotian Venerable. Daotian Venerable smiled upon seeing him and returned the greeting, Junior Brother Liu Feng. It turned out that the one who arrived was another level 12 expert of the Daotian sect besides Daotian Venerable, Elder Liu Feng. After 800 years of seclusion, Master Uncle has finally succeeded. Having served as the head of the scripture pavilion for many years, Venerable Liu Feng held considerable prestige within the Daotian sect, and was usually unsmiling. However, at this moment, his handsome face was filled with joy, and his eyes were brimming with emotion. Yes. When Master Uncle emerges from seclusion, our Daotian sect will have a golden immortal. Venerable Daotian nodded slightly, a rare hint of ease and pleasure appearing on his usually serious and aloof face, even his tone rising slightly. According to the cultivation realms, level 10 is called immortal, level 11 is called true immortal, level 12 is called celestial immortal, and only level 13 can be called golden immortal. The one in seclusion was his and Liu Feng's master uncle, whose Taoist name was Kingshan. He had already reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm when he went into seclusion. Back then, Venerable Daotian and Venerable Liu Feng's master had perished early, and it was only thanks to Venerable Kingshan's protection that they were able to cultivate safely to their current level. He even contributed greatly to the founding of the Daotian sect. It could be said that although Venerable Kingshan was nominally their senior uncle, he was practically their master. They had worried a great deal about their senior uncle's seclusion over the years. Now that he had emerged, they could finally rest easy. As they spoke, the soaring power rising from the floating immortal island grew stronger and stronger, seemingly blotting out the sky. The Daotian sect cultivators, alerted by the golden bell, all rushed out to watch, and even those from the immortal palace half a planet away began to hurry towards the island. If Venerable Daotian hadn't anticipated this and ordered a complete lockdown early on, the area around the floating island would likely already be swarming with people. However, even with Daotian Venerable's order, The Daotian sect cultivators who sensed the commotion showed no intention of leaving. They merely avoided crowding below the floating island, continuing to observe the situation from a distance. Unbeknownst to them, more and more cultivators gathered, filling the surrounding immortal palaces and even filling the sky with cultivators. All eyes were fixed on the floating immortal island, filled with trepidation but even more so with anticipation. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from the direction of the floating immortal island. Amidst the laughter, a figure shot out from the island, instantly breaking through the restrictions and appearing before everyone. This figure wore a long blue robe, appearing somewhat thin, yet exceptionally upright, like a sturdy pine tree on a cliff, or a towering mountain peak, its sharpness fully revealed. Especially terrifying was the surging aura emanating from its body, causing everyone to tremble with fear. It was the terrifying pressure of a level 13 golden immortal. The surrounding cultivators involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure. Of everyone, only Daotian Venerable and Liu Feng Venerable remained unfazed. Senior Uncle. Senior Uncle. The two stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Elder Kingshan. Seeing this, the other cultivators reacted and quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. Greetings, Elder Kingshan. The sight of countless cultivators bowing simultaneously was quite spectacular. No need for such formalities, Elder Kingshan waved his hand. He was exceptionally pleased to have successfully advanced to level 13. After exchanging greetings with all the cultivators and receiving their congratulations, he immediately dismissed them and chatted with several elders of the Daotian sect about his recent seclusion. After exchanging a few words, Elder Kingshan suddenly glanced behind Venerable Daoshan and Venerable Liu Feng, where are Zuanjian, Yuding, and Honglin. These three youngsters were quite talented, and he had given them considerable guidance in the past. Besides Daoshan and Liu Feng, they were the closest to him in the entire Daoshan sect. Logically, for such a significant event as his return from seclusion, they wouldn't be absent. He thought for a moment and speculated, perhaps they're still out there and haven't had time to return. Hearing this question, Venerable Daoshan's expression turned somewhat grim, but he still told the truth. To be honest, Ancestor, Zuanjian, Yuding, and Honglin encountered an accident. What happened? Elder Kingshan frowned. It's like this. Venerable Daoshan recounted how the three immortals, Zuanjian, Yuding, and Honglin, had gone out to explore the ruins. The sect discovered the soul lamps had gone out, and the subsequent investigation results. After all, the three were level 11 elders, holding considerable positions within the sect. The extinguishing of their soul lamps had caused a considerable stir within the sect, with many speculating about which force had been responsible. Afterwards, items belonging to Zuanjian and the other two gradually appeared on the market. Although they were well concealed and the mastermind behind them was also well hidden, Daoshan's sect still managed to uncover some clues. Just recently, they had uncovered the truth, knowing that the one who acted was the Blue Spirit Federation, which had only been established in recent years, but they hadn't had time to take action. Hearing Daoshan Venerable's words, the smile on Kingshan Ancestor's face gradually faded, quickly becoming expressionless. After Daoshan Venerable finished speaking, he said coldly, Zuanjian and the other two are elders of my Daoshan sect. They cannot die out there without a clear explanation. Daoshan Venerable's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his senior uncle was truly enraged. Senior Uncle Kingshan was always easygoing and never put on airs with him. Even when facing junior disciples in the sect, he was always very patient, and he only spoke in this tone when he was angry. He didn't say anything more, only solemnly replying, yes, I will definitely not let that Blue Spirit Federation go. The sky supporting ancestor's expression softened slightly, and he coldly snorted, now I am a golden immortal, the strongest in the entire star cluster. From now on, the Dao Heaven sect no longer needs to worry about any power. It's time to settle those old scores. The Dao Heaven Venerable seemed to understand, you mean the demonic path. That's right. The sky supporting ancestor nodded, a hint of coldness appearing on his tense face. Back then, the demonic path destroyed 3 of my lower level sects, and countless disciples of my Dao Heaven sect died at their hands. I've always remembered this debt. This time, if I don't completely eradicate the demonic path, I'm not called sky supporting. And that Blue Spirit Federation too. Daring to touch the elders of my Dao Heaven sect, I will make them pay a heavy price. As his voice fell, a murderous aura suddenly spread. Instantly, The air around the entire floating island seemed to freeze. Everyone around felt a chill run down their spines and involuntarily lowered their heads. Even Dao Tian Venerable and Liu Feng Venerable, both 12 heavenly immortals, felt a slight unease. It seemed that this time, the demonic path and the Blue Spirit Federation were doomed. Chapter 404 Blue Spirit Crisis. Since the Blue Spirit family established a Blue Spirit Federation and completely separated from the Kelling civilization, the Blue Spirit family has managed its headquarters, the Blue Spirit Star System, which has become the core star region of the Blue Spirit Federation, integrating politics and economics. It boasts extremely tight armed defenses. The wormhole passage into and out of this star system alone has 9 space fortresses and a massive armed space station covering the entire wormhole, all working together for security. Because the Blue Spirit family is a newly established independent civilization, although its strength has reached the standard of a level 3 cosmic civilization, its former allegiance, the Kelling civilization, has undoubtedly become its adversary. Furthermore, the Blue Spirit family and Wu Wei, in their pursuit of the pure Yang ancient immortal sect's ruins, have killed 3 inner sect elders of the Dao Tian sect. Although this conflict has not yet erupted, it is inevitable that the truth will eventually come out. It can be said that the Blue Spirit family, in its pursuit of its own rise, has forged a deep-seated grudge with the Dao Tian sect. The Kelling civilization and the Dao Tian sect are both among the top-tier, established level 3 civilizations in this star cluster. Their foundations and scale far surpass those of the newly independent Blue Spirit family. This is why the Blue Spirit family is now making every effort to cling to the Kingdom of Light, their son-in-law Wu Wei, as their powerful ally. Meanwhile, the entire Blue Spirit Federation remains under extremely tight security. Any foreign spacecraft approaching this area of light-filled sky will immediately be detected and warned by various spacecraft. If an unidentified spacecraft cannot identify itself or cease its advance, it will be relentlessly bombarded by psionic orbital cannons. In the words of the Blue Spirit Patriarch, Lan Aoyan, prevention is the fundamental way for the Blue Spirit family to survive. Because of this, the Blue Spirit Star System and the entire territory of the Blue Spirit Federation have become one of the few truly law-abiding, peaceful, and stable safe zones in the star cluster. Furthermore, with the cooperation of the military forces centered around the Blue Spirit family members and the local security forces centered around the Church of Light, the Blue Spirit Federation's territory is free from the threat of hostile forces, and even the robbing space pirates have disappeared. This peaceful and stable environment greatly promoted trade and was highly sought after by lower and middle-level civilizations. As a result, over the years, numerous Level 1 and Level 2 civilizations, either for trade or seeking refuge, joined the Blue Spirit Federation, becoming part of the Blue Spirit civilization. Today, the Blue Spirit Federation's territory has expanded to include several star systems, and its overall power has grown significantly, seemingly on the verge of challenging established Level 3 civilizations like the Kelling and Daotian sects. On this day, on the beautiful and fragrant Blue Spirit homeworld number 1, the former Blue Spirit Patriarch, now the Federation's president, Lan Aoyan, had just finished his weekly meeting and was traveling in a private airship towards the Blue Spirit Ancestors' residence. Within the habitable zone of the Blue Spirit Star System, there are 4 life-bearing planets, with number 1 being the ancestral home of the Blue Spirit family, their backyard. Now, it has become the capital of the Blue Spirit Federation, the political and power center of the entire civilization. Only core members of the Blue Spirit family, meritorious officials, diplomatic envoys from various civilizations, and their servants can live here. However, the population has exploded from a mere tens of millions to hundreds of millions. The other 3 inhabited planets in the Blue Spirit Star System were formed through a long process of planetary terraforming by the Blue Spirit family. These 3 planets now serve as the 3 major planetary cities directly under the Blue Spirit Federation, the economic and trade centers of the entire alliance. Ancestor, Lan Aoyan has come to see you. Dressed in a presidential uniform, Lan Aoyan, with impeccable manners, disembarked from his private airship and stood before the ancestor's residence to give his routine announcement. Now that Lan Aoyan is the president of the Federation, the most powerful and respected ancestor of the Blue Spirit family remains behind the scenes, a key figure in maintaining the stability of the entire Federation. Therefore, everyone understands that besides President Lan Aoyan, who oversees all domestic and foreign affairs of the Federation, the ancestor of the Blue Spirit family is the most esteemed figure. Haha, Huo Yuan, It's been a while since you've been here." With a hearty laugh, the mansion gate slowly opened, and several young and delicate maids waited respectfully on both sides of the door. "Recently, 2 more level 1 civilizations have joined our federation. There are just too many matters to handle, otherwise I would have come to have tea and chat with you long ago." Lan Huoyuan waved away the maids and walked confidently towards the mansion garden. The back garden was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, a delightful sight. As soon as Lan Huoyuan entered, he saw the simply dressed but vigorous old ancestor Lan Ling sitting at a seemingly perfectly formed stone table, with a cup of tea perfectly filled. Upon seeing Lan Huoyuan arrive, ancestor Lan Ling smiled and invited, "Come, have a taste. This is holy light tea that my young friend Wu Wei had sent over a few days ago." "Oh? Is this the new variety that my son-in-law improved using enlightenment tea?" Lan Huoyuan raised an eyebrow and immediately stepped forward with great interest, taking a seat. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, instantly feeling a fragrant aroma fill his mouth and nose, and a warm, pleasant sensation welled up within him. "Excellent tea! Excellent tea!" Lan Huoyuan exclaimed with some delight. This tea is slightly different from enlightenment tea. It lacks the intensity and stimulation of enlightenment tea, but has more of a tea fragrance and freshness. At the same time, the tea soup is of high quality, pure and flawless, and one sip leaves an endless aftertaste. Moreover, compared to enlightenment tea, my son-in-law's tea is noticeably more mellow and nourishing. Just one sip of the tea soup relieves all fatigue, and even the mind becomes clearer. I must say, this tea is truly a rare gem. As Lan Huoyuan praised it, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Just kidding, Wu Wei is his son-in-law, outstanding in every way, from family background to talent. Look at those few immortal tea plants in the cultivation world. Once they are in his hands, they're immediately improved and cultivated to a higher level. Such outstanding talent and immense family influence make Lan Huoyuan feel incredibly proud, no matter where he talks about it. This tea not only relieves fatigue and refreshes the mind, but also cleanses the soul and dispels evil influences. Long-term consumption will greatly benefit both body and mind, especially for those who reach a bottleneck in cultivation. This tea is absolutely excellent for consolidating the foundation and achieving sudden enlightenment. Mentioning the new tea from the Divine Kingdom, ancestor Lan Ling couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "I never imagined that with just those few tea trees we found on Zhuangji and Old Dog's flying boat, young friend Wu Wei could improve such an excellent variety in such a short time. It's truly amazing." That's right, that's right. My son-in-law Wu Wei is virtuous and talented, his future is limitless. The more ancestor Lan Ling praised Wu Wei, the happier Lan Huoyuan became. He picked up his teacup and took a few more sips. Good tea. One sip and I feel so comfortable. If this tea were to circulate in the market, its value would probably be 20–30% higher than the Daotian Sex Enlightenment tea. If it were really priced in the market, holy light tea would indeed be much more expensive than enlightenment tea. Ancestor Lan Ling extended a finger, smiling calmly. However, Wu Wei's envoy said that their divine kingdom will be able to mass-produce holy light tea in just 100 years. At that time, the divine kingdom will hand over the management rights of holy light tea to our Lan Ling Federation, with your daughter Lan Futi in charge. Moreover, the purchase price of holy light tea will be 10% cheaper than that of enlightenment tea. PFFT. What? Lan Huoyuan was shocked upon hearing this and immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. After spitting it out, he felt it was a pity, so he smacked his lips and exclaimed in surprise, Moreover, it's a rare treasure like enlightenment tea, capable of cleansing the soul and refining cultivation. Often, after reaching a bottleneck in cultivation, one's strength and realm may be stuck there for life. But if one could possess such a rare and precious material to help nourish the soul daily, solidify the foundation, and gradually improve cultivation, it would absolutely drive countless cultivators crazy. Therefore, it's clear how huge the market will be for holy light tea, which is even superior to Daotian Sex Enlightenment tea, once it's released. Wu Wei granted the Lan Ling family the operating rights, and the purchase price is even 10% cheaper than enlightenment tea. How many star coins will the Lan Ling family earn from holy light tea in the future? The enormous profits involved would make even the current federal president, Lan Huoyuan, dizzy just thinking about it. That's right, the future management rights belong to our Blue Spirit Federation. The Blue Spirit ancestor was also beaming with joy. Speaking of which, I just received these new teas and haven't had time to inform you yet. In short, our blue spirit family has once again benefited from your son-in-law's favor. Not at all, not at all, it's just my daughter's good fortune. Lan Aowen was secretly pleased, and the two chatted and laughed over fragrant tea. In reality, the profits earned by the blue spirit family were just a drop in the ocean for Wu Wei, who controlled the source. Wu Wei had discovered a huge market for these rare and precious materials when he first came into contact with enlightenment tea and the spiritual objects of the water spirit world, and that the supply could not meet the demand. Later, after investigation, he found that the reason why Daotian sect was so large and powerful was largely due to the industrial chain of spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, and their further processing. Among them, Daotian sect's enlightenment tea was the leader among many industries. Unfortunately, Wu Wei did not obtain the tea tree, so he had no way to study it. It wasn't until the three inner sect elders of the Daotian sect, Xianjian, Yuding, and Honglin, acted recklessly and deliberately courted death that Wu Wei and the Lanling family found a total of 6 old root tea trees on their flying boat. These appeared to be the private treasures of these 3 Daotian sect elders. 4 of the 6 old root tea trees went to Wu Wei, and 2 to the Lanling family. Unfortunately, due to differences in growing environment and cultivation techniques, the tea trees left with the Lanling family fell ill within a few years. Unable to cultivate them, Lanling gave them back to Wu Wei. Thus, the 6 enlightenment tea trees became the original species that Wu Wei used for improvement. If the enlightenment tea were given to other civilizations, they would find it difficult to cultivate even if they wanted to, but Wu Wei's bright civilization possessed god-level technology far surpassing other civilizations. Through biochemical analysis by the Divine Kingdom's technicians, the enlightenment tea trees were gradually improved into holy light tea that absorbed divine energy within a few years. Furthermore, based on the characteristics of the enlightenment tea, it gained even more nourishing properties of divine energy, greatly increasing its value. A few days ago, the first batch of holy light tea was successfully produced. Wu Wei had his subordinates send some to Ancestor Lan Ling and mentioned his desire for future cooperation and mutual benefit. Wu Wei was fully confident that within 100 years at most, holy light tea could be cultivated to a certain scale, enough for a small amount to be exported. Moreover, in the future, not only holy light tea, but also the spiritual objects and fruits of the water spirit world, and the series of industrial chains formed by these products, would be a great help to the development of Wu Wei's divine kingdom. These future major projects must have some reliable allies to help assist them. The Lanling family, with whom he had already become related by marriage and had shared the experience of fighting enemies together, was undoubtedly the best choice. The Lanling family had a close and reliable relationship with Wu Wei, and the Lanling Federation had already reached a powerful level 3 civilization, with excellent and large-scale commercial development within its borders. With such an excellent ally with a large commercial scale and a solid reputation to assist him in the future, Wu Wei was confident that in 200 or 300 years, the profits of his industry would multiply several times. In the garden, after a few brief chats, the conversation between Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Wo finally got on track. "Ancestor, I have indeed come here with important matters to discuss." At this point, Lan Aowen's expression turned serious. "Oh? Tell me about it." Ancestor Lan Ling put down his teacup, adopting a listening posture. Lan Aowen glanced around, confirming there were no attendants nearby, before leaning closer and lowering his voice. "Ancestor, have you heard about the demonic path sect? They've been wiped out. So fast." Ancestor Lan Ling was slightly taken aback, his previously calm face instantly becoming serious. The demonic path sect has always been a formidable enemy of the Dao Heaven sect, their strength always evenly matched. Even if the Dao Heaven sect's ancestor, Venerable King Shen, successfully broke through his shackles and reached the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm, it's impossible for him to have wiped out the entire demonic path sect so quickly, isn't it? Ancestor Lan Ling was filled with astonishment and doubt. In fact, the news of Venerable King Shen's powerful emergence from seclusion and his intention to attack the demonic path sect had already spread throughout the entire star cluster. However, the demonic path sect also possesses a profound foundation. Like the Dao Heaven sect, it is one of the top-tier, long-established level 3 civilizations in the star cluster, and is known for its ruthless methods, having openly and covertly harmed countless disciples of the Dao Heaven sect. Similarly, the Dao Heaven sect considers the demonic path sect a mortal enemy, determined to fight to the death. Currently, the Dao Heaven Sect's patriarch, Venerable King Shen, has emerged from seclusion with overwhelming power, reaching the awe-inspiring level 13 Golden Immortal Realm. But the Demonic Path Sect is no pushover either, its overall strength is undeniable. How could it be so easily annihilated? You're not unaware of the methods cultivators employ. Lan Aoyun shook his head, explaining with a sigh. It's said that the Venerable King Shen, who had reached the Golden Immortal Realm, used some unknown means to appear directly in the Demon Heaven Palace and forcefully kill the Demon Path Sect's leader and 2 Supreme Elders. At the same time, the Dao Heaven Sect began a fierce attack on the Demon Path Sect outside its mountain gate. The Demon Path Sect was leaderless for a time and was quickly swept away and annihilated by the Dao Heaven Sect. Yesterday, several outer disciples of the Demon Path Sect who were fleeing passed through our Federation territory. I heard from them that the Demon Path Sect's ancestral land was completely slaughtered that day, and not a single member of the sect was left alive. The entire sect was wiped out. Perhaps intimidated by the Dao Heaven Sect's swift and ruthless methods, Ancestor Lan Ling's face remained gloomy for a while before he sighed. I had long heard that the Dao Heaven Sect's ancestor had once had some great opportunity, but I never expected that this opportunity would bring such great benefits to the Dao Heaven Sect. On the surface, we all thought Dao Tian Sect was just a level 3 civilization, but in reality, they had been preparing to advance to level 4. Now, Dao Tian Sect has swallowed the entire Demonic Path Sect with lightning speed, officially stepping into the ranks of level 4 civilizations. From now on, in this star cluster, I'm afraid no one will be a match for Dao Tian Sect. As he was speaking, Patriarch Lan Ling's majestic eyes suddenly widened, and he sighed inwardly, not good. Sitting opposite him, Lan Aoyun also frowned and said in a low voice, Patriarch, you guessed right, disaster is about to befall our Lan Ling family. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 A Powerful Enemy Attacks. A sudden silence fell. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere gradually spread between Patriarch Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun. The Lan Ling family's rise to an independent civilization and its current achievements, besides the support of the divine child Wu Wei, hinged on their most crucial adventure, the exploration and excavation of the Pure Yang ancient immortal sect ruins. It was during that expedition that Lan Aoyun's other son-in-law, the 9 Dragons Immortal, formally received the complete inheritance of the Pure Yang immortal sect. Simultaneously, the discovery of the life essence within the ruins allowed Patriarch Lan Ling to officially reach level 12. The remaining essence greatly benefited Lan Aoyun and his son-in-law, the 9 Dragons Immortal, leading to their respective advancements. That exploration of the ruins significantly elevated the strength of the entire Lan Ling family. However, during the exploration, they and Wu Wei encountered obstacles: Immortal Sword, Jade Cauldron, and Red Lan, 3 inner sect elders of the Dao Tian sect. To protect themselves and safeguard their interests, the Lan Ling family joined forces with the divine child Wu Wei, annihilating Immortal Sword, Jade Cauldron, and Red Lan. The Blue Spirit family disposed of all traces of the 3 corpses, and the remaining spoils were also broken down and sold by them. However, even the most secretive operations leave some traces. Especially the spoils secretly disposed of by the Blue Spirit family. If the Dao Tian sect were to discover this and investigate thoroughly, they would inevitably trace it back to the Blue Spirit family. If the Blue Spirit family couldn't provide an explanation, their fate would be the same as the Demonic Path sect's annihilation. If the Dao Tian sect were still the same as before, I wouldn't fear them, but now. A look of worry quickly crept onto the Blue Spirit ancestor's face. If the Dao Tian sect were still at the level of a level 3 civilization, they couldn't do anything to the Blue Spirit Federation. But now, the Dao Tian sect's sky-supporting Venerable had reached the level of a level 13 Golden Immortal, and the Dao Tian sect had forcefully annexed the Demonic Path sect, officially becoming a level 4 cosmic civilization. Now, the Dao Tian sect's morale was at its peak. They were truly invincible. At this critical juncture, if the Lan Ling family were to be caught red-handed, they would inevitably become the next casualty that the Daoshan sect was eager to annex. Ancestor, do you think I should seek help from my son-in-law, Wu Wei? Speaking of seeking help, Lan Aoyun blushed. Since he had latched onto Wu Wei's coattails, He had benefited immensely, and now he was asking for Wu Wei's assistance again. Just thinking about it made him blush. Alice, we owe our young friend Wu Wei far too much, the Lanling ancestor sighed, shaking his head. Never mind, at this critical juncture, we can't worry about our pride. Aoyan, I'll leave this matter to you. Leave this to me. With the help of my son-in-law Wu Wei, our Lanling family will definitely overcome this crisis. Having received permission, Lan Aoyan quickly nodded in agreement, his sense of shame long gone. Huo Yuan, I really don't know where you found such an excellent son-in-law. In the future, our Blue Spirit Federation will need Wu Wei's help in many areas. You must not offend your precious son-in-law. The matter was of great importance, and the Blue Spirit ancestor was still worried. After thinking for a moment, he gave him another few words of advice. Huo Yuan, Huo Yuan. Lan Huo Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling both amused and exasperated. He thought to himself, my father-in-law is really having a tough time. He has to be mindful of his son-in-law's feelings at every turn. Oh well, after all, he was beholden to his son-in-law, and out of both courtesy and obligation, he had to treat his precious son-in-law well. So Lan Aoyan patted his chest and assured him, Ancestor, rest assured, when my son-in-law arrives, I will definitely treat him properly and make sure he is completely satisfied. Yes, if that's not enough, I might as well bring Lan Fudi's sister again. Aoyan, you've gone too far. Ahem. By the way, Aoyan, besides asking for help from young friend Wu Wei, we also need to. Just as Ancestor Lanling and Lan Aoyan were urgently discussing countermeasures, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in Ancestor Lanling's mansion. The alarm's sudden and shrill sound broke the surrounding tranquility and interrupted the two people's conversation. What's going on? Ancestor Lanling asked loudly. A servant holding a psionic communicator ran over and respectfully reported, Ancestor, a cultivator's spaceship is attempting to force its way into Blue Spirit Mother Planet. It's currently being blocked at the outer space station. Cultivators? What cultivators? Daring to invade my Blue Spirit Mother Planet? And what's with the space fortress guards? The spaceship has already reached the outskirts of the Mother Planet, how come no one noticed? Blue Spirit Ancestor's brow furrowed with anger and vigilance. Tell the space station to make sure that Cultivator's spaceship waits there. No one is allowed to let it pass without my and the Ancestor's orders, Blue Aoyan immediately ordered upon hearing the news. Also, notify 9 dragons to come to the Ancestor's residence immediately. Yes. The servant replied respectfully, then hurriedly used the messaging system to relay the instructions. But just as the servant was loudly issuing orders into the communicator, a loud bang suddenly came from it, followed by a series of piercing noises after the connection was lost. What happened? Why did the connection suddenly drop? The attendant's face paled, clearly startled by the loud noise from the communicator. He almost instinctively looked up at the sky, only to see a huge fireball streaking diagonally across the horizon. Clatter. The attendant's hand trembled, and the communicator fell to the ground. But he seemed oblivious, still staring blankly at the sky, utterly terrified. Ancestor, space station. Our extraterrestrial space station has been destroyed. A trembling, terrified voice fell like a thunderbolt into this tranquil and beautiful garden. What? Ancestor Lanling and Lan Aoyan exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously, following the attendant's gaze to the sky, their faces immediately darkening. Sure enough, right above them, in the once clear blue sky, a huge fireball was streaking across like a meteorite. Moreover, with their keen eyesight, a careful observation would clearly reveal fragments of metal falling and disintegrating amidst the burning fireball. Undoubtedly, this was the burning scene that would occur when a space station crashes into the atmosphere after being destroyed. Ancestor, this is troublesome, Lan Aoyan muttered gravely. Opposite him, Ancestor Lanling wore a similarly gloomy expression. Who else in this star cluster, besides the Dao Tian sect, could have silently traversed the outer reaches of the star system's space fortress, reaching Lanling's home planet, and dared to forcefully destroy the space station? Sure enough, not long after, a magnificent and elegant large flying ship slowly descended from the sky. This cultivation flying ship landed in Ancestor Lanling's courtyard. A moment later, a handsome and refined male cultivator, dressed in a moon-white robe, rode a drifting white cloud and instantly flew out from the ship's tall deck. He hovered high above Ancestor Lanling and Lan Aoyan, his unrestrained and carefree aura making it seem as if all living beings in this world, including Ancestor Lanling and the others, were nothing more than shallow and vulgar creatures. Only he, a cultivator beyond the reach of heaven and earth, an infinitely evolving being, was the most sublime existence in this world. HMPH, so it's Venerable Liu Fang of the Dao Tian sect. No wonder you were able to evade the monitoring of our extragalactic space fortress. Ancestor Lanling snorted coldly, not even glancing at the other party, and continued to drink his tea. However, the methods and various magical treasures of cultivators do indeed possess incredible and unique effects. Other civilizations that do not understand them are often caught off guard upon their first encounter. Therefore, many civilizations in the universe try their best to keep their distance from cultivation civilizations. This is because these cultivators are not only powerful, but also usually stubborn, aloof, and arrogant. Especially their temperament, they cannot tolerate the slightest displeasure and are extremely vengeful. They are quick to draw their swords at the slightest provocation, and if they gain the upper hand, they will wipe out the entire clan. In the eyes of cultivators, human life is no different from that of birds, beasts, or ants. Their minds are usually too lofty, and they often have little empathy for lower-level beings compared to them. Therefore, many civilizations in the universe, unless they possess strength comparable to cultivators, are all considered mere mortals and weeds. Once provoked, it is often the beginning of the destruction of that civilization. HMPH. Knowing that I am the Grand Elder of the Dao Tian sect, your Lanling family still dares to obstruct me. What are your intentions? Venerable Liu Feng, dressed in a moon-white robe, with an aloof demeanor, also snorted coldly. His aura, comparable to the 12th level of the Dao Tian sect master, immediately surged forth like a tidal wave. The mansion and back garden of Ancestor Lanling were instantly shrouded in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. All the servants and maids, even the higher-ranking guards, found it difficult to breathe under this overwhelming pressure. Especially the younger maids, who were serving fruit platters, were trembling with fear, dropping their platters and collapsing to the ground, their minds reeling from the intense tension. It's important to understand that the title of Venerable Liu Fang of the Daotian sect is not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Within the Daotian sect, he is the third most important figure, after Ancestor Kingshan Venerable and Sect Master Daotian Venerable. Moreover, he is the junior brother of Sect Master Daotian Venerable, sharing the same master, and has received meticulous guidance from the current level 13 Ancestor Kingshan Venerable. In terms of strength, Elder Liu Fang Venerable surpasses even Sect Master Daotian Venerable. Such a prominent figure suddenly appeared here. His imposing presence was far beyond the reach of the minor characters in the mansion. What are your intentions? How? Elder Liu Fang is truly joking. Seeing Venerable Liu Fang's overbearing manner, Ancestor Lanling's expression turned unfriendly, and he coldly sneered, "This is my Lanling Federation, not your Daotian sect. You can't come and go as you please here." With that, Ancestor Lanling's powerful aura, no less than Venerable Liu Fang's, immediately spread out. For a moment, the different auras emanating from Ancestor Lanling and Venerable Liu Fang clashed fiercely in this vast mansion garden, neither yielding to the other, like two solidified tides constantly merging and colliding. Because Ancestor Lanling had deliberately displayed his power, many of the Lanling family's servants and guards in the mansion and garden immediately felt a sense of relief, their pressure lessened, and their morale, which had just plummeted, began to recover rapidly. What? Does your Lanling family intend to keep this elder here? Facing the Lanling patriarch's unyielding stance, the handsome Venerable Liu Fang's eyes flashed with anger, and his expression turned cold. In an instant, the terrifying aura emanating from Venerable Liu Fang grew increasingly intense, as if the entire mansion and garden were being held captive by an invisible giant hand. The Lanling patriarch remained silent, staring intently at his teacup, his expression revealing no clear thought. Instead, the Lanling family patriarch, Lan Aoyan, coughed lightly, casually turning his gaze to question, "Elder Liu Feng, you have trespassed on my Lanling homeworld without cause and destroyed my extraterrestrial space station. What is your purpose? You must give our Lanling family an explanation." Although Lan Aoyan refrained from uttering threats due to the immense size of the Daotian sect, his unwavering resolve was evident beneath his seemingly calm expression. "How? Your Lanling family has really grown quite audacious. Having just separated from the killing people, you dare challenge this elder? Do you even have the ability?" Venerable Liu Feng, observing Lan Aoyan's composed demeanor, suddenly chuckled, his mocking eyes scanning the faces of Lanling Ancestor and Lan Aoyan. When he found them silent and no longer arguing, his handsome face beamed with smug satisfaction. It should be known that Venerable Liu Feng had already reached the 12th level of the celestial immortal realm. Including his subordinates and disciples, if they separated from the Daotian sect, they would constitute a level 3 cultivation civilization, not much weaker than the current Lanling family. And this was only his personal power. If the Daotian sect, now a level 4 civilization, were also included, the Lanling family would be insignificant in his eyes. Therefore, the Lanling family's current composed demeanor held no weight in his eyes. This elder has come to your home planet personally because there is an urgent matter that I must resolve. Venerable Liu Feng once again adopted a haughty and aloof expression, looking down at Ancestor Lanling and Lanao Yin. 3 outstanding intersect elders of our Daotian sect were cruelly murdered. Their names are Zuanjian, Yuding, and Honglin. I wonder if either of you has heard of them. Since your sect's elders were murdered, go find the murderer. Why come to our Lanling home planet to cause trouble? Lanao Yin remained unmoved, and Ancestor Lanling remained non-committal. Venerable Liu Feng's gaze swept across the faces of Lanao Yin and Ancestor Lanling, then he coldly chuckled. According to our Daotian sect's investigation, after Zuanjian, Yuding, and Honglin were murdered, all their belongings were dismantled and resold by your Lanling family. What explanation does your Lanling family have for this? Lanao Yin frowned slightly, but he and Ancestor Lanling still did not answer any questions. Venerable Liu Feng took in the expressions of the two men, his gaze immediately turning cold as he roared, "HMPH, your Lanling family has quite the audacity. You even dare to plot against someone from our Daotian sect. Do you want your entire clan wiped out?" Chapter 406 Kowloon. You've grown up. A terrifying aura permeated the scene, and all the attendants dared not utter a sound. Just then, Lanao Yin slowly spoke, "Elder Liu Feng, is it too hasty to conclude that our Lanling family murdered Zuanjian and the others simply because we resold some supplies?" Lanao Yin turned to look at Venerable Liu Feng, his expression calm and unhurried. Elder Liu Feng is surely well aware that the sources of goods in the market are complex and varied. No one can truly trace their origins. Our Lanling family merely acquired and resold a batch of supplies. What crime have we committed? How? Your Lanling family truly won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since you are so reckless, then this elder will not waste any more words with you. Venerable Liu Feng's handsome face immediately darkened. This elder will only say this once: hand over the culprit who murdered Zuanjian and the others, and submit to our Daotian sect. Otherwise, our Daotian sect will personally find the culprit, and then no one will be so polite to you. The loss of 3 talented and promising level 11 intersect elders was indeed a loss for the Daotian sect, but compared to the territory and resources of an entire level 3 civilization, this loss was insignificant. However, cultivators who always pursued the so-called heavenly Dao would find reasons and insist on legitimacy once they wanted something. Therefore, whether it was destroying the demonic path sect or putting pressure on the Blue Spirit Federation, it was not just for revenge, but more so for the territory and resources of these 2 level 3 civilizations, as their first territorial expansion after becoming a level 4 civilization. I think your Daotian sect's goal is to make our Blue Spirit family submit, isn't it? The Blue Spirit ancestor, who had been silent for a long time, slowly turned his gaze, and if our answer is no, then the demonic path sect will be your next fate. Venerable Liu Feng also fixed his gaze on the Blue Spirit ancestor, his tone gentle, yet seemingly containing immense power. A heavy, oppressive, and tense atmosphere spread between Venerable Liu Feng and the Blue Spirit ancestor. The clash of the 2 level 12 powerhouses created a chilling atmosphere, with many servants and maids trembling and shrinking to one side, fearing that the unleashed, merciless power of their battle would harm them, the innocent bystanders. However, the conflict they feared did not materialize. After a brief stalemate, the 2 level 12 powerhouses finally chuckled and said, "In that case, we have no choice but to hand over 9 dragons." 9 dragons? HMPH, you're smart enough to know what's good for you. Venerable Liu Feng clearly didn't know who 9 dragons was, but since they had taken the initiative to show weakness and were willing to hand them over, he was quite satisfied. Has 9 dragons arrived? Ancestor Lanling looked at Lanao Yin, who nodded knowingly. He's here. Sure enough, a golden light streaked across the sky. A cultivator dressed in a crimson-black outfit, with a slightly arrogant expression, appeared like a sharp sword, instantly landing between Ancestor Lanling and Venerable Liu Feng. The visitor was none other than Lanao Yin's other son-in-law, the 9 Dragons Immortal. 9 Dragons was originally a poor, wandering cultivator, But he was upright and virtuous, an illegitimate successor of the pure Yang ancient immortal sect. Therefore, he gained the appreciation of the Lanling family and was taken in as their son-in-law. Later, in cooperation with Wu Wei, he wiped out the three Daotian sect elders, Zhuangjian, Yuting, and Honglan, and successfully reclaimed the pure Yang ancient ruins that rightfully belonged to him. After formally receiving the pure Yang immortal sect master's inheritance within the ruins, his strength increased dramatically, advancing to level 11 on the return journey, achieving the true immortal realm. However, his future potential after receiving the sect master's inheritance was far greater than that. Therefore, after the Lanling family became an independent federal civilization, the vast majority of the Lanling Federation's surplus assets were used to support this limitless potential star. Furthermore, they spent a large sum of money to purchase a large amount of life essence from Wu Wei's bright divine kingdom, also that 9 dragons could advance even further. It's important to understand that in a nascent level 3 civilization, having only one level 12 expert, ancestor Lanling, isn't enough to maintain a solid foundation. If they could gain another level 12 expert, the Lanling Federation, this fledgling level 3 civilization, would truly have a foothold in this star cluster. Fortunately, Jiulong lived up to expectations. After a long period of diligent cultivation, he finally reached the level 12 celestial immortal realm several years ago, becoming another trump card for the Lanling Federation. For the past few years, the Lanling family had concealed Jiulong's advancement, intending to use it to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy when necessary. However, now that things have come to this, there's no need for Jiulong to hide it any longer. I am pure Yang Jiulong. The 9 dragons immortal hovered in midair, one hand behind his back, his upright and righteous pure Yang energy surging and spreading like a tidal wave. Opposite Jiulong, Venerable Liu Fang narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully examining his opponent. Clearly, the sudden arrival of the 9 dragons exuded an aura of extreme strength and masculinity, displaying immense power. This indicated that the level of their cultivation technique was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Even Venerable Liu Fang had to take this seriously. I killed those people from Zhuangjian. They were arrogant and unreasonable, attempting to seize the pure Yang immortal palace that rightfully belonged to me. Out of self-defense, I had to kill them. Since your Daotian sect wants revenge, then come at me. The 9 dragons immortal spoke with an imposing and awe-inspiring presence, showing no regard for Venerable Liu Fang or the Daotian sect behind him. Moreover, his taking the blame and actively provoking him was entirely due to the schemes of Lan Aoyun and Ancestor Lanling. Long before he arrived at the residence, Ancestor Lanling had already subtly conveyed his intentions to him through spiritual energy fluctuations. How, you, Chunyang Jiulong, you really dare to do what you do? Venerable Liu Fang's face instantly darkened. He stared coldly at Jiulong and chuckled menacingly. Since you've taken the initiative to admit it, this elder will not spare you today. Enough nonsense, teach me. Jiulong didn't say much. Even as he leaped into the air, he raised his hands and assumed a fighting stance. On the other side, Ancestor Lanling chuckled casually. Liu Fang, we've handed over the culprit you were looking for. Whether you can capture him or not depends on your own abilities. Lanling, what do you mean? Feeling slighted, Venerable Liu Fang was indeed provoked and glared angrily. I am the Grand Elder of the Daotian sect. How dare a mere nameless rogue cultivator act so presumptuously before me? Before he finished speaking, Venerable Liu Fang leaped in front of Immortal Jiulong, raised his hand, and a white jade bone fan instantly appeared in his hand. HMPH. Jiulong, today I, this elder, will use your head as a sacrifice to avenge the tragic deaths of my Daotian sect disciples. My head is right here, come and take it if you dare. Jiulong was no longer the same as before. Facing the Grand Elder of the Daotian sect, his gaze remained resolute, without any panic. He immediately recited a sword incantation and suddenly raised his right hand with fingers together. With a resounding clang, an ancient longsword, adorned with a faint golden hue, flew swiftly from its scabbard on his back, soaring into the air. The melodious sword cry echoed through the air, the pale golden aura swirling around the blade resembling 9 golden dragons coiled around it, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. Excellent. Below, Lan Aoyun clapped his hands in admiration. His son-in-law had already surpassed him. His imposing presence was like a sword that could cleave the heavens, unstoppable. How could he not feel exhilarated and full of praise upon witnessing his son-in-law's imposing stature? This child, Jiulong, has a limitless future. I've only been away from him for a few months, yet his pure yang dragon energy has improved so much, said the old ancestor Lan Ling, sitting opposite him, sipping tea, nodding in agreement. Based on his understanding of the pure yang immortal sect, the so-called pure yang dragon key did not refer to borrowing the power of the divine beast, the heavenly dragon, but rather to cultivating the pure yang key of the world to its extreme, achieving a masculine power resembling the might of a dragon. The dragon is the king of all beasts, and the pure yang immortal sect's cultivation methods, if cultivated to their peak, would also reach the pinnacle of masculinity. These ungrateful bastards. The sight of ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoying chatting and laughing together made Venerable Liu Feng's face darken instantly. He, the dignified grand elder of the Dao Tian sect, Liu Feng, was usually so prestigious and powerful. Wherever he went, he was always surrounded by followers and commanded great respect. Even his senior brother, the Dao Tian sect master, Venerable Dao Tian, treated him with deference. But what were these people? How dare a mere rogue cultivator who stumbled upon a legacy challenged him? And those people from the Blue Spirit clan infuriated him even more. This family was once nothing more than a vassal of a level 3 civilization, and only through some trickery did they manage to separate into an independent civilization. He, Liu Feng, however, was a direct descendant of the Dao Tian sect. In any other civilization, he would be the first heir with the right to inherit the entire civilization. His status and power were far beyond what these country bumpkins from the Blue Spirit clan could compare to. He had come here personally, intending only to seize the Blue Spirit clan's territory without bloodshed. But how could he expect to be so utterly disrespected by these country bumpkins? This was simply intolerable. Arrogant scoundrel, today I'll show you the power of my Dao Tian sect's heavenly profound key control technique. As he spoke, Venerable Liu Feng formed a hand seal with his left hand and chanted an incantation. In a short moment, an extremely fierce gale instantly surged around him. A fierce wind whipped up thick clouds, obscuring the sun and sky. The once clear, cloudless day instantly transformed into an impending storm. Amidst this raging storm, Venerable Liu Feng stood proudly in midair, his moon-white robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes, fixed on the 9 dragons immortal, were filled with a powerful and awe-inspiring gaze. Suddenly, Venerable Liu Feng, wielding his white jade bone fan, unleashed a powerful wave. Instantly, the compressed wind force gathered around him found its outlet, surging towards the 9 dragons immortal. The terrifying scene resembled a thunderstorm. The wind pressure, almost visible to the naked eye, surged like a raging flood, instantly plunging the entire world into darkness. And that wasn't all. After unleashing this hurricane, Venerable Liu Feng's bone fan continued its relentless attack. In the raging wind, his movements were elegant and graceful, like a dancer gracefully moving. Simultaneously, he rapidly fanned his bone fan, unleashing countless almost invisible wind blades that struck first despite being slower than the last. Almost instantly, the howling hurricane, swirling with countless sharp wind blades, resembled a giant meat grinder, engulfing the 9 dragons immortal. As expected of the great elder of the Dao Tian sect, second only to the sect master. His heavenly profound key control technique is indeed incredibly powerful. Below, Lanling clan chief Lan Aoying looked up, unable to help but praise the terrifying wind pressure. The powerful Liu Feng Venerable, reaching the heavenly immortal level, was indeed extremely formidable. Even an ordinary level 12 expert, let alone Lan Aoying at level 11, would likely be severely injured or killed if caught in his wind array. Could this move be the legendary tracing wind and flowing shadow? The knowledgeable ancestor Lan Ling narrowed his eyes, examined it carefully for a moment, and finally confirmed, that's right, this move is tracing wind and flowing shadow. I didn't expect Venerable Liu Feng to have cultivated the heavenly profound key control technique to such a pinnacle. He not only controls the wind with ease, but also conceals incredibly sharp, invisible wind blades within the wind. It truly combines the real and the illusory, trapping and killing in one. Judging from this move alone, he has reached the pinnacle. To receive such appreciation from the ancestor, it seems that I haven't overrated him. Lan Aoying refilled ancestor Lan Ling's teacup and humbly inquired, Venerable Liu Feng truly deserves to be called a grandmaster. I just wonder if my son-in-law, the 9 dragons, can handle his heavenly profound key control technique. He, Huo Yuan, no need to rush. Ancestor Lan Ling picked up his teacup and chuckled slowly. If Jiu Long were still that rogue cultivator without a sect or even complete cultivation techniques, he would definitely not be a match for Venerable Liu Feng. However, Jiu Long is no longer the same as before. He has long since become the legitimate successor of the Pure Yang Immortal sect. With his current abilities, I think he is more than capable of fighting. Hearing this assessment, Lan Huoyuan finally calmed down and turned his gaze back to the battle in the sky. Meanwhile, in the back garden of the Divine Kingdom, Wu Wei, who was about to enjoy afternoon tea with his beloved concubine, also received a distress call from the Lan Ling family. He raised an eyebrow and, through the faith passage, shifted his gaze to ancestor Lan Ling's garden. He caught a glimpse of the battle between the 9 dragons immortal and the flowing wind venerable, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that after a while, the 9 dragons would emerge from seclusion at such a high level. He truly hasn't wasted the life essence I allocated to him. While it was said to be allocated to him, it was actually purchased by the Blue Spirit family at a high price using star essence. In truth, Wu Wei had made quite a profit from them, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the only one in the world capable of condensing and creating life essence. My lord, should I go and make arrangements? The holy consort Catherine, who handled Wu Wei's internal and external affairs, stepped forward to inquire. The Dao Heaven sect has already annexed the demonic Dao sect and is now extending its tentacles to the Blue Spirit Federation. Their ambitions are already obvious. To consolidate our interests, conflict with the Dao Heaven sect is inevitable. Rather than passively resisting, we should concentrate our forces and defeat them in one fell swoop. Then I will trouble my beloved consort. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. The Blue Spirit family had provided him with a large number of followers and business dealings, and having such a steadfast ally was of great significance in every aspect. If the Lanling family were to fall, not only would the rival Daoshan sect's power greatly increase, but Wu Wei's entire fortune would also be wiped out. Therefore, aiding the Lanling family was aiding Wu Wei himself. There's no time to lose, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Katerina took her leave from Wu Wei and then immediately began arranging the aid. The Light God Kingdom had now reached the scale of a newly established level 4 civilization, and its overall strength surpassed that of the Daoshan sect. Not to mention joining forces with the Lanling family, it was not afraid to confront the God Kingdom alone. Chapter 407 The Ancestor Makes a Move. Just as various forces were stirring up trouble and secretly making their own preparations, above the courtyard of the Blue Spirit Ancestor, facing the terrifying hurricanes that were relentlessly attacking, the 9 dragons' immortal's eyes blazed with an unprecedentedly intense fighting spirit. He understood that he had finally faced a true life-or-death battle, the best test of his cultivation since inheriting the Pure Yang lineage. Pure Yang returns to the core, stabilizing the 5 elements. The primordial energy breaks through the sky. The 9 dragons raised his hand, gripped his sword, and after performing a series of sword flourishes, suddenly lunged forward, a golden light flashing from the sword's edge. Enveloped in this pure Yang sword energy, the 9 dragons seemed to merge with his sword in his hand, his entire being like a thunderbolt cleaving through the sky, carrying an unstoppable momentum as he instantly charged into the oncoming gusts of wind and sped forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the sharp sword energy and the powerful wind collided violently, causing the entire sky to erupt in chaos. Below, Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun watched with great interest, admiring and praising the scene, and indeed, the situation unfolded exactly as they had predicted. Venerable Liu Fang's heavenly profound key control technique was agile and light, combining softness with strength. Once the wind array was formed, enemies trapped in the hurricane were often helpless, cut to death by the wind's force. However, while Venerable Liu Fang's heavenly profound key control technique was soft, it lacked power. It was more than enough to deal with most powerful individuals, but against the successor of an ancient immortal sect, whose sword technique, the 9 dragons, was extremely powerful and Yang, Liu Fang's wind blades were unlikely to be effective. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds rang out, clang, clang clang. The 9 dragons, its sword rising like a rainbow, was like an arrow released from a bow, carrying golden light, shooting straight at Venerable Liu Fang. At this moment, the countless powerful wind blades slashing towards him from all sides were shattered like crashing waves. The pure Yang sword energy that enveloped him and his sword was like indestructible metal, remaining unmoved no matter how strong the wind blew. Your pure Yang sword energy is indeed extremely fierce. Seeing the 9 dragons about to pierce through the wind array and rush towards him at high speed, Venerable Liu Fang narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, HMPH, it's a pity that with this brute force, You are no match for this elder. Sure enough, the 9 dragons, which had pierced through the sky and the entire wind array, had already had their fierce sword energy largely depleted. Now, even if they reached Venerable Liu Feng, their threat level had clearly decreased by several levels. Bang bang bang. Venerable Liu Feng closed his white jade bone fan, using it as a sword, and exchanged several blows with the 9 dragon immortal. After deflecting the remaining force of the 9 dragon sword energy, he repelled the 9 dragons with a single fan and then leaped backward. 9 dragons, you have had a remarkable encounter, which makes you a remarkable person. It's just a pity that you've met me today. Creating space between himself and 9 dragons once more, Venerable Liu Feng silently chanted an incantation, simultaneously waving his hand sharply, 8 desolate gale formation. With each wave of his white jade fan, its size increased dramatically, and the wind force doubled accordingly. In just a few breaths, the white jade fan in Venerable Liu Feng's hand had grown to more than half a person's height, and the wind force it generated had more than tripled. The terrifying wind force seemed to possess the power to swallow the heavens and earth, almost enveloping the entire sky in a massive vortex. The violent wind pressure swept through the dark, thick clouds, causing the entire world to lose its color, becoming a chaotic mess. On the ground, the visible wind pressure whipped up sand and stones, uprooted large trees, and almost instantly destroyed the beautiful garden of Ancestor Lanling. Many of the less powerful servants and maids, along with the manor's guards, fled in panic towards the interior of the manor, fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in being swept away by the storm and perishing without a trace. Crack! The stone table and teacups in front of Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun shattered under the intense wind pressure, then were swept into the air like dust and vanished without a trace. Ancestor, it seems we won't be able to drink our tea. Lan Aoyun chuckled jokingly, then looked at Ancestor Lan Ling meaningfully. Alright, we've chatted enough. It's time to get down to business. Ancestor Lan Ling slowly rose, waved his hand, and the entire manor's defense mechanism activated. A pale blue spiritual energy shield immediately rose on the outer layer. He didn't want his luxurious manor to be destroyed in the storm like this garden. Once the spiritual energy shield was fully activated, Ancestor Lan Ling and Lan Aoyun also disappeared from the spot. On this side, Venerable Liu Feng's competitive spirit was fully ignited, his entire focus on the battle with Zhilong. There are few who can make this elder unleash the 8 desolate wind-splitting formation. Venerable Liu Feng's fighting spirit soared, the storm vortex controlled by his will seemingly swallowing the heavens and earth, its power immense and terrifying. Zhilong, now you can die with pride. With a powerful wave of his giant fan, Venerable Liu Feng abruptly shifted the massive vortex that almost enveloped the entire world. The incredibly violent hurricane vortex, carrying astonishingly immense torque, was like a giant meat grinder with its own suction, directly swallowing Zhilong. The terrifying aura seemed to shred even this space. Faced with such a terrifying scene, all the servants and guards hiding in the Blue Spirit Ancestor's mansion below stared wide-eyed in utter terror. This power, almost divine, could be clearly seen surging in the clouds even above the atmosphere. If one were to fall into this hurricane cyclone, even an interstellar warship forged from steel alloy would likely be twisted into a tangled mess, let alone a mere flesh and blood being right at the center of the cyclone, the 9 dragons immortal. Liu Feng, if I truly die in your wind formation, then it is because my skills are lacking, and I have no one else to blame. Saying this, the 9 dragons immortal, holding a long sword and hovering in the eye of the storm, couldn't help but let a cold glint flash in his eyes. However, if I can withstand your wind formation without defeat, then that will be your death. With that, the 9 dragons immortal unleashed his full power. He raised his hand, tossing his long sword, and simultaneously pointed to his lips, fiercely commanding, "Sword God united, one breath transforms into 3,000. Rise." In an instant, the long sword he had thrown out multiplied, 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into countless more, almost in the blink of an eye, countless flying swords swirling around him. A soft, melodious hum resonated from the sword, like countless flying dragons coiling around the 9 dragons immortal. Their powerful and domineering aura layered upon layer, stretching endlessly, as if even this entire space-time would be shattered by the dragons. HMPH. Mere tricks. How dare you embarrass yourself before this elder? Then try it. Whoosh. Crack. Buzz buzz buzz. The conflict between Venerable Liu Feng and the 9 dragons immortal finally erupted completely. Their magnificent and terrifying power almost caused the surrounding winds to boil. Venerable Liu Fang manipulated the fierce wind pressure, forcefully pressing down on the 9 dragons. Simultaneously, countless hidden wind-splitting slashes, seemingly capable of severing even space itself, continuously cut towards the 9 dragons. However, the 9 dragons remained firmly in the eye of the storm, surrounded by thousands of rapidly spinning flying swords forming an almost absolute defensive domain, like an indestructible golden bell, tightly protecting him within. No matter how much external wind pressure assaulted them, the flying sword, imbued with pure yang sword energy, remained unmoved. Simultaneously, whenever a wind blade hidden within a hurricane struck, Jiulong would immediately divert additional divine sense to control the flying sword, shattering it with a single strike. It was as if hundreds of guards wielding sharp blades were protecting Jiulong, maintaining a steadfast defense regardless of how Liu Fang Venerable's 8 desolate wind-splitting formation was executed. Thus, the intense exchange lasted for half an hour, the battle transforming into a tense stalemate. Jiulong's expression was cold and resolute, showing no sign of panic, his nerves taut as he firmly defended his line. Liu Fang Venerable, on the other hand, gradually frowned, a hint of seriousness finally appearing on his handsome face. The current situation was indeed as Jiulong had predicted. If Liu Fang were stronger, he would undoubtedly break through Jiulong's defenses and utterly obliterate him. However, if Liu Fang's skill is insufficient and his foundation not deep enough, once his offensive weakens, Jiulong will inevitably break through his defenses and switch to offense. At that time, Jiulong will unleash 1,000 swords simultaneously, and Liu Fang will surely die without a burial place. It's a matter of life or death. Just thinking about this outcome makes most cultivators who have reached the heavenly immortal realm feel uneasy and apprehensive. Venerable Liu Fang is no exception, but he still has his greatest confidence. He, Jiulong, the inheritance you snatched from Zhuangjian and the others is indeed remarkable, but at this rate, how long can you hold out? Half a quarter of an hour? Or will the excessive consumption make you unable to even speak? As Venerable Liu Fang mocked, a cruel glint appeared on his once handsome face. Don't worry, when you're exhausted, this elder will tear you to pieces and annihilate your soul. HMPH. The pure yang inheritance rightfully belongs to me, 9 dragons. That old dog Zhuangjian and his gang wanted to snatch it, so they deserved to die. In the wind's eye, the 9 dragons immortal coldly retorted. As for whether I can hold on in time? Hell, that's none of your concern. You should cherish the moment you can still breathe. Haha, you audacious madman, what a boastful tone. This elder will see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. Venerable Liu Fang couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. In his eyes, 9 dragons' retort was undoubtedly a laughable absurdity. He, Liu Fang, was a long-established, veteran level 12 celestial immortal. As the third-ranking figure in the Daotian sect, this meant that his cultivation techniques and foundation had already reached an extreme level. This 9 dragons was merely a newly promoted celestial immortal who had just reached level 12. Such a novice, with an unstable foundation and barely developed cultivation techniques, actually dared to challenge him? This was clearly a suicidal act, utterly laughable. Since you're so eager to die, this elder will grant your wish. Venerable Liu Fang's eyes were already filled with disgust and contempt. Just as he was preparing to intensify his attack and completely crush 9 dragons, a large shadow began to loom over their heads. What was that? Almost instinctively, Venerable Liu Fang looked up at the sky, his pupils instantly shrinking. Those enormous shadows gathering from all directions were none other than the interstellar warships of the Blue Spirit clan. Liu Fang, 9 dragons is, after all, my son-in-law. My son-in-law is fighting you, how can I stand idly by? The speaker was none other than Blue Spirit clan chief Lan Aoyin. He was now standing on the outer deck of a warship, exuding confidence and charisma. Fire! Lan Huo didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately shouting the order. The 8 Blue Spirit warships that had gathered, as soon as they reached firing range, unleashed a barrage of powerful firepower on the flying boat that Venerable Liu Fang had previously been riding. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Venerable Liu Fang's flying boat was indeed no ordinary vessel. Besides its precious materials, it also possessed a powerful protective array. However, no matter how sturdy a flying boat was, how could it withstand the full-force bombardment of 8 Blue Spirit warships? In just a few breaths, the flying boat's defensive array was forcibly breached by the 8 warships' relentless attacks, and the hull was immediately severely damaged, with several large holes blasted into it in the blink of an eye. The flames instantly engulfed it, and the flying boat, which had been hovering in midair, immediately plummeted towards the ground like a falling meteorite, engulfed in flames. Of course, there were still more than 200 of Liu Fang's disciples on the flying boat. Many of these disciples were killed on the spot by the warships, and less than 30 elites desperately tried to abandon ship and escape. But how could the Lanling family, who had already made thorough preparations, let them escape so easily? These 30-odd elite disciples, having just stepped off the airship, were immediately subjected to fierce bombardment from the warship's secondary guns. In addition, hundreds of individual fighter jets and ground troops had been waiting for some time. With almost no effort, these 30-odd elite disciples were riddled with holes, utterly dead. Lan Aoyan, you, how dare you? Venerable Liu Fang's eyes widened in fury as he roared, I am the Grand Elder of the Daotian sect. You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me? Bah! Foolish madman, what is your Daotian sect? Do you really think our Lanling family is afraid of you? Lan Aoyan's eyes were cold, his back straight and resolute. HMPH, you dared to trespass into our Lanling home planet alone, then this is your fate. The reason the Lanling family could be so defiant in the face of the Daotian sect, besides their own increasingly powerful strength, was undoubtedly due to the unwavering support of the Bright Civilization and Wu Wei. Now that their exploits of killing Zhuangjian and the others have been exposed, a conflict with the Daotian sect is inevitable. Therefore, they might as well strike first. Most importantly, while secretly contacting Wu Wei, they received his affirmative reply, hence their current arrangements. PFFT. Realizing his carelessness had backfired, Venerable Liu Fang was overcome with rage, causing a backlash from his internal energy during the battle, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Venerable Liu Fang gritted his teeth in hatred, but this was precisely because of his usual arrogance, his complete disregard for these lower-level civilizations, which had led to his current dire situation. How could he have imagined that this recently independent Lanling family would completely disregard their Daotian sect? They even dared to engage in warfare. This was utterly unprecedented and abnormal. Lan Aoyan, you have some nerve. You dare lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid the Daotian sect will wipe out your entire clan? Venerable Liu Fang was locked in a fierce battle with the 9 dragons and couldn't break free for the moment. He could only glare fiercely at Lan Aoyan with his eyes blazing with fury. He still had considerable confidence. Although his flying boat was destroyed, and he had lost the means to leave this planet and the star system in the short term, the powerful Daotian sect was still his strongest trump card. Anyone who dared to provoke the Daotian sect would face the most brutal revenge from the entire sect. Elder Liu Fang, how many times do we have to tell you before you understand? This is our blue spirit mother star, not your Daotian sect. Just then, a calm and powerful voice, yet laced with killing intent, suddenly rang out behind Venerable Liu Fang. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, Zhuangjian died at my hands. Venerable Liu Fang's heart tightened suddenly, and a chill instantly crept up his spine. He hurriedly glanced back and saw a blue-skinned man with white hair and beard, yet possessing a powerful and vigorous physique, who had appeared behind him at some point. This man was none other than the Blue Spirit Ancestor, the strongest member of the Blue Spirit clan, also at the 12th level Celestial Immortal Realm. Chapter 408 The Growth of the Blue Spirit Family. Lan Ling. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Venerable Liu Fang, filled with fear, hurriedly glared and shouted, Our ancestor, Venerable Qingdan, has reached the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm. Just a few days ago, he slaughtered the entire Demonic Path sect. His falling phoenix blade is already at a divine level, and he treats me like his own son. If you dare to harm me, he will definitely avenge me. At that time, your entire family, no, your entire clan will not be spared. Now, Venerable Liu Fang was indeed somewhat panicked. He never expected that a newly independent civilization, which had just emerged from the K-Ling people system and was considered by him to be nothing more than a barbaric and lowly race, would actually dare to kill him, the Grand Elder of the Daotian sect. Such an inconceivable thing was beyond the comprehension of even the entire Daotian sect. Similarly, he had indeed been too careless. He thought that the current prestige of the Daotian sect in this star cluster was enough to intimidate all low-level civilizations. Even unifying the entire star cluster in the future would be a piece of cake. With him, the third-ranking figure in the Daotian sect, personally leading the charge. This display of power was enough to intimidate the Blue Spirit's upper echelons, forcing the entire Blue Spirit family to submit obediently, thus achieving the goal of conquering the entire Blue Spirit Federation without bloodshed. However, it was precisely this confidence, and the sense of superiority he had cultivated over time, that led him to his current predicament. Only now did he realize that he had fallen step by step into a trap secretly laid by the Blue Spirit family. But he still had a glimmer of hope. The renowned Daotian sect patriarch, Venerable Qingshan. Venerable Qingshan had now powerfully ascended to the 13th level golden immortal realm. With his inherited ancient Daotian Zhuan Miegong and the fierce and domineering Luo Feng blade, he was probably unmatched throughout the entire star cluster. Even on the scale of the entire Star Lake, Venerable Qingshan of their Daotian sect was undoubtedly a figure of great importance. With this prestige, the Blue Spirit family would definitely have something to fear. As long as there's something to hold back, Liu Feng has a sliver of hope. Liu Feng, should I call you naive, or foolish? The Blue Spirit ancestor narrowed his eyes, chuckling casually. We killed 3 elders of your Daotian sect to protect ourselves. Do you cultivators really think you can just let this go? Furthermore, we are merely a newly born civilization. What right do we have to negotiate with your powerful Daotian sect? Do you think your Daotian sect will even consider the Blue Spirit Federation a threat? Will you give us a way out? At this point, a cold glint appeared in the Blue Spirit ancestor's narrowed eyes. Since we've already torn off all pretense, we have no choice but to kill to silence them and buy ourselves some more time. Hearing this, a chill ran through Liu Feng's noble heart. In his panic, he tried to shout, hoping to seize another chance, but before he could make a move, the Blue Spirit ancestor had already attacked. Bang! Ancestor Lanling struck Venerable Liu Feng in the back with a palm strike, causing the latter to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His 8 desolate wind-splitting formation could no longer be sustained, and he was instantly cleaved in 2 by the 9 Dragons Immortal's sword. The next instant, the unstoppable 9 dragons surged forward, slashing at Venerable Liu Feng's chest with their sword. Having taken a palm strike and suffered a powerful backlash from the wind formation, Liu Feng's internal organs trembled violently, his blood boiling, and he nearly fainted. Faced with a sudden sword strike from the 9 dragons, even if he wanted to parry, he lacked the strength to complete the entire movement. He could only barely raise his white jade fan, while his other hand secretly gripped the jade pendant at his waist, barely activating a protective magic treasure. Clang! Venerable Liu Feng's white jade fan was cleaved away by the 9 dragon sword, the residual force striking Venerable Liu Feng's chest. At this moment, Venerable Liu Feng's life-saving jade pendant immediately activated, a layer of azure true key shield instantly appearing on his body. But how could the jade pendant possibly withstand the 9 dragons immortals' extremely powerful and fierce sword energy? Immediately, another explosion rang out, and the jade pendant and the true energy shield shattered. Suffering another severe blow from the recoil, Venerable Liu Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, his entire body plummeting towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. HMPH, these cultivators certainly have endless ways to save their lives, but this is all he can do. 9 dragons, don't give him a chance to breathe, follow me. Ancestor Lanling immediately called to 9 dragons, giving chase. Having lived to his age, Ancestor Lanling possessed a profound understanding of cultivators. Cultivators greatly enjoyed crafting magical artifacts for killing enemies and self-defense, so even when victory was assured, one could not afford to be complacent when facing any cultivator. However, with 2 level 12 experts simultaneously attacking to annihilate the barely surviving Venerable Liu Feng, the outcome was practically a foregone conclusion. At the same time, in the distant Divine Kingdom, I never imagined the Lanling family's strength would grow to such a level. It seems this time, even I, the Divine Lord, won't need to intervene. The Lanling family is more than capable of handling this trouble. Wu Wei, who was about to order aid to the Lanling family, felt a sense of relief upon seeing the Lanling ancestor and the newly promoted 9 dragons using both force and strategy to completely subdue Elder Liu Feng. The Lanling family's rise was less a result of his support and more a consequence of their shared growth. When he first entered the universe, he relied on nothing more than a hollow facade, until he encountered Lan Fudy and the Lanling family. Through their introduction and assistance, Wu Wei gradually gained access to the Grand Market, the Cosmic Bank, and the flourishing commercial trade. After these initial contacts, The light civilization under Wu Wei's control truly began to take off. Later, a marriage alliance with the Lanling family led to close trade cooperation, and the Lanling family opened up numerous lower-level civilizations to Wu Wei, allowing the light faith to spread widely. Furthermore, the Lanling family shared the precious relics of the pure Yang ancient immortal sect with Wu Wei. It was this series of mutually beneficial collaborations that allowed Wu Wei to reap enormous profits and rapidly increase his strength. Similarly, the Lanling family, thanks to the various preferential treatments and support provided by Wu Wei, experienced a surge in overall strength, eventually becoming an independent level 3 civilization. Currently, the Lanling family's strength cannot compare to Wu Wei's Kingdom of Light, but as a new level 3 civilization, they are undoubtedly Wu Wei's most steadfast ally. Moreover, the Lanling family's industries, territories, and the massive low-level population under their jurisdiction are already directly related to Wu Wei's vital interests. It can be said that the larger the Lanling family's industries, the larger Wu Wei's business as a supplier can become. The more territory and population the Lanling family has, the more his followers and the wider his missionary reach will expand. Therefore, whether out of morality or Wu Wei's own interests, he would definitely give his full support to the Lanling family, his in-laws and ally. It seems that the Lanling family is indeed not what it used to be. This is a great thing for His Majesty. After arranging everything, Holy Consort Catherine returned to Wu Wei's side. Looking at the scene Wu Wei had unfolded, she praised with a joyful expression. Moreover, after obtaining the pure Yang inheritance, that 9 dragon's strength has improved very quickly. I think that given time, even the Lanling ancestor will be surpassed by him. 9 dragons is a good person. If his strength can improve further in the future, our divine kingdom will have another powerful helper. Wu Wei had a good impression of 9 dragons. The two had become acquainted through a fight. Although he came from humble beginnings, he was very upright and loyal. This was the reason why the Lanling family and Wu Wei both thought highly of him. Your Majesty, the overall situation is now settled. Elder Liu Feng is undoubtedly dead, and the crisis on Blue Spirit Mother Planet has been resolved. However, since the Daotian sect has come knocking, it means that a future conflict with them is inevitable. Holy Consort Katerina said, a hint of worry creeping onto her gentle face. Based on my current assessment, the overall strength of the Daotian sect is probably no less than that of our divine kingdom. Especially their ancestor, Venerable King Shen, who is a level 13 golden immortal. We absolutely cannot underestimate him. Katerina's concerns were not unfounded. If 2 civilizations are evenly matched in overall strength, then setting aside external factors such as battlefield and tactics, what truly determines the outcome is often the top-tier powerhouses at the forefront. A level 13 superior powerhouse on the battlefield, in terms of both intimidation and combat ability, far surpasses many level 12 divine generals. A level 13 powerhouse absolutely possesses the power to change the entire course of the battle. This is also the main reason why the Daotian sect, relying on the overwhelming power of the sky-supporting Venerable, managed to annihilate the entire demonic path sect. The sky-supporting Venerable is indeed a formidable enemy, Wu Wei mused. He had accumulated resources for a long time, but only managed to create 1 level 13 divine general, Angel Doris. He could indeed control a level 13 pure Yang ancient immortal sect puppet, but a level 13 immortal sect puppet was ultimately just an external object, and with his current divine soul strength, it was difficult to control it for an extended period. Therefore, it was clear that Angel Doris was the only truly top-tier combatant. Moreover, given his current territory and income, it would be difficult to accumulate another level 13 divine general in a short time. Therefore, with only 1 level 13 true combatant, Wu Wei would find it difficult to gain the same absolute advantage as before when directly confronting the Daotian sect, and could easily suffer a hidden loss. Unless Wu Wei could accelerate his resource acquisition and create another level 13 divine general, or devise a plan to eliminate the sky-supporting Venerable, but both of these things seemed impossible at present. Sigh, Wu Wei thought to himself, in the end, it's because my foundation is too weak. I lack territory, resources, followers, and subordinates. Otherwise, would I need to be wary of a mere sky-supporting Venerable? However, just as Wu Wei was pondering this, Katerina, who had been watching the battle closely, suddenly cried out in alarm, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. What's going on? Wu Wei quickly turned to look, his expression changing drastically. The Blue Spirit clan was in grave danger. Chapter 409 The Golden Immortal descends. Ha ha ha, I deserve no death, but every single one of you from the Blue Spirit clan will be buried with me. In mid-air, Venerable Liu Fang was covered in wounds, especially a sword wound to his chest that nearly cleaved his body in two. Yet, amidst the gushing blood and mangled flesh, Venerable Liu Fang laughed maniacally, then used all his remaining strength to toss a metal talisman into the air. PFFT. Cough, cough. Venerable Liu Fang spat out a mouthful of blood before finally breathing his last, his body crashing heavily to the ground like a tattered rag. But at that very moment, the golden talisman shattered, and a burst of crimson light suddenly appeared in the sky. In the densely clouded sky, this crimson light resembled a scarlet eye, coldly watching all the Blue Spirit clan members below. This light continued to flicker in the sky, and after only a few breaths, its size suddenly increased dramatically. In an instant, dark clouds surged across the sky, blazing with crimson light. In the blink of an eye, a colossal vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing the entire world, appeared before everyone. Gale force winds howled across the sky and earth, and all the surrounding clouds twisted and churned due to the massive vortex. Just then, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the immense power emanating from the giant vortex tore a gaping hole in the space at its center. With the space shattered, a vast and boundless power, seemingly emanating from the depths of the universe, immediately surged towards this world through the dark spatial rift. The Blue Spirit Ancestor, the 9 Dragons Immortal, Lan Aoyan, and every member of the Blue Spirit clan suspended in midair, all froze in terror, their eyes wide as they gazed up at this apocalyptic spectacle, as if peering into the deepest abyss of the universe. The profound sense of insignificance they felt was enough to suffocate any living being. Damn it! This spatial power, this is the great teleportation technique. Staring at the vortex-like cracks blooming high in the sky, Ancestor Lan Ling's expression turned extremely grave. Based on his years of understanding of cultivators, he knew that cultivators usually traversed space, calling it universe shift. Related spatial techniques were called teleportation techniques. The so-called Great Teleportation Technique was a top-tier spatial technique capable of breaking through dimensional barriers, constructing spatial channels, and instantly traversing interstellar galaxies. Even if separated by 2 star lakes, as long as the Great Teleportation Technique was successfully executed, a channel could be opened, instantly connecting the 2 planes. This was somewhat similar to the Gate of Heaven controlled by Wu Wei, except that the Great Teleportation Technique was said to be a top-tier secret technique from the ancient cultivation era, now lost within many sects. What has survived are usually ancient artifacts, often impossible to replicate, and each use reduces the remaining ones. Just now, the metal talisman that Venerable Liu Fang threw out before his death was undoubtedly a special talisman inscribed with a Great Teleportation Technique. Now that this Great Teleportation Talisman has been activated, no matter which plane it connects to, it absolutely has the power to annihilate the entire Lanling family. What? Ancestor, you mean, the special passage connecting to another plane has been opened? Lan Aoyan, still standing on the warship, felt a chill run down his spine. He then reacted and repeatedly ordered the mansion below and the capital city not far away, quick. All Lanling family members, evacuate immediately. Evacuate Lanling number 1 home planet immediately. Lan Aoyan's reaction was not excessive at all. The enemy that Venerable Liu Fang regarded as his savior and the last move of his revenge after death could summon was definitely not to be underestimated. Even this Lanling home planet could suffer a devastating blow as a result. However, before Lan Aoyan could fully issue his order, the Blue Spirit Ancestor, not far away, sighed silently, "It's too late." A magnificent aura surged forth from the spatial rift, deeply awe-inspiring everyone present. Just then, a colossal flying boat, neither wood nor gold, leaped out of the rift like a whale emerging from the water, majestically soaring into the sky. This flying boat was enormous, several times larger than Venerable Liu Fang's. It was more like a gigantic floating island than a flying boat. Its sturdy, steel-like hull, along with its pavilions, towers, and spiritual trees and plants, far surpassed the grandeur and magnificence of the Blue Spirit Ancestor's residence on the ground. Everyone present, including Jin Long, Lan Aoyan, and all the Blue Spirit clan members and servants, had never seen such a magnificent and splendid flying boat before. They were all utterly stunned and speechless. Only Patriarch Lanling stood silently, his eyes slightly narrowed, hovering before the giant flying ship. He understood that the Landling family's survival was at stake. Nephew. Nephew Lilifeng. Where are you? Quickly answer your uncle's question. As soon as the giant flying ship came to a stop, urgent calls echoed from its deck. Then, a figure in a long blue robe, like a streak of light, leaped swiftly from the flying ship into the air. This figure appeared somewhat thin, but his posture was remarkably upright, his straight back like a sturdy pine tree on a cliff edge. His hair and beard were all white, and his slightly angry eyes revealed a piercing sharpness. Upon reaching the sky, he began searching in all directions, ignoring everything else. Nephew Lilifeng, where are you? Answer me quickly. Don't worry, if anyone dares to harm a single hair on your head, I, Qingshan, will tear them to pieces. Without a doubt, the newcomer was none other than Patriarch Qingshan of the Daotian sect, a golden immortal. He had just been stationed at the ancestral land of the Demonic Path sect. After annihilating the Demonic Path sect, it would take time to inventory all the resources within its territory and to completely absorb its vast domain. But just then, a great teleportation token suddenly appeared before him. The Great Teleportation Token was an ancient treasure discovered by the ancestors of the Dao Heaven sect when they found an ancient cultivation inheritance. The method for forging the Great Teleportation Token has been lost, but 5 tokens were obtained in that instance. 2 were used in the past, leaving only 3, held by Venerable Dao Heaven, Venerable Liu Feng, and Venerable Qingdian himself. The Great Teleportation Token held immense significance within the Dao Heaven sect, not merely for instantly opening special channels and quickly traversing planes, but also as a crucial artifact for survival and seeking help in times of crisis. Therefore, the special coordinates of the Great Teleportation Tokens held by the 2 brothers, Dao Heaven and Liu Feng, were bound to Venerable Qingdian, the most powerful figure in the entire Dao Heaven sect. Venerable Qingshan was a reclusive ascetic, dedicating himself to comprehending the Dao of Heaven, and remained childless throughout his life. Because of this, Venerable Qingshan treated his fellow disciples Daoshan and Lilifeng as his own sons. Although they were uncle and nephew, in Venerable Qingshan's eyes, these 2 juniors, who had lost their master at a young age and followed him in cultivating, were like his own children. But at this critical juncture, Venerable Lilifeng's Great Teleportation Order was suddenly activated, meaning Lilifeng was in near fatal danger. As the Great Teleportation Order unfolded, it also conveyed a message to Venerable Qingshan: revenge. Upon receiving this message, Venerable Qingshan was terrified. He had cultivated diligently for so long, finally discovering a path to heaven within the ancient inheritance, thus successfully advancing to the 13th level Golden Immortal. The entire sect also rose accordingly, officially entering the standard of a level 4 civilization. Now, his mortal enemy, the level 3 civilization of the Demonic Path sect, had been personally destroyed, and the Dao Heaven sect had reached an unprecedented peak, unmatched even across the entire star cluster. It could be said that now was the perfect opportunity for the Dao Heaven sect to soar, annex the entire star cluster, and advance into Star Lake in one fell swoop. But at this very moment, Venerable Qingshan received devastating news from Venerable Lilifeng. It was as if, after a lifetime of struggle, just as he was about to lead his family to great heights, his own son had suddenly died. This sudden grief and anxiety nearly overwhelmed Venerable Qingshan. Therefore, upon seeing the rising Great Teleportation Channel, he didn't hesitate and rushed in with his vehicle. In the short span of time, he had no other thoughts, he only wanted to be fast as possible, to save Lilifeng at the crucial moment. But now, where was Lilifeng? What exactly happened in this plane? Anxiety and rage burned fiercely in the heart of the sky supporting Venerable. His gaze quickly fell upon the blue spirit ancestor and the 9 dragons immortal before him. Where is my nephew, Liu Feng? The sky supporting Venerable coldly glared at the blue spirit ancestor and the 9 dragons, his terrifying aura of a level 13 golden immortal spreading out like a mountain. Even without any additional action, his mere presence on the ancestor and the 9 dragons was enough to chill them to the bone, their blood freezing. Behind them, whether it was the Blue Spirit family soldiers on the 8 warships or the family members and servants in the mansion on the ground, all felt a chill run through them, trembling like livestock awaiting slaughter, almost in despair under the sky supporting Venerable's overwhelming power. Ancestor Landling's expression was grave. Knowing that the matter could no longer be concealed, he stepped forward and took full responsibility, saying, "Your nephew is right behind you, at your feet. It was all my doing, no one else is involved." There was no room for further argument now. and the other party wouldn't listen to their explanations. Rather than wasting words, Lanling decided to take on the other party's hatred and find an opportunity to stall for time, thus buying more time for his descendants. Venerable King Shin was already in a great hurry and didn't have time to pay attention to Ancestor Lanling. He turned his gaze to search the ground in the distance. Soon, a mangled, bloodied corpse with its eyes wide open came into view. Chapter 410 Extermination of the Clan? It's not up to you, my dear nephew. A surge of intense grief rushed into King Shin Venerable's chest. No wonder your uncle couldn't find your aura. It turns out you, lifeless, even your soul had vanished, so naturally King Shin couldn't sense your presence. Nephew, it's all your uncle's fault for being late. King Shin Venerable's face was filled with resentment. He raised his hand, channeling a surge of true energy, and gently lifted Lilifang Venerable's corpse, then carefully carried it back to the flying ship's deck. As soon as Lilifang Venerable's corpse returned to the deck, disciples immediately came forward to collect it. King Shin Venerable had indeed arrived in haste, but as his mobile palace and core flagship, this giant flying ship still carried over 1,000 disciples, including 2 level 12 celestial immortal successors, 8 level 11 true immortals, and over a dozen level 10 immortals. It could be said that this giant flying ship, which had previously attacked the demonic Path sect, possessed nearly 30% of the Daotian sect's core fighting force. The thousands of Daotian sect disciples, upon seeing the remains of Venerable Liu Feng, were mostly weeping with grief, filled with righteous indignation and boundless rage, wishing they could immediately rush out of their flying boats and attack the Lanling family. While Venerable Qing Dian and his disciples were busy collecting Liu Feng's body, the Lanling family was feeling the increasing pressure. On their side, only the Lanling ancestor and the 9 dragons immortal had reached level 12, while the patriarch, Lan Aoyan, was still at level 11. The captains of the 8 warships present were only level 10, and the others were negligible. This meager strength might be enough to contend with 1 or 2 level 12 celestial immortals, but against Venerable Qing Dian, it was utterly insignificant. It was no exaggeration to say that if Venerable Qing Dian so desired, he could not only easily annihilate these Lanling clansmen, but also destroy the entire Lanling homeworld. Huo Yuan, have you contacted young friend Wu Wei? Why hasn't he come yet? Under immense pressure, Ancestor Lanling was also secretly communicating with Lan Huo Yuan using spiritual energy fluctuations, a technique similar to cultivators using true essence to transmit sound. I contacted him, but there's no response. I don't know what's going on. Lan Huo Yuan was also completely bewildered. Logically, according to what Wu Wei had taught them, they only needed to pray to a small statue to contact him at any time. This method had been used several times before, but today, for some reason, there was suddenly no response. Impossible. Young friend Wu Wei isn't that kind of person. He would never stand by and watch someone die. Upon hearing that he couldn't contact Wu Wei, Ancestor Lanling was sweating profusely and hurriedly urged, Huo Yuan, try again. Be sincere, be serious. If it still doesn't work, kneel down. This time, the survival of the entire Lanling clan is at stake. Without young friend Wu Wei's help, our entire Lanling clan is doomed today. Kneel down. This last word almost choked Lan Huo Yuan. He had seen people kneel to heaven and earth, to their parents, and to their fathers-in-law, but he had never seen a father-in-law bow to his son-in-law. If he really knelt, wouldn't that be the same as a father kneeling to his son? Where would he put his old face? But if he didn't kneel, wouldn't the entire Lanling clan be buried here today? The intense internal struggle made Lan Aoyan increasingly anxious. In desperation, he could only promise the Lanling ancestor again that he would try one more time, and if it really didn't work, he would kneel like a believer. Lanling old dog, how dare you kill my nephew? Who gave you the guts? Before Lan Aoyan could even pray to Wu Wei for help, a powerful roar that almost made the whole world change color suddenly came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky and saw the King Shin ancestor, dressed in a green robe, walking towards them step by step from the edge of the giant flying ship like an ancient demon god. He strode through the air as if it were flat ground. With each step, the space beneath his feet trembled, and the terrifying pressure he exuded grew heavier with each step. When he reached the front of Ancestor Lanling and the others, the previously slightly thin-figured King Shin Venerable suddenly transformed into a colossal mountain, his surging, overwhelming power blotting out the sky and enough to chill anyone to the bone. Nephew Lin Feng, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Your uncle will annihilate the entire Lanling clan for you." King Shen Venerable gave the Lanling family no chance to defend themselves. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic longsword resembling crimson feathers appeared in his hand. This magnificent and imposing crimson longsword was undoubtedly the immortal blade Falling Phoenix blade, previously mentioned by Venerable Lilfin. Legend has it that this blade was forged from the feathers of the divine beast Phoenix. Not only was it exceptionally sharp, but it also contained incredibly fierce firepower, making it a rare and top-tier fire-type immortal blade in the world. As soon as the blade was drawn, the thick, gray clouds in the sky instantly turned fiery red, as if all the fire elements in the world were converging on him. Below, all the family members and servants of the Lanling family were filled with fear, trembling in their mansions. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the Lanling ancestor, and Jinglong instinctively gripped the pure Yang flying sword in his hand. The 8 Lanling warships under Lanao Itun's command also immediately erected spiritual energy shields and instinctively retreated slowly. There was no way around it. Their opponent not only completely overwhelmed them in strength but also possessed an absolute advantage in weaponry. "The first one who deserves to die is you." The sky-supporting Venerable's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he raised his hand to strike the Lanling ancestor below. This strike seemed simple and light, yet it seemed to contain immense power. The crescent-shaped crimson blade energy caused the air to boil wherever it passed, as if space itself was being sliced apart. What's most terrifying is that a blue spirit ancestor, positioned diagonally below, seemed completely locked onto by this strike. A feeling that he couldn't escape no matter what he tried immediately arose in his heart. Simple yet masterful, such powerful sword energy. The blue spirit ancestor's heart tightened, inwardly cursing. This was a terrifying opponent he had never faced before. The opponent's strength was an all-encompassing crushing defeat, no longer merely a difference in strength level, but an ultimate understanding of power, technique, and the laws of the universe. Knowing this attack was unavoidable, the blue spirit ancestor quickly gathered all his power, stretching his arms forward to construct a spiritual energy shield in front of him. But the next instant, a loud bang resounded. The crimson sword energy instantly shattered the spiritual energy shield, the resulting violent impact containing intense heat, scorching hot. Caught off guard, Lanling Patriarch was struck squarely. A sharp sizzle was heard as his arms and face were instantly scalded, large, gruesome blisters swelling on his skin. He cried out in agony from the intense impact and burning pain, plummeting from the sky to the ground. There was no doubt that this enemy was far too powerful. The once renowned demonic path sect had been annihilated by him. Patriarch. 9 dragons immortal knew things were dire. One more strike and even a great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't save Lanling Patriarch. Desperate to save him, 9 dragons immediately drew his sword and attacked the sky-supporting Venerable. Unfortunately, due to the absolute difference in strength, Kowloon was overwhelmed by the opponent's overwhelming force after only a few moves. Meanwhile, Lan Aoyan, commanding 8 warships, was now desperate and immediately ordered his ships to attack. However, a single barrage from the 8 warships couldn't even break the shield erected by the sky-supporting Venerable with one hand. In the next few breaths, 2 warships were sunk. Watching the warships plummet like torches from the sky, all the family members and servants of the Lanling Manor below collapsed to the ground in terror. Some of the younger, less capable and more timid maids were even struggling to breathe and nearly fainted. To those who had never witnessed such a horrific scene, this was nothing short of the end of the world. HMPH, you managed to withstand one of my strikes, so you do have some skill, but that's all you can do. The sky-supporting Venerable, sword in hand, descended step by step, his terrifying aura like that of a world-destroying demon king, spreading fear and despair to every corner below. The blue spirit ancestor and the 9 dragons immortal barely managed to stand, but faced with the overwhelming power of the sky-supporting Venerable, they had no way to resist. The danger didn't end there. Behind the sky-supporting Venerable, the giant flying ship and thousands of disciples launched a full-scale attack on the remaining 6 warships and the Blue Spirit family's ground guards. Faced with such powerful Daotian sect disciples and imposing flying ships, no matter how desperately Lanao Iwan commanded from the warships, annihilation was inevitable. Despair began to swirl in the hearts of every Blue Spirit clansman. In just a few breaths, the terrifying sky-supporting Venerable once again stood before the Blue Spirit ancestor. Today, all of you Blue Spirit clan members will vanish from this world. The sky-supporting Venerable's gaze towards the Blue Spirit ancestor was devoid of any emotion. He merely raised his longsword with utter indifference, as if you would cleave the blue spirit ancestor in two at any moment. Cough cough, sky supporting old dog, you think you can just disappear like that? Since when did you get to call the shots in this universe? Just as the blue spirit ancestor closed his eyes, resigned to his inevitable death, a slightly melancholic voice suddenly rang out from the sky behind him. The blue spirit ancestor, Lanowin, the 9 dragons immortal, and even the sky-supporting venerable himself were immediately stunned, turning their gazes to the sky in unison. There, a golden passage, no less powerful than the great teleportation technique, slowly unfolded behind the blue spirit ancestor. The first figure to emerge from the passage was an ancient and imposing metal puppet, more than 10 times the height of an ordinary person. This metal puppet, forged entirely from mysterious cultivation metal, wields a massive metal warhammer as tall as itself, exuding an aura of overwhelming power at level 13. Especially under the golden holy light, the puppet's imposing and domineering appearance is truly the epitome of ferocity. Chapter 411 All-Out Attack. Yes, it's Divine Child Wu Wei. His Highness the Divine Child has come to save us. Long live His Highness the Divine Child. Long live the God of Light. The numerous Blue Spirit clan members, servants, maids, and guards present erupted in cheers. After so many years of spreading their faith, many Blue Spirit clan members had become believers in the God of Light. Especially the core members, servants, and guards living on the Blue Spirit home planet. They were very familiar with the Divine Child Wu Wei, who is an incarnation of the Divine Child, and with a faith from the God of Light. The voice coming from the puppet was clearly that of their Blue Spirit family's son-in-law, Divine Child Wu Wei. Moreover, that powerful level 13 puppet was one of the spoils they had obtained in the Pure Yang ancient immortal sect ruins last time. Speaking of this powerful immortal palace puppet, many family members and guards who had gone on the adventure with him last time still remembered it vividly. Now, Wu Wei, piloting the celestial palace puppet, descended before them, undoubtedly like a savior in their despair. The hope for life ignited wildly in their hearts. How could they not cheer with jubilation? Son-in-law, you've finally arrived. Ancestor, our landling family is saved. Standing on the warship, exhausted from fighting Lan Ao-in, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly called out to Wu Wei, son-in-law, quickly call your fleet and men over. These Daoshan sect disciples are too troublesome. As he spoke, he once again clashed with the charging cultivators. Meanwhile, Jiao Long quickly seized the opportunity to help the landling ancestor to his feet and pull him to safety. After regaining his composure, Ancestor Landling warned Wu Wei, young friend Wu Wei, Venerable Kingshan is extremely powerful. His falling phoenix blade is formidable, you must be careful. Don't panic, Ancestor. He's just an old cultivator. He can't possibly cause trouble before this divine son. Wu Wei stood firmly on the ground, hammer in hand, like a steel giant clad in ancient armor, his fierce aura enough to chill anyone to the bone. So you're the divine son of light who has repeatedly opposed our Daotian sect? HMPH, what arrogance. Venerable Kingshan sneered, a hint of wariness creeping into his eyes, but only a slight one. Wu Wei's sudden arrival using some kind of special passage had indeed surprised him. He could tell that the other possessed some powerful special technology, and the armored puppet he controlled was a secret technique of consciousness possession, commonly seen in the cultivation world, and not considered a great skill in his eyes. After a brief glance, the wariness in the sky supporting Venerable's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a mocking glint in his eyes. Boy, your arrival is just in time, saving me the trouble of searching for you later. But are you sure you can rival me with just a puppet? If I imprison your consciousness, your physical body will crumble on its own. At this point, a ruthless glint appeared in the sky supporting Venerable's eyes. Consciousness is, in fact, the core essence of a life form. Wu Wei had attached his consciousness to the celestial palace puppet. Regardless of how much of Wu Wei's body this wisp of consciousness occupied, if Wu Wei were to be defeated by the sky-supporting Venerable and unable to retract his consciousness in time, he would be easily captured by the Venerable's supreme secret technique. Once the consciousness was captured, it was equivalent to imprisoning the soul. No matter what percentage of the main consciousness this wisp of consciousness occupied, it would cause immense harm to Wu Wei. This was the sky-supporting Venerable's method of intimidating Wu Wei, while also being wary of this reinforcement. How, my consciousness resides within this puppet. Try and capture it if you dare. Wu Wei chuckled coldly, casually hoisting the heavy warhammer onto his shoulder. However, To deal with the renowned sky-supporting venerable, I've made ample preparations. Before his words even finished, a divine kingdom escort ship slowly emerged from the heavenly gate Wu Wei had previously opened. A single escort ship was nothing special, but when the female angel with 14 magnificent wings gradually appeared on the deck, everyone present was deeply awestruck. This female angel was sacred and noble. Her 7 pairs of wings, radiating divine light, resembled pure white, holy petals, making her even more graceful and elegant. Under this divine light, her beauty and divinity shone like the warm morning sun, illuminating the entire earth. For a moment, everyone below was stunned. Even the disciples of the Daotian sect stopped what they were doing, frozen in place, and even felt an urge to kneel and worship. This was the innate awe-inspiring power of those in power. And the 14-winged angel possessing this powerful aura was none other than Saint Angel Doris, the level 13 radiant angel under Wu Wei's command who had previously rendered great service. Upon seeing Angel appear, the sky-supporting venerable's expression immediately stiffened, and a deep sense of apprehension appeared on his face. In the sky-supporting venerable's eyes, the celestial palace puppet controlled by Wu Wei was merely a powerhouse who had just reached the entry level of level 13, and the puppet's abilities were never as agile and skillful as a living person. He was confident that he could defeat the celestial palace puppet controlled by Wu Wei. However, now that Angel had appeared, everything was different. This was a genuine level 13 powerhouse, and every wisp of her aura exuded a naturally powerful and overwhelming pressure. Facing such a top-tier expert, even the mighty Qingshan Venerable dared not slacken his efforts. Those who reach such a supreme realm must have endured countless hardships, their temperament, will, and defensive skills reaching an astonishing level. Any relaxation would inevitably result in severe injury. In fact, if facing an expert of the same level, Qingshan Venerable was fully confident he could fight them. But now, 2 level 13 experts had appeared at once, and his previous dominant advantage had immediately shifted. What worried him most was that if a divine son could mobilize level 13 guards, how powerful must his father god and the bright civilization behind him be? Son-in-law, you have level 13 angels under your command. On the other side, on the warship deck, the Blue Spirit Clan chief Lianao Iwan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the powerful appearance of Angel, his terrified heart trembled. Not only him, but also the Blue Spirit ancestor, the 9 dragons immortal, and all the other members of the Blue Spirit family were astonished upon seeing Angel. At the same time, their awe of Wu Wei's family's power and influence grew even stronger. A level 13 angel, just casually produced, this family's wealth was incredible. If even a divine son was this extravagant, how extravagant must their father be? What? Father-in-law, do you think I brought too many level 13 angels? Well, what can I do? This old dog Qingshan has too much influence. If I didn't bring more, he might escape. Wu Wei chuckled deliberately, then suddenly waved his hand, and a massive amount of divine power spread out. 4 new heavenly gates bloomed on either side of the one Angel had emerged from. From the 4 open gates of heaven, the majestic 12-winged seraphim Saint John Nasidal, wielding a holy sword, the valiant 12-winged seraphim Saint Luke, brandishing a spear, the 12-winged seraphim Saint Liliana, wielding a holy iron whip, her wings wreathed in lightning and fire, and the holy consort Saint Catherine, who had previously resided in the divine realm, each leaped out from the gates. Following closely behind these 4 seraphim were rows of imposing divine warships. In an instant, a solemn and sacred atmosphere filled almost every inch of the space. Every member of the Blue Spirit family present was dumbfounded, their eyes wide, frozen in shock as if speechless. Their reverence for the divine child Wu Wei and the civilization of light had reached an unparalleled level. If Lianao Iwan were asked to kneel and pray now, he would not hesitate at all, immediately prostrating himself on the ground. Besides Wu Wei, the divine child who controlled the level 13 puppet, a level 13 radiant angel descended in the blink of an eye. 4 level 12 seraphim. And more than a dozen level 11 primal angels commanding the escort ships. This strength was truly astounding. Let alone besieging a sky-supporting venerable, it would be more than enough to storm a newly established level 4 cosmic civilization. Divine child of light, you've called so many people, you really flatter me, sky-supporting venerable said, his face turning utterly grim upon seeing this display. Not only him, but also the giant flying ship behind him, and the Daotian sect disciples who had flown out and were engaged in battle with the Blue Spirit Clan, all felt unprecedented pressure. Fear, like wild grass, began to spread rapidly in the hearts of every Daotian sect disciple. If it were a one-on-one fight, or a battle of equal strength, then every Daotian sect disciple possessed the courage to fight. But now the enemy's strength and manpower far surpassed theirs. What worries them most is that the Light God Child could so easily mobilize such a massive force. Just how powerful and terrifying must the light civilization to which this Light God Child belonged be? How could their Daotian sect, which had only recently entered the 4th level of civilization, possibly compete? Realizing this, the remaining fighting spirit of the many Daotian sect disciples present began to rapidly dissipate. You win this time, but I will absolutely not give up. The sky-supporting venerable's face was ashen, his eyes filled with resentment. His fingers unconsciously reached for his waist, but he had already used the great teleportation token, which he used for self-preservation, during the invasion of the demonic path sect's ancestral land. Fortunately, the spatial rift behind him hadn't disappeared, but it was clearly shrinking and would close completely soon. However, as long as it didn't close, he had a chance to lead his disciples to break through the encirclement. All Daotian sect disciples, listen to my command. Retreat towards the spatial rift. The enemy's strength and manpower now far exceeded theirs. If they chose to fight head-on now, they would suffer heavy casualties, and the chances of victory would be slim. However, just as Venerable King Shen gave his orders and was about to leave with his disciples, Wu Wei, inside the Celestial Palace puppet, raised one arm and shouted with divine power, I said, spatial imprisonment. In an instant, a vast and invisible mysterious wave expanded in all directions. Wherever this mysterious wave passed, the surrounding space, which had been like ripples on water, immediately became as solid as a wall. Both the 5 heavenly gates behind Wu Wei and the spatial rift created by the great teleportation order opposite him shattered instantly. It was as if a glass had been used to completely envelop the entire blue spirit mother star plane, severing all connections to the outside world. Ugh! As soon as the spell ended, Wu Wei's vision went black, his soul trembled violently, and the intense backlash caused his head to throb with pain, almost making him faint. If he hadn't been experienced and hadn't been constantly nourishing himself with divine power while casting the spell, this powerful incantation would likely have been enough to make him pass out. Of course, because he used a powerful incantation, the time he could control the Celestial Palace puppets was reduced by more than half. Sigh, my own divine soul is still a bit weak. Wu Wei couldn't help but think to himself. He had used all the resources and divine power he had accumulated to build his divine kingdom and strengthen his subordinates, which had slowed down his own advancement. It seemed that he not only needed to build his divine kingdom and legion, but he also needed to improve his own strength so that he could at least fight back in case of any emergencies. Of course, all of this was unknown to the outside world. They only knew that Wu Wei had used an incredibly powerful divine technique, and everyone in the Lanling family was extremely surprised and full of admiration. The disciples of the Daotian sect, on the other hand, felt their hands and feet turn cold, and a deep despair almost devoured every cell in their bodies. Fate, the law of destiny. The knowledgeable sky-supporting venerable silently uttered the name of a law, and at the same moment, he plummeted to the bottom of the abyss. It's over. Just as sky-supporting venerable silently said, they were indeed finished. Under the combined attack of all the powerful figures of Wu Wei's divine kingdom and the core strength of the Blue Spirit family, sky-supporting Venerable and his Daotian sect disciples could only hold out for half a quarter of an hour before the entire defensive line began to collapse madly. The giant flying ship was forcibly sunk, and thousands of Daotian sect disciples were either killed or wounded, and many disciples who had lost the courage to fight knelt down and surrendered. Sky-supporting Venerable himself was also completely defeated under the siege of Wu Wei, Angel, and the core generals of the entire Divine Kingdom. Covered in wounds, with his chest completely pierced, Sky-supporting Venerable fell heavily to the ground. On his deathbed, gazing at the gradually blurring sky, he sighed wearily. I, King Shen, have cultivated diligently all my life, yet heaven did not grant me the chance to fight against heaven, nor did earth grant me the chance to contend with earth. Who would have thought that one day I would meet such an end? Hell, cough, cough, it's fate. It's destiny. PFFT, with a bitter laugh, King Shen Venerable's immortal body self-destructed, transforming into countless specks of light scattered throughout the universe. A golden immortal, a dignified level 13 super powerhouse, hadn't even had a chance to dominate the universe before his sudden demise. Thus, King Shen Venerable, who had rashly charged into the blue spirit mother star, and his subordinates were completely annihilated by Wu Wei. Wu Wei, also exhausted from this fierce battle, quickly opened the gates of heaven and retrieved the immortal palace puppet. After his consciousness returned to his body, he rested briefly, and once his weary soul recovered somewhat, he returned to this place. Such a large-scale operation, so much was expended, how could he not properly inventory his spoils? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Post-War Gains. The losses suffered by the Lanling family in this war were undeniably severe. However, this battle also marked a transformation for the Lanling family. Having survived a catastrophe, the Lanling family would undoubtedly rise from the ashes. Most importantly, the renowned sky-supporting venerable, a dignified level 13 golden immortal, had also perished within the Lanling family's ranks, which would surely make the Lanling family a force to be reckoned with throughout the star cluster. Lan Aoyan directed his family members to clean up the battlefield, but left the crucial spoils untouched. After a long while, Wu Wei, having rested briefly, returned to the battlefield. Lan Aoyan hurriedly greeted him, his eyes slightly ingratiating, saying, "My dear son-in-law, this time we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your support, otherwise, my Lanling family would have been utterly destroyed." He himself had never imagined that his instinctive marriage alliance years ago would result in him clinging to such a powerful and influential force. This alliance propelled the Lanling family from a vassal family of a level 3 civilization to become a level 3 civilization itself. Moreover, after this battle, probably no one in this star cluster would dare to provoke them. Even the higher level Star Lake Overlord, the 4th level civilization Coast Plain Market civilization, would likely show deference to the Blue Spirit family. After all, the Coast Plain civilization only has 2 level 13 combatants on the surface. But now, the Blue Spirit Federation's backer, the Light God Kingdom civilization, has also openly displayed 2 level 13 combatants. If the Coast civilization doesn't understand the Light God Kingdom civilization's true strength, it would absolutely not dare to rashly attack the Blue Spirit Federation. "Father-in-law, you're too kind," Wu Wei said politely. "Our two families are not only related by marriage but also allies, so it's only right that we support each other." Lan Aoyan nodded repeatedly and said, "Our Blue Spirit family is also a family that knows how to repay kindness. Son-in-law, rest assured, we will spare no effort to assist the Light Civilization in spreading the God Lord's light faith." Having dealt with his son-in-law for so long, he naturally knew what the God Kingdom needed most. "Then I'll have to trouble you, father-in-law." Wu Wei bowed slightly. Although Lan Aoyan often flattered him, his son-in-law, he couldn't be impolite. "Father-in-law, let's quickly collect the spoils, especially the relics of the heavenly immortal." Moreover, the Lanling family had treated him well, not only honoring him but also doing everything they could to help the Divine Kingdom expand its power and spread its faith. In fact, the fact that the Light Civilization had such a strong following in this star cluster was inseparable from the assistance of the Lanling Federation. The Light Divine Kingdom, led by Wu Wei, wasn't a warmonger. For a Divine Kingdom, separating the right to rule from the right to faith was best, allowing it to use various means to solidify the people's faith. Besides, political power was too troublesome. The role of divine authority far outweighed that of political power. At the mention of spoils, Lan Aoyan rubbed his hands together, his eyes unconsciously brightening with excitement. Despite having been president of the Lanling Federation for many years, his personality hadn't changed much. He was always exceptionally excited when counting the spoils. He dispatched all his subordinates to deal with the surrounding star field, which had been ravaged by the battle. The group boarded a small spaceship and quickly arrived at the asteroid belt where the ancestor Kingshan had fallen. There, originally a mineral-rich planet with a diameter of 8 or 9,000 kilometers, had been shattered into asteroid belts during the war with the ancestor Kingshan. The destructive power of a level 12 or 13 expert was immense, even a planet couldn't withstand the bombardment. The ancestor Kingshan's physical body and soul had perished, and his treasures were scattered throughout the universe. This was a level 13 golden immortal, he must have had many valuable items. Compared to Lan Aoyan, ancestor Lanling was much calmer. Although he was quite curious about what valuable items the ancestor Kingshan might have, He still controlled his emotions and solemnly thanked Wu Wei for coming to support the Landling Federation, and personally thanked Angel for her help. Ha ha ha, look what I found. Suddenly, Lan Aoyun burst into laughter, casually raising his hand to form a giant energy hand that scooped up something valuable from the void. Landling Ancestor felt a little embarrassed and didn't really want to acknowledge him. Wu Wei, however, quite liked his father-in-law's personality and, seeing this, smiled and approached. "Father-in-law, what good thing did you find? You seem so happy." "How he let me see." Seeing Wu Wei approach, Lan Aoyun opened his palm to show him what he held. It was a crystal nearly the size of a palm, containing wisps of black energy, yet still appearing crystal clear. It was actually a soul crystal. Wu Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, a fragment of a level 13 golden immortal's soul. That's quite a good thing. The stronger the person, the rarer their soul fragment. A level 13 expert's soul fragment contains several times the soul energy of a level 12 soul fragment. If it could be converted into life essence, at least 1-2 drops of life essence could be obtained, and 3-4 drops wouldn't be impossible. My dear son-in-law, isn't your father, the god of war, collecting soul fragments? This one is yours. Lan Aoyun said, stuffing the soul fragment into Wu Wei's hand. Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony and directly put the soul fragment away, smiling. "Then I thank you very much, father-in-law." "Hey, why are you being so polite with me?" Lan Aoyun waved his hand, then continued to explore and search outwards with his spiritual power. "Oh, there's even a portable cave here." Suddenly, he found something else with a look of surprise. It was a lotus-shaped cyan jade pendant. The jade pendant showed almost no signs of being crafted, its surface gleaming with a restrained luster, looking quite ordinary. If an ordinary person saw this jade pendant, they would probably really think it was just an ordinary ornament. However, Lan Aoyun had seen many good things, and his eye was extremely sharp. After a few casual tests, he had already determined the true identity of this jade pendant. He directly erased the soul imprint left by Ancestor Kingshan on the jade pendant, then probed inside with his divine sense, quickly dumping out everything from his personal cave dwelling. A large pile of items appeared on the ground, each one shimmering with light and quite extraordinary. 9 profound jade dew, jade forest bamboo cup, top-grade spirit jade bed, spirit marrow silk robe. Wow, Ancestor Kingshan certainly knows how to enjoy life. Ancestor Lanling strolled over, unable to help but sigh upon seeing the scene. As expected of an ancestor of the Daotian sect, his strength is considerable. Naturally, everything he wears and uses is extraordinary. Wu Wei glanced at the pile of items. Most of these weren't combat equipment, but each item was exceptional, clearly things Ancestor Kingshan was used to or liked, otherwise he wouldn't have kept them close to his body in his personal cave dwelling. There were also many spiritual teas, wines, and fruits similar to enlightenment tea, whose true value was considerable. How he someone. Quick, calculate how many star coins these things are worth. Lan Aoyun was already grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly beckoning his subordinates to register and calculate the prices. While his subordinates were busy, he also took 3 spare magic treasures from the sky supporting Ancestor. Although they weren't as powerful as the ones he had destroyed before, they were still quite useful. After all, they were spare magic treasures for a level 13 golden immortal. Even a newly promoted level 13 golden immortal wouldn't have ordinary spare magic treasures. The 9 Dragons immortal was envious and managed to bargain his way out of Lan Aoyun's hands. Although he incurred a huge debt as a result, he was still grinning from ear to ear, looking like he had gotten a great deal. At this time, the statistics were also completed. President, a refined-looking middle-aged man, sent a list to Lan Aoyun via his personal terminal. After calculation, including the soul fragment you gave to His Highness Wu Wei, the total value of all the spoils this time is 760 million star coins. How, that's great. Lan Aoyun was overjoyed. This was almost as much as the harvest from the last exploration of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace ruins. As expected of the strongest ancestor of the Daotian sect, the Kingshan ancestor was indeed incredibly wealthy. In recent years, the strength of the Landling Federation had expanded rapidly, but its expenses had also increased. As president, he had to develop the military to keep up with the Kelling civilization, and also revitalize the economy to support military expenditures. The pressure was immense. Although most of this money would go to Wu Wei, even just the portion belonging to the Landling Federation would greatly alleviate the Federation's economic pressure. How could he not be happy? Thank you for your hard work. Go and collect your reward. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates, and then excitedly found Wu Wei. My dear son-in-law, the victory over Ancestor King Shen this time is entirely your doing. As is customary, you'll take the lion's share. Lan Aoyan smiled at Wu Wei. Is there anything among these items that you find appealing? You can pick some out first, or if you have any requests, feel free to make them, and I'll have my men distribute them. It's nothing, father-in-law, you're too kind. Wu Wei smiled but didn't refuse. He casually picked out a few spirit teas, spirit wines, and spirit fruits that interested him. These things look good, I'll keep some to try. As for the rest, father-in-law, just convert them into star yuan as before. That's it. Father-in-law, you don't need to be so polite with me. Just split it 50-50 as before. My dear son-in-law, I know you're righteous, but I'm still your father-in-law. There's no reason for me to always take advantage of you, my son-in-law. Lan Aoyan objected, his face stiff. Besides, this time we even mobilized a level 13 angel. They made a special trip, so we can't let their hard work go to waste. As he spoke, ignoring Wu Wei's objections, he directly called over a subordinate and instructed him to move the items Wu Wei had specifically requested to Wu Wei's subordinates. At the same time, he waved his hand and transferred 300 million star coins to Wu Wei. This is all the cash I have on hand. I'll transfer 300 million star coins to you first, and I'll give you the remaining 300 million after I sell these things later. He made the final decision. Hearing this, Ancestor Lan Ling nodded and echoed, I know the God of Light's kingdom is vast and powerful, and you don't care about this little bit of star energy, but it's still a small token of our appreciation. If you don't take it, Euro and I will feel bad. Please don't refuse. Wu Wei was about to decline, but Lan Aoyan and Ancestor Lan Ling were unusually insistent this time. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, he had no choice but to agree. By the way, Wu Wei glanced at the scattered battlefield and asked Lan Aoyan, although Ancestor King Shen has been eliminated, the Daotian sect still exists. I wonder what plans father-in-law and ancestor have. My son-in-law's words have reminded me. Lan Aoyan's eyes sharpened, and a hint of coldness appeared on his previously cheerful face. With Ancestor King Shen dead, the Daotian sect will definitely not let this go. In my opinion, rather than waiting for them to come knocking again, we should take the initiative. Ancestor Lan Ling also nodded slightly, his eyes resolute. That's what I think too. With Ancestor King Shen dead, the Daotian sect's strength is no longer as great as our Lan Ling Federation, but keeping them around is still a hidden danger. If we're going to make a move, now is the best time. We can take advantage of their overconfidence and catch them off guard. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. Although the Daotian sect lost its patriarch, King Shen, who had just broken through to level 13, its foundation remained profound and its strength formidable. If they were to truly clash with the Lan Ling Federation, given the Lan Ling Federation's relatively recent establishment and unstable foundation, it was uncertain who would suffer the consequences. Moreover, the Lan Ling Federation had the ever-watchful K-Ling civilization nearby. If they clashed with the Daotian sect, the K-Ling civilization would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause trouble, making the situation even more complicated and hindering his missionary work. It was better to deal with the Daotian sect now, expanding the Lan Ling Federation's territory and gaining more followers. However, Wu Wei felt that relying solely on the Lan Ling Federation's strength was somewhat risky. Even if they could defeat the Daotian sect, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, he proactively said, in that case, I will lend my father-in-law another hand. How can that be? Lan Aoyan immediately tried to refuse. However, Wu Wei didn't give him a chance to refuse, saying directly, Father-in-law, if you still consider me your son-in-law, then don't refuse. This. Wu Wei had already put it this way, so Lan Aoyan couldn't say anything more and could only look to the Blue Spirit Ancestor for help. Unexpectedly, the Blue Spirit Ancestor didn't refuse on his behalf, but instead nodded and agreed directly, since His Highness the Divine Sun is so kind, then our Blue Spirit Federation will humbly accept this favor. Lan Aoyan's eyes widened immediately. But he quickly realized, to take down the Daotian sect, the action had to be swift and ruthless, absolutely not giving them time to prepare, nor giving them a chance to retaliate. It would be very difficult for the Blue Spirit Federation to achieve this on its own. In that case, it would be better to join forces with Wu Wei. At worst, after the battle, they could share more spoils with Wu Wei as before, which was better than the Blue Spirit Federation bearing the risk alone. After figuring this out, he no longer hesitated and immediately organized a team of advisors to actively discuss with Wu Wei how to cooperate and how to take action. With both sides working together, a battle plan was formulated in just half a day. While they were discussing the plan, the Blue Spirit Legion and Liliana's Thunder Legion had already set off, heading straight for Daotian Sect's territory. To seize Daotian Sect with overwhelming force, Wu Wei left his level 13 puppet on the Thunder Legion's flagship, and Angel, a level 13 angel, was also on standby, ready to strike with lightning speed upon arrival at Daotian Sect. Daotian Sect. High above the clouds, the Daotian Pavilion was shrouded in mist, like a celestial palace, majestic yet serene, ethereal yet awe-inspiring, filled with the aura of immortals. Inside the Daotian Pavilion, the Daotian Venerable had just finished dealing with a batch of newly captured demonic prisoners and suddenly felt uneasy. Strange. Cultivators don't usually experience this kind of situation, but he pondered for a while, unable to figure out where things had gone wrong. Sect Master. Just then, Elder Yujuan landed on a cloud in front of the Daotian Pavilion and slowly walked in. Elder Yujuan was one of the dozen or so true immortal elders of the Daotian Sect, and a fellow disciple of Immortal Yuding. A smile graced his handsome face. Upon entering the hall, he bowed to Venerable Daotian and said with a smile, "This time, the extermination of the demonic path went exceptionally smoothly. Elder Jinming just sent word that Demon Windstar has also been successfully captured. Sect Master, shouldn't we celebrate?" Normally, Venerable Daotian would be delighted to hear this. However, at this moment, for some reason, he felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, a growing unease intensified, making it impossible for him to calm down. Something's wrong. Something must have happened. He abruptly stood up, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with Elder Yujuan, and rushed out of the hall. Elder Yujuan was completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened. However, noticing Daotian Venerable's strange expression, he immediately sensed something was amiss and followed without asking further questions. Soon, the two arrived at the soul-soothing pavilion on the floating immortal island, where all the disciples' soul tablets were kept. At the entrance, a junior cultivator was meditating when he was startled awake by the intrusion. Sect Master. Seeing it was Daotian Venerable, he quickly bowed. Daotian Venerable nodded hastily and entered the hall, his gaze sweeping rapidly over the neatly arranged soul tablets. Daotian Sect had countless disciples, and the number of soul tablets was enough to fill several rooms. Checking them all would likely take a whole day. Moreover, with Daotian Sect recently at war with the demonic path, disciples' soul tablets were frequently shattered, and the shattered tablets might not be the ones he was looking for. Daotian Venerable bypassed the soul tablets with small flutes at the entrance and walked deeper into the Hall of Soul Peace. The deeper they went, the higher the status and strength of the soul tablet's owner. Elder Yujuan's unease grew stronger, and his face unconsciously tightened. Unbeknownst to them, the two walked deeper and deeper, finally stopping at the deepest part of the Hall of Soul Peace. How is this possible? Elder Yujuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The soul tablet belonging to Ancestor Kingshan at the highest point had silently shattered. And right below Ancestor Kingshan's soul tablet, the soul tablet representing Elder Lifang had also silently shattered without their noticing. The luster on the cracked soul tablets had completely dimmed, looking like rotten wood at first glance. The meaning of this was self-evident. Elder Yujuan's heart trembled violently, and he subconsciously looked at Daotian Venerable's expression, only to see that his tense face was expressionless, but the immortal energy around him was violently surging like boiling water. In an instant, the entire Hall of Souls was shrouded in a terrifying aura, making it hard to breathe. Elder Yujuan's heart skipped a beat, and only one thought remained in his mind: it's over. However, before he could even figure out what the simultaneous deaths of Ancestor Kingshan and Elder Lifang meant, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the Hall of Souls. Elder Yujuan was startled, and before he could react, a junior disciple rushed in, shouting as he ran, "It's terrible! Elder! Sect Master! It's terrible!" Elder Yujuan was in a state of panic and didn't care about his composure. He grabbed the junior disciple and frowned. "What is it? Explain yourself." The junior disciple looked anxious. "Elder! It's terrible. There's a fight outside." A fight. Elder Yujuan's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly had a bad feeling. He subconsciously looked at Venerable Daoshin, Sect Master. "Let's go take a look." Venerable Daoshin didn't say a word of nonsense, turned around expressionlessly, and strode out of the Hall of Soul Peace. Soon, they left the Hall of Soul Peace. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. Two enormous flagships appeared in the sky, one primarily cyan and blue, the other gold and white, both thousands of meters long, casting massive shadows over the celestial palace. Their unparalleled size naturally exuded immense pressure. Even their stillness hovering in the sky was enough to make one's heart tremble. Now, their energy shields were fully activated, their shipborne weapons were loaded, and their fierce cannon fire pounded the palaces and pavilions of the Daotian sect like a plowshare. This once pristine, celestial palace was now filled with smoke and fire, teeming with alarmed cultivators. Further away, starships darted through the clouds, their cannons flashing, their light illuminating the sky. In just a short time within the Inhun Hall, the entire Daotian sect seemed to have been turned upside down, becoming a completely unfamiliar place. What on earth happened? How could this be? Elder Yujuan's expression was grim, his mind a jumbled mess. Judging from the size and power of this starship, it was definitely from a level 3 civilization. If the ancestor were still alive, the Daotian sect would naturally fear no provocation. But now that both the ancestor and Elder Liu Feng were in trouble, the Daotian sect had absolutely no chance of winning against any other level 3 civilization. Moreover, wouldn't the civilization that dared to provoke the Daotian sect have thoroughly investigated the Daotian sect's strength beforehand? They dared to come because they had the confidence. How could the Daotian sect possibly be their match? Just then, the hoarse voice of Venerable Daotian suddenly came from beside him. It's the Blue Spirit Federation. These words struck Elder Yujuan like a thunderbolt, and he suddenly understood. Elder Liu Feng had an accident after going to the Blue Spirit Federation, so the problem must have originated from the Blue Spirit Federation. As for the ancestor, it was easy to understand. He must have gone to rescue Elder Liu Feng, but unexpectedly perished with him in the Blue Spirit Federation. And the scene before him was undoubtedly related to the Blue Spirit Federation. If they didn't know their ancestor had perished and possessed sufficient strength, which level 3 civilization would dare provoke a cultivation civilization with a level 13 golden immortal, about to advance to level 4? Realizing this, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his eyes instantly filled with despair. If he felt this way, Daotian Venerable was even more filled with regret. I was wrong, he muttered hoarsely. I should have stopped him when my master said he wanted to avenge Zhuangjian and the others. If Liu Feng hadn't gone to the Blue Spirit Federation, nothing would have happened. If he hadn't been in trouble, his master wouldn't have gone. If his master hadn't died, none of this would have happened. However, at this point, any more ifs were meaningless. Because ifs were just ifs, they wouldn't become reality. Before this, who could have imagined that the Blue Spirit Federation, which they had all completely disregarded, would actually be such a formidable opponent? History cannot be reversed, and Daotian sect naturally couldn't reverse the situation. Under the combined attack of the Blue Spirit Federation and the Kingdom of Light, the resistance of the Daotian sect was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Even with the utmost effort from Daotian Venerable, a level 12 powerhouse, the tide of war could not be turned. In just half a day, the entire Celestial Palace had completely fallen. 3 days later, not only the Celestial Palace in the sky, but all resistance forces on the entire Daotian star were utterly annihilated. Several years later, all the planets under the Daotian sect's jurisdiction had been conquered and brought under the control of the Blue Spirit Federation. Chapter 413 The territory continues to expand. Several years later, in the Presidential Palace's reception hall on Blue Spirit Mother Planet, the capital of the Blue Spirit Federation. Ha cheers to the expansion of the Blue Spirit Federation's territory. Lan Aoyan, holding a champagne glass, laughed and raised it in all directions. Cheers! Wu Wei, the Blue Spirit ancestor, Lan Futi, Angel, and others also laughed and raised their glasses, then tilted their heads back and drank the champagne in their glass goblets in one gulp. Speaking of which, this champagne was created by the chefs in Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom. Although it differed considerably from Earth's champagne, it had captured the essence. This time, the Blue Spirit family had specially hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the Blue Spirit Federation's great victory, and Wu Wei had brought out this champagne. How could such a lively occasion be without champagne? Those invited were all high-ranking officials of the Blue Spirit Federation and the Light Divine Kingdom. As the opening remarks ended, Lan Aoyan clapped his hands, and lively, Cheerful music immediately filled the banquet hall. In an instant, the entire banquet hall was filled with a joyous and enthusiastic atmosphere. Infected by the atmosphere, everyone's smiles brightened, and some even leaped onto the platform, dancing to the music. Angel, the level 13 angel and the greatest contributor to the battle, was surrounded by a large crowd, showered with compliments and creating a harmonious scene. Watching this lively atmosphere, Wu Wei was in a good mood. After dismissing the Blue Spirit Federation officials who were showering him with praise and the beautiful Blue Spirit Federation women who were clinging to him, he asked a waiter for another glass of champagne, found a window, and enjoyed the breeze while sipping his drink, quite content. The Blue Spirit Federation has actually benefited from this misfortune. At this moment, Yanfei Liliana walked up to Wu Wei with a glass of champagne, took a sip of the wine, and casually glanced at the Blue Spirit Federation officials in the hall. Having taken over the Daotian Sect star field, the Blue Spirit Federation's territory has expanded at least 7 or 8 times compared to before. From now on, the K-linked civilization will only be suppressed by the Blue Spirit Federation. Not so fast. Wu Wei shook his head with a smile. Taking over territory is just the beginning. Some disciples of the Daotian sect will definitely escape, and they will definitely cause trouble in the shadows. Moreover, the K-linked civilization is not stupid. They will not stand by and watch the Blue Spirit Federation grow rapidly. They will definitely find a way to hinder it. These are all minor skirmishes and will not affect the overall situation. Yanfei Liliana said calmly. It certainly won't affect the overall situation, but it will take the Blue Spirit Federation decades, even centuries, to completely assimilate these star systems, Wu Wei said with a smile, shaking his head. After all, the imprint left by the Daotian sect is too deep, it can't be erased in a short time. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the looks in the eyes of those cultivators when they took down the Daotian sect. It's said that it's difficult for technological civilizations to proselytize, but in reality, cultivation civilizations are the toughest nuts to crack. After all, technological civilizations only have a generally low level of faith, the number of believers is actually quite large, and many scientists even become the most loyal believers. But cultivation civilizations fight against heaven, against earth, and against the Dao itself, believing that human will can overcome nature. To put it bluntly, they only believe in their own strength and naturally reject the kind of emotion that requires dependence on or even wholehearted devotion to deity. In addition, the Daotian sect wasn't as cruel and tyrannical as the Kalba civilization. Without decades of brainwashing and the subtle influence of generation after generation, it would be difficult to change people's minds. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's originally very good mood turned sour. He sighed silently to himself and turned to Liliana, asking, "How's the missionary work going?" A group of missionaries has been dispatched, and the seeds of the Saintis system have been sown. We'll see results soon. Speaking of serious matters, Liliana's languid expression vanished, replaced by a serious one. Although Angel was the biggest contributor to the conquest of the Daotian sect, it was Liliana's Thunder Legion responsible for overseeing the star region of the Blue Spirit Federation, thus she was also in charge of the missionary work. Wu Wei nodded, "Pay close attention to this. Make sure to erase the Daotian sect's mark as quickly as possible and develop believers at the fastest speed." Liliana nodded, "I understand." At this moment, the music in the banquet hall changed, from a lively, fast-paced dance tune to a melodious and light-hearted melody. The people who had been dancing gracefully on the high platform jumped down and, in pairs, began dancing the ballroom dances that had become popular in the Blue Spirit Federation in recent years. Seeing this, Wu Wei smiled, pulled Liliana into the dance floor, and quickly blended into the celebratory crowd. In the vast interstellar space, each twinkle of a star requires traversing countless light years to reach human eyes. The passage of time, like flowing water, is exceptionally swift. Unbeknownst to them, several decades had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wu Wei was patrolling the Divine Kingdom as usual. Suddenly, Yanfei Liliana, dressed in a red dress, flew across the sky. As if she had spotted Wu Wei, she abruptly turned and swooped down, landing lightly in front of him. "Your Majesty, good news." She bowed to Wu Wei, then smiled and handed him a document, saying happily, "It turns out that after more than 10 years of our efforts, we have finally successfully erased the mark left by the Daotian sect in that star field, and the number of believers has increased dramatically. Is that so? Let me see." Wu Wei was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and quickly flipped through the stack of documents to read them. Instead of looking directly at the number of believers, he skillfully flipped to the middle section to examine the faith growth curve. This curve clearly showed that in the first 5 years, the number of believers within the Yuandao Xianzhuang Star region grew very slowly. From the 5th year onwards, the growth rate gradually increased, but it wasn't particularly fast, much slower than the missionary work of the Light God Kingdom and other places. Then, this year, the growth rate suddenly saw a leap forward, more than doubling in size. The rate of increase was unusually fast. Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised but also puzzled. What's going on? It's quite a coincidence, Liliana said, her red lips curving into a smile, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of laughter. This year, several planets in that star system experienced magnetic field disturbances. The planetary magnetic fields changed drastically, directly causing multiple geological disasters on those planets. Even the prevalent viruses mutated, giving rise to a virus with extraordinary infectivity. If it weren't for the help of our missionaries and saintesses, those planets would have been in serious trouble. Besides this, the fact that children born under the rule of the Blue Spirit Federation are gradually growing up is also an important reason. Liliana pointed to the analysis report behind her. After analysis, we found that the vast majority of the new believers are teenagers aged 12 to 15. They are not only numerous but also extremely loyal to their faith. They are all promising talents worth nurturing. Boys aged 12 to 15 have generally developed the ability to make independent judgments. While they may have been instilled with information unfavorable to the Church of Light when they were young, leading to doubts about the Church and the God of Light, they will naturally form their own judgments after witnessing the power of the God of Light and the actions of the Church of Light. This is the real reason for the rapid growth of faith this time. Good. Wu Wei exclaimed joyfully, this is great news. It shows that our efforts over the past 10 years have not been in vain. From now on, the spread of faith in this star system will only become smoother, and the number of believers will increase dramatically. Indeed, Liliana's eyes relaxed. After a few generations of nurturing, they will automatically become His Majesty's believers from the moment they become aware of things, just like the people of the Light Plane. Thinking of the future scene Liliana depicted, Wu Wei felt even better and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although the spread of faith in this star system has been difficult, it has already accumulated billions of casual and genuine believers over the past 10 years. In a few decades, these billions of believers will likely become tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. How could he not be happy? Wu Wei was in a good mood, especially seeing the number of believers in the direction of the Blue Spirit Star Cluster constantly increasing. Blue Spirit Star Cluster Planes, total population. 287.2 billion, holy believers. 1.36 million, fanatical believers. 31.29 million, devout believers. 509.21 million, true believers. 10,225.4 million, total true believers in the Blue Spirit Star Cluster. 10.8 billion. Daily divine power gain via Faith Channel. 198,000, level 1 statues. 2,260,000, level 2 statues. 210,000, level 3 statues. 30,000, level 4 statues. 3,201, level 5 statues. 402, level 6 statues. 61, level 7 statues. 5, daily divine power gain. 225,000, total daily divine power gain. 423,000. In the Blue Spirit Star Cluster alone, Wu Wei's number of true believers has exceeded 10 billion, with daily faith gains from true believers and above reaching nearly 200,000. The results in statue construction and growth are even more surprising, with a total daily gain of 225,000. Therefore, the daily divine power income from the Blue Spirit Star Cluster has reached a terrifying 423,000, enough to synthesize a divine crystal every 2 or 3 days, and the annual income could even be converted into a drop of life essence power. Of course, that's just income. In fact, the expenditures in the Blue Spirit Star Cluster direction were enormous, especially since the legions in the Blue Spirit direction had been gradually updated and upgraded over the years. Marshal Yanfei Liliana herself, with abundant resources, had become a 14-winged radiant angel. This level of combat power had reached level 13, a universal standard. Even in a 4th-level civilization, They would be absolute rulers or super powerful beings transcending civilizations. Liliana herself commanded a full army of 5 12-winged dark angels, becoming a true main force of a 4th-level civilization. Liliana's legion dared to directly confront even 4th-level civilizations. Moreover, Wu Wei's main force wasn't just Liliana's. The convenience of the heavenly gate of the Kingdom of Light allowed for rapid mutual support among the main forces. Therefore, in other words, the Kingdom of Light was now comparable to most 4th-level civilizations. Even compared to the old God of Light at his peak, it was still stronger. Yet, a thick, gloomy aura constantly lingered around Wu Wei. Immortal Palace. That was an extremely powerful cultivation civilization. Once they learned of Wu Wei's existence, they would undoubtedly launch a swift and devastating attack, annihilating him and seizing the precious creation bottle. According to Wu Wei's understanding, the Immortal Palace was a powerful level 5 civilization. Level 13 golden immortals were merely ordinary elders, and their sect even had several level 14 Tai golden immortals. Currently, Wu Wei was truly far from being their match. To contend with the Immortal Palace, he needed to upgrade his divine kingdom by another level, reaching a level far beyond what the old God of Light had achieved. If Wu Wei had several level 14 angels under his command, would he still fear the Immortal Palace? Ultimately, it was the lack of resources that caused the problem. If the number of Wu Wei's followers increased tenfold, with a creation bottle at his disposal, he could quickly produce a large number of 14-winged radiant angels, enough to fight even level 14 Tai golden immortals. Alternatively, if he had more resources, he could plunder resources to upgrade his divine kingdom. If his divine kingdom could be upgraded by another level, he wouldn't fear the Immortal Palace. Wu Wei's previous good mood, brought on by the surge in the number of believers, was instantly suppressed. Expand faith. Expand territory. Launch a large-scale faith-spreading operation towards the Blue Spirit Star Cluster and the Quint Star Cluster. In an instant, Wu Wei's divine decree reached every legion. Anyone who dared to obstruct the radiance of the great God of Light was an enemy of the Kingdom of Light, let alone those level 3 civilizations. Even if a level 4 civilization, considered the overlord of the Star Lake, caused trouble, Wu Wei would not let them off the hook and would inevitably wage a full-scale war against that level 4 civilization. Now, Wu Wei's overall strength surpassed that of most level 4 civilizations, and he did not mind spreading his faith throughout the Star Lake. With Wu Wei's command, into extremely distant star clusters in different locations, a storm began to rise. With the dual support of force and reason, the radiance of Wu Wei, the God of Light, was spreading rapidly. Those civilizations that attempted to openly or covertly resist the faith of light quickly suffered devastating blows. In just a few decades, Wu Wei's faith territory expanded several times over. Although these territories were not yet stable and needed to be cultivated slowly, the Kingdom of Light was undoubtedly on the fast track. However, just as the Kingdom of Light was progressing smoothly, an unexpected crisis suddenly struck. Chapter 414 The Shadow of the Demon Race. In a vast, distant star field, there lies a place known as the Demon Realm. Crimson moonlight shrouds the desolate and eerie black forest, appearing from afar like a veil of red gauze, filled with an indescribable chilling atmosphere. Within the forest, low-level demons rustle as they hunt, occasionally punctuated by the distant cry of an owl, but these sounds add no life to the black forest. Instead, they accentuate its silence, its eeriness, and its chilling power. Suddenly, a series of flapping wings shatters the silence from the depths of the dense forest. Startled, the low-level demons retreat to their hiding places, their blood-red eyes fixed on the source of the sound. From within the forest, a group of demons wielding steel forks slowly emerges. They were barely half a person's height, with sharp demon horns on their heads, long, thin tails trailing behind them, and a pair of enormous fleshy wings on their backs, making them hideous in appearance. They were clearly the lowest-ranking yet most numerous soldiers in the demon realm, the lesser demons. Of course, even as the lowest-ranking soldiers, they were far stronger than ordinary low-level monsters. Under the blood-red moonlight, their half-leather, half-metal armor seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blood, and the steel forks in their hands gleamed coldly, exuding a chilling aura. The low-level monsters in the forest trembled as if they had encountered their natural enemy, not daring to move an inch under their intimidating presence. They were a patrol squad from the Demon God Palace, responsible for the daily patrols of the most remote and least important areas outside the palace. Because the areas they were responsible for were not important, these lesser demons were not too nervous or concerned. chatting casually about recent gossip while patrolling. "Hey, did you hear?" one of the little demons asked excitedly. "A big shot came to the demon god's palace today. I heard the demon in charge of logistics was ordered to thoroughly clean the demon god's palace 3 times overnight. I wonder what this big shot's background is." "TCH, your information is too outdated," another little demon scoffed. "The news has been circulating in the demon god's palace for a while now. The one who came today is a big shot from the abyss." The abyss. Upon hearing these 2 words, all the little demons present gasped. The demon race is powerful, occupying countless planes. All the planes conquered and modified by the demon race can be called the demon realm. But the only one that can be called the abyss is the plane of the demon race's origin, the plane where the supreme demon lord resides. Legend has it that only high-ranking demons are qualified to enter and leave the abyss. These little demons with impure bloodlines don't even have the qualifications to be guards in the abyss. It is said that the weakest demons emerging from the abyss are at least level 9, with the slightly stronger reaching the level of demon gods. It is also said that there are several demon lords of level 13 or higher within the abyss. The legends surrounding the abyss are countless, and although they have never truly witnessed a high-ranking demon from it, they still hold this place in awe. Hearing the little demon's words, how could they not be surprised and shocked? "So it's a big shot from the abyss. I knew it." A little demon suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing something. "I just heard my cousin from my second aunt's family mention that this big shot arrived in a chariot pulled by 4 demonic dragons. The grandeur was incredible. Even the demon god himself came out to greet him. Only a big shot from the abyss could have such a grand entrance." "Yes, yes, yes. I heard that too. I heard that when that big shot arrived, even the blood moon in the sky turned a deeper color." For a moment, the little demons were buzzing with discussion, even slowing their patrol. Meanwhile, in the demon god's palace, the black fiend demon god stood respectfully before the great figure who had caused such a stir among the lesser demons, his attitude deferential and his tone obsequious. "Lord Azure Peak Demon Lord, I had the pleasure of witnessing your power and bearing from afar when we conquered the level 3 civilization, Carl. Even then, I knew you were a true powerhouse. I never imagined that my humble abode would one day welcome such a great figure as yourself." While fawning over him, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the legendary Azure Peak Demon Lord. He sat casually on a massive throne carved from the bones of a colossal star beast, his enormous fleshy wings drooping behind him, his posture remarkably relaxed. Compared to the 2 high-ranking demon guards standing behind him, he appeared slightly thinner, his muscles not as rugged or exaggerated. However, under the lamplight, his hard, bulging muscles gleamed with a rock-like luster, and even to the naked eye, one could almost feel the terrifying, explosive power that contained. Especially the single horn atop his head, which was far thicker and sharper than that of ordinary high-level demons, faintly emanating a chilling aura. As if sensing the black fiend demon god's gaze, the Azure Peak Demon Lord glanced down at him. The black fiend demon god shuddered and quickly averted his gaze. He had heard that this Azure Peak Demon Lord was an extremely formidable fighter, even among level 13 demon lords, one of the most powerful figures in the abyss plane, whose demon army could easily crush 10 lesser demon gods like himself. He'd better just treat him like royalty. Thinking this, he opened his mouth to continue flattering him. However, before he could speak again, the Azure Peak Demon Lord's voice rang out. "More than 200 years have passed. Why hasn't that human so-called Dawn's broken plane been conquered yet?" The Azure Peak Demon Lord's tone was casual, as if he were just asking a question. However, upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly poured down the black fiend demon god's forehead. Lord Demon Lord, please let me explain," he hurriedly tried to explain. However, the Azure Peak Demon Lord showed no intention of listening to him. "The Dawnlight Plane is just a small indigenous civilization, and you haven't been able to conquer it after fighting for so long. How else do you want to explain this?" He glanced at the black fiend demon god with a half-smile, casually picked up a red caltrip fruit, a specialty of the abyss, from the fruit plate, slowly peeled off the spiky skin, and scooped out the sweet, juicy, bright red flesh piece by piece, popping it into his mouth. "Do you think that because the Dawnlight Plane is remote, resource-poor, and unrelated to the main battle, no one will care, so you can slack off?" His tone was nonchalant and unhurried, but the black fiend demon god felt immense pressure, as if those hands were not lightly peeling open a red caltrip fruit, but his own skull. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The black fiend demon god's face turned deathly pale. His knees buckled, and he knelt before the Azure Peak demon lord, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Demon lord, I know my mistake. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. I can atone for my sins. The Azure Peak demon lord chuckled lightly, not even glancing at him again. He casually tossed aside the peel of the red caltrip fruit and, in the same unhurried tone as before, gave his order: the demon race doesn't raise trash. Drag him away and throw him into the blood pool. Yes. The two guards standing behind the Azure Peak demon lord immediately responded and quickly walked towards the black fiend demon god. These two guards, who had been almost invisible when standing behind the Azure Peak demon lord, suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. The black fiend demon god's expression changed drastically. He scrambled to his feet, trying to escape. However, before he could even regain his footing, the two guards easily grabbed his arms and dragged him out of the demon god's palace. These two guards were even stronger than the black fiend demon god. Wait. Lord demon lord. Lord demon lord. I can explain. I can atone for my sins. Lord demon lord, please give me another chance, Lord demon lord. The black fiend demon god screamed, trying to plead for mercy, but the Azure Peak demon lord wouldn't even spare him a glance, completely disregarding his life or death. Soon, the black fiend demon god's screams faded into the demon god's palace. The Azure Peak demon lord didn't even flinch, calmly instructing the other guards behind him: pass on my order, along with the troops I brought, launch a full-scale attack on the Dawnlight Plain. Within a month, I want the Dawnlight Plain to become part of the demon realm, renamed the Demon Radiance Plain, becoming our demon race's bridgehead for conquering that star system. Yes, Lord demon lord. With the Azure Peak demon lord's order, the demon army of the nearby demon realm immediately sprang into action, beginning their advance towards the Dawnlight Plain. War was imminent. Chapter 415: The Demon Race Arrives. Dawnlight Plain, Crater Plains. Early morning. It was not yet 7 o'clock, the sun had just risen above the horizon. Pale golden morning light pierced through the clouds and spilled across the plains, like a morning horn, awakening the slumbering land. In the Minotaur tribe, members were already gradually leaving their tents. The fires that had burned all night were extinguished, the sheep were driven out of their pens, and wisps of smoke drifted from the tent roofs. Bathed in the morning light, the Minotaur began their busy day. In the center of the tribe, where the totem pole had once stood, now stood a statue of the god of light. Bathed in the morning light, the towering statue of the god of light seemed to be plated with gold, appearing exceptionally sacred and majestic. The early rising shaman priest led all the children of the tribe to kneel at the foot of the statue, beginning their daily morning prayers, reciting hymns praising the god of light. This was a rule established by the god of light after taking over the Dawnlight Plain. Every morning after waking, all underage Minotaur children in the tribe were required to report to the shaman. This served three purposes: first, to pay homage to the god; second, to learn; and third, because the Dawnlight Plain had been plagued by years of war, and demonic attacks were always a possibility, having the children together made relocation easier in case of conflict. Led by the Minotaur shaman, the children recited poems, their little faces serious and devout, as if they were undertaking a momentous life event. With their devout recitation, the divine power accumulating within the idol gradually increased, and invisible halos swept across the entire tribe, silently nourishing the Minotaur bodies, warding off illness, strengthening their bodies, and prolonging their lives. Only after the morning prayers were finished did the shaman announce the end of the service, letting the children go home for breakfast, instructing them to return immediately afterward and not to wander off. Amidst the hustle and bustle, everything on the grassland appeared peaceful and serene, unlike a place constantly ravaged by war. Suddenly, a squadron of angels soared across the sky, their pure white wings reflecting the morning light with radiant brilliance, incomparably holy and sacred. Upon seeing them, the Minotaurs on the ground stopped what they were doing and raised their hands in reverent worship. Praise be to our Lord. For many years, it was thanks to the constant support of these angels that the Dawnlight Plain had been able to repel the demonic invasions time and again, living in peace and prosperity on the grassland. Without them, perhaps they would have long since become slaves of the demons, living a miserable and unbearable life. In the sky, the patrolling squadron of angels flew farther and farther away, higher and higher, gradually disappearing into the clouds. Only then did the minotaurs on the ground turn their gaze away and resume their work. Meanwhile, in the void, a massive warship, interwoven with white and gold, was slowly flying along the orbit of the dawnlight plane. The starlight shone upon it, coating its surface with a hazy, warm orange-red glow, making it appear exceptionally inviting from afar. This colossal void warship was St. Luke's personal vessel, the flagship of the Judgment Legion, a Divine Punisher-class void warship. At this moment, a meeting was about to take place aboard this Divine Punisher. Inside the brightly lit meeting room, dozens of 8-winged dark angels and 10-winged angels sat in a circle around the conference table. An empty chair at the very front of the table was reserved for Legion Commander St. Luke, flanked by Vice Commander St. Augustus and the Dark Saintess Judy. Everyone except Legion Commander St. Luke was present, awaiting his arrival to announce the start of the meeting. However, the atmosphere in the meeting room was anything but relaxed. Rather, it was somewhat oppressive. St. Judy, in her Vice Commander's seat, sat silently with a gloomy face. A low-pressure atmosphere permeated the entire meeting room. Under this oppressive aura, several level 10 8-winged dark angels at the edge of the conference table trembled with fear, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They dared not stare at Judy, nor utter a sound, pretending to be engrossed in their documents while secretly exchanging thoughts. What's wrong with Princess Judy? She seems to be in a bad mood. It's more than just a bad mood, someone has clearly offended her. One 8-winged dark angel couldn't help but complain. I wonder who's so unlucky. They're probably in deep trouble now. He shuddered as he spoke. Although he hadn't personally witnessed Princess Judy's methods, he had seen them indirectly. 30 years ago, a foolish 6-winged angel disliked Princess Judy and spread rumors about her. Later, Princess Judy somehow heard about those rumors and summoned him to the training camp. Few knew what exactly happened in the training camp back then. All that was known was that from then on, the 6-winged angel would turn pale whenever he saw Princess Judy, and never dared to utter a single word of criticism against her, becoming incredibly obedient. This time, who had offended Princess Judy this time? Just as the group was exchanging these thoughts, the meeting room door was pushed open again, and a figure walked in with steady steps. This figure had chestnut hair, deep eyes, and a solemn expression. It was none other than St. Luke, the commander of the Judgment Legion. A heavy pressure slowly spread through the meeting room with his arrival, even the air seemed to freeze. The meeting room fell silent abruptly, and all the angels stood up respectfully. Even the usually sullen Dark Saintess Judy stood up and bowed to St. Luke. Commander, St. Luke nodded, then glanced around the meeting room. Seeing that everyone was present, he said, "Let's begin." "Yes, Commander." The angels took their seats, and St. Luke sat down in the hut seat. "I believe everyone has seen the data in their hands." Judy, as the meeting's chairperson, spoke first, her voice deep and cold. "Over the past 100 years, the Judgment Legion and the Thunder Legion have expanded their territories significantly, while our Judgment Legion's achievements are negligible. The contrast is stark. Don't you feel ashamed?" Hearing her words, many of the angels present lowered their heads. They had just seen the glorious achievements of the Judgment Legion and the Thunder Legion in the data. Whether it was the newly added star systems or the number of new believers, they were quite considerable. In comparison, while the Judgment Legion couldn't be said to have no achievements, they were simply insignificant. St. Augustus, as the vice-general, sighed inwardly. Although he also felt that the Judgment Legion's achievements were somewhat underwhelming, Judy was being far too harsh. He glanced at St. Luke, who sat in the head seat, and seeing that he remained calm and composed, showing no intention of speaking, he had no choice but to break the awkward atmosphere himself. He said, "The war in the Dawnlight Plane has taken up too much of our energy. The demon race isn't some level 1 or 2 civilization that can be easily dealt with in a single battle. The reality is what it is. We can't entirely blame everyone. Besides, we haven't been without achievements. With our help, the Minotaur population has increased nearly tenfold, reaching over 3 billion, and most of them are devout believers, even fanatics, with extremely high levels of faith. That being said, it's a fact that everyone has become complacent." Judy glanced at St. Augustus, giving him some face, and softened her tone slightly. "We can let bygones be bygones, but from now on, we must take action." St. Augustus asked, "What good ideas do you have? Aren't there a dozen or so level 1 civilizations and several level 2 civilizations in the nearby star cluster?" Judy said, "If we conquer them, we'll have a respectable achievement. But, isn't that a bit much to initiate an invasion?" An 8-winged dark angel weakly raised his hand. Isn't it said to easily provoke resistance and hinder missionary work? The Judgment Legion had considered attacking these civilizations before, sending the Saintess system and missionaries, but these civilizations were quite stable internally, without any major disasters or invasions from other civilizations, resulting in less than ideal missionary results. Judy's words clearly indicated that she felt the soft approach wasn't working and was preparing for direct attack. Isn't that simple? Judy sneered. My newly developed plague potion can come in handy. When those lower-level civilizations are thrown into panic by the intractable plague, we can strike, and the hearts of the people will naturally be won over. How could that be? The 8-winged dark angel widened his eyes, wanting to refute. However, seeing the cold smile on Judy's face, he felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, not daring to speak. The other angels' expressions were also somewhat distorted, looking like they were holding their breath but dared not speak. For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. No. In the silence, St. Luke, at the head of the table, finally spoke. His voice was flat, and his expression was exactly the same as before, showing no emotion whatsoever from Judy's astonishing statement. Judy was unwilling. Why not? Too many people have died from the plague, affecting the number of potential believers, St. Luke said calmly, and our Lord will not agree. Hearing this, Judy fell silent. She had to admit that St. Luke was right. Putting aside the first reason, the second reason alone was enough to overturn the plan. In the kingdom of light, no one would go against Wu Wei's thoughts and beliefs. St. Luke would not, and neither would she. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. She was inherently fiercely competitive, otherwise, she wouldn't have harbored resentment for so many years over her inferior status compared to Katerina. Thinking of her own mediocrity over the years, and then of Angelina and the others' boundless glory, her resentment grew stronger, and her mood worsened. However, while she was unhappy, the other angels present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, St. Luke tapped the table, reminding the angels, although Judy's plan has been rejected, the campaign to conquer surrounding civilizations and expand the reach of our faith is imperative. All of you, put your minds to work. We must come up with a feasible plan today. Hearing this, the angels tensed up again, immediately focusing their attention and beginning to think. Soon, an angel offered an idea, but other angels quickly raised different opinions, and for a time, both sides held firm to their positions, refusing to yield, and engaged in a heated debate. However, just as the angels were arguing, St. Luke's communicator suddenly rang. St. Luke raised his hand to stop the meeting and then answered the communicator. A moment later, his expression darkened slightly, and he stood up from his chair. Gentlemen, he announced in a cold, authoritative tone, placing his hands on the conference table, news has just arrived from the Dawnlight Plain. The demons have launched a massive invasion, larger than ever before. From now on, the meeting agenda is changed to a war meeting. Yes. The angels' faces hardened, their eyes instantly igniting with fierce fighting spirit. St. Judy's almond-shaped eyes shone even brighter than ever before. She slammed her hand on the conference table. Very well. Let's discuss how to deal with those demon bastards. These words instantly made the atmosphere in the conference room incredibly tense. Chapter 416 The Underrated Kingdom of Light. Rewind half an hour. In the Dawnlight Plain, on a plain not far from the Minotaur defense perimeter on the northern plateau, space suddenly rippled slightly. Ravaged by the flames of war, this once lush grassland had become a desert. Not only was there no grass, but not even a patch of soil remained. As far as the eye could see, there were scattered gravel, sandy soil, and strangely shaped, oddly colored crystals formed from the melting and crystallization of various objects. At this moment, an invisible spatial fluctuation swept across the plain, and the strangely shaped crystals on the ground shattered into fragments with eerie, piercing cracking sounds, as if crushed by a tremendous force. Amidst the cracking sounds, a colossal portal, seemingly reaching to the heavens and earth, slowly floated up from the ripples in space, solidifying and standing atop the plateau. This portal was jet black, its edges resembling those of withered branches, exuding a mysterious and dangerous demonic aura. This portal was unmistakably a special gate, created using the unique spatial folding technology of the demon race. Unlike the gates of heaven of the Kingdom of Light, the special gate formed by the demon race's spatial folding technology could not be opened or closed at will, nor could it be opened at any arbitrary location. Instead, it could only be opened after leaving a special anchor at a specific location, and once opened, it could only be fixed in one place and could not be moved at will. However, the special folding technology was not without its advantages. The special gate constructed using this technology covered a vast area, allowing large numbers of demon armies to descend directly through it. This spatial gate could persist unless destroyed by external forces. Moreover, once the spatial gate was opened, the surrounding environment would be continuously affected by it, gradually becoming more suitable for demon survival. Even the plants and animals living within this area would be affected and undergo demonic mutations. If not dealt with in time, the entire plane would be completely transformed into a demon realm in about 10 years. This location had once been the site of several spatial gates. If it weren't for the angelic legions dispatched by the Kingdom of Light repeatedly destroying them and thoroughly purifying the remaining demonic energy, this place would likely have become a demonic realm. Now, after many years, the demonic spatial gate has finally opened again here. At the center of the gate, the light screen rippled, and a well-equipped demonic legion slowly emerged from it. This legion numbered over 1,000, with demons at least at level 7 in strength. They were well-equipped and exuded a chilling aura. The cold winds of the northern plateau caused their scarlet cloaks to flutter slightly, and their armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their presence icy and deadly. Following closely behind was another demonic legion. In a short time, the northern plateau was completely occupied by the massive demonic legion. Under the command of Demon Lord King Feng, almost his entire elite army was mobilized. In an instant, demonic flames raged across the northern plateau, and massive demonic energy coalesced into dark clouds that filled the sky, clearly visible even several kilometers away. Any minotaurs nearby would likely be terrified. Suddenly, a demon wielding a scythe flapped its enormous fleshy wings and soared into the air. A single, massive horn atop its head, its bulging muscles as hard as rock, and its wings covered in barbs, made it appear ferocious and terrifying, yet brimming with powerful tension. It was one of the two guards who had followed Demon Lord King Feng earlier, a level 12 demon god. Upon seeing him, the previously noisy demon army fell silent. The level 12 demon god's sharp gaze swept over the demons below. Although there was no particular movement, every demon felt as if that gaze were piercing their faces, making their already tense nerves even more strained. My name is Scythe, and I am here to oversee the battle under the command of Demon Lord King Feng. Demon Lord King Feng has ordered that the Dawnlight Plane be captured within 3 days. He spoke in a deep, cold voice, "Move out." His words were simple, yet his deep voice seemed to reverberate, carrying far and wide across the northern plateau with a bleak north wind, deafeningly loud. All the demons responded with a thunderous roar. A tremendous sound wave spread across the northern plateau, instantly filling the air with a chilling atmosphere. Even the icy air seemed to carry a bone-deep cold. At the same time, the horns of attack sounded, and all the legions set off simultaneously, charging towards the Minotaur tribes below the plateau. Kill! 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 The desperate shouts echoed across the wilderness. One Minotaur tribe after another was slaughtered and decimated by the relentless advance of the demon legions. Even the light statues standing in the tribes could not reverse the situation, only allowing them to hold out a little longer. On the grasslands, the corpses of the Minotaurs piled up into small mountains, their crimson blood staining the soil a dark red, the stench of blood permeating the entire plains. However, the Minotaur tribe's desperate struggle and perseverance were not in vain. They received reinforcements. Long before the demon army first appeared in the Minotaur's sight, a Minotaur shaman had used a communicator to inform the Holy See of Light. Upon receiving the message, the Holy See headquarters in the Minotaur city-states immediately began mobilizing troops. Within half a day, a fully formed legion had arrived at the front lines, beginning to resist the demons and rescue the trapped Minotaurs. The situation instantly shifted from a one-sided massacre to a stalemate with back-and-forth fighting. The Minotaur tribes, previously scattered and independent across the grasslands, skillfully regrouped under the command of the Holy See, forming a defensive line centered around 5 city-states, effectively avoiding the predicament of being defeated piecemeal by the demon army. Years of war had made these Minotaur tribes accustomed to conflict. They quickly calmed down and organized an effective resistance. However, this time it was the elite legion under the command of the Azure Peak Demon Lord, far superior to the troops of an ordinary demon god. Even though the Minotaur tribe had organized an effective resistance, the balance of the war was still uncontrollably tilting in favor of the demons, and at a remarkably rapid pace. HMPH, these minotaurs are quite strong. No wonder that piece of trash black fiend couldn't break through them after so long. In the thick, dark clouds formed by demonic energy, the scythe demon god hovered silently, flapping his enormous fleshy wings, a cold smile on his face. Raging demonic flames boiled around him. His entire being was like a giant torch, recklessly radiating his oppressive aura in the sky. The terrifying pressure seemed to solidify the surrounding air, even blurring his figure within the raging flames, leaving only a vague outline. Looking at the battle below, he grinned, revealing a smile filled with cold killing intent. However, that's all. Hair, what arrogance. Suddenly, a gloomy female voice echoed from the sky. The scythe demon's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly turned his head to see a petite woman in a black miniskirt slowly walking towards him from the other side of the sky. She held a black scepter radiating a chilling aura upside down in her hand, her two straight, slender legs exposed to the air. Waves of almost tangible darkness emanated from her, cold and cruel, sending chills down one's spine. However, strangely, despite the almost tangible aura of darkness emanating from her, she exuded a sense of light and purity, like the darkness before dawn. When a ray of light pierced through, the darkness gained boundless vitality. Such a unique aura was unparalleled even in the entire kingdom of light. The one who had arrived was none other than Saint Judy, the vice commander of the Judgment Legion. The scythe demon was slightly taken aback by this strange contrast, but quickly recovered. Before we came, His Highness the Demon Lord said that although Black Fiend is foolish, he is not weak. He shouldn't be helpless against a mere dawnlight plane. There must be a level 12 powerhouse hidden behind the Minotaur tribe. He looked Judy up and down a few times, but didn't rush to attack. Instead, he smiled and said, "Now it seems that His Highness the Demon Lord was indeed a brilliant strategist." "Oh? Is that so?" Saint Judy sneered with a half-smile. "Did your Demon Lord foresee that you would all perish here today?" Hearing this, the scythe demon god's face instantly darkened. "Seeing that you are quite strong, barely worthy of being called a nobody, I originally wanted to recruit you to the Demon Lord's ranks." He looked at Saint Judy with a cold smile, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. "But now it seems that you don't need this opportunity." As he spoke, he raised his hand and sent a signal into the void. The extremely condensed demonic energy tore through the sky, instantly blooming into a blood-red firework in the sky. At the same time, the voice of the scythe demon god echoed in the sky, "Blade, come out. Let this goddess from the kingdom of light feel the enthusiasm of our demon race." "Ho ho ho, Your Highness the Demon Lord is indeed a prophet. Someone has actually walked right into our trap." A burst of arrogant laughter suddenly came from the sky. Amidst the laughter, a high-ranking demon with a single horn on his head and a long sword in his hand suddenly appeared in the sky behind Judy. He appeared as if out of thin air, without any warning. High-ranking demons are born with powerful special talents. After reaching level 12, they can skillfully use special power to instantly complete special folding and special crossing. Ordinary methods cannot trap them. Even when used for attack, the special slashes unleashed with all their demonic energy are incredibly powerful, making them extremely formidable in combat. Within the dark clouds of demonic energy, his huge fleshy wings spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. A terrifying pressure of demonic flames spread out, merging with the raging demonic flames blooming around the scythe demon god. In an instant, countless demonic flames appeared out of thin air, intertwining and tangling like living things, quickly forming a demonic cage burning with flames, binding Saint Judy in the center. Saint Judy's face immediately turned extremely ugly. The scythe demon god and the blade demon god burst into laughter upon seeing this. If they could capture this goddess of darkness and present her to the Demon Lord, the Demon Lord would surely be overjoyed. It was common knowledge that the demon race's strength depended on the blood pool. The stronger the object consumed by the blood pool, the greater the benefits the demons would receive. This goddess was powerful. The two of them couldn't consume her, but the Demon Lord could. Even if the Demon Lord didn't consume her, but instead took a liking to her and kept her as a demon princess, they would still gain considerable benefits. Thinking this way, they could almost see themselves capturing this goddess and presenting her to the Demon Lord, thus achieving a great feat. However, before they could even make a move, a mischievous male voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "Tisk tisk tisk." It seems the Demon Lord isn't so clever after all. He didn't even anticipate that our Kingdom of Light has more than one level 12 powerhouse. The smiles of the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God froze simultaneously. At the same moment the voice spoke. An angel dressed in a mage's robe and hat slowly descended from the sky, hovering not far above the two. He was surrounded by 5-colored magical elemental light, his wide mage's robes billowing wildly in the high-altitude winds, looking exactly like a mage, except for the 12 pure white wings that fluttered in the wind on his back, revealing his angelic identity. It was none other than the other vice-captain of the Judgment Legion, the former Archmage, St. Augustus. Appearing with him was a terrifying pressure as vast as the ocean. It was yet another level 12 god. The smug expressions of the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God instantly turned grim. The existence of 2 level 12 powerhouses on the Dawnlight Plane, whose strength was no less than theirs, was completely unexpected. While they weren't afraid of these 2 equals, they had solemnly pledged their allegiance to the Demon Lord before coming. If they failed to quickly conquer the Dawnlight Plane, or suffered a loss and had to trouble the Demon Lord with his personal intervention, knowing the Demon Lord as they did, the consequences would be dire. In a flash, the 2 exchanged a glance, a ruthless glint in their eyes. The next moment, they moved simultaneously. Years of tacit understanding made their movements almost synchronized. In an instant, a scythe wreathed in black demonic flames and a longsword entwined with dense spatial power slashed down at the same time. A terrifying aura instantly locked onto the fiery cage imprisoning Judy. A torrent of black light descended from the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently under its immense power. A fierce wind whipped through the air, clouds surged, and the terrifying force seemed poised to tear Judy and her fiery cage in two. St. Augustus, however, remained suspended in place, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. The 2 demon gods' faces lit up with joy. This attack would surely cripple the goddess. However, just as the 2 demon gods thought the situation was under control, a blinding light suddenly emanated from Judy within the fiery cage. Within the light, Judy's figure rapidly shrank, transforming in an instant before the 2 demon gods' eyes into a bizarrely shaped black puppet, falling back into the fiery cage. Almost the instant Judy became a puppet, the terrifying attack tore through the cage and slashed down, striking the puppet directly. In a flash, the puppet shattered into pieces. However, the expressions of the Scythe Demon and the Blade Demon changed instantly, and they almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Substitution technique." The substitution technique is a relatively uncommon divine art, allowing one to swap places with a specially made substitute in a moment of crisis, letting the substitute take the damage. Similar divine arts exist in various civilizations, including those of immortal cultivation, demon cultivation, and the light god and demon races. However, because it is difficult to cultivate, requiring many precious materials to create the substitute puppet, and easily detected and even prevented by beings of higher levels, few people practice it. But this doesn't mean the divine art is weak. As long as there's a way to deceive the opponent's divine sense, the substitution technique can play a decisive role in battle. For example, right now, neither the Scythe Demon nor the Blade Demon had expected their opponent to be so formidable, not only proficient in the substitution technique but also perfectly deceiving their divine sense. Years of combat experience instantly tightened their nerves, and almost without thinking, they launched a counterattack. A terrifying attack swept out, instantly covering most of the area behind the 2 demons. Under the spatial tremor, nothing could hide. If Judy intended to use this opportunity to ambush the 2 demons, she would inevitably be forced to reveal herself by their attack. However, their attacks both missed. Judy was not even within their attack range. The Scythe Demon God frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. However, before he could even process this, a graceful figure wielding a black scepter and wearing a black short skirt appeared in the sky before him. It was none other than Judy, who had successfully escaped using the substitution technique. At the same time, above, behind, to the sides, and beneath the feet of the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God, an angel with 12 wings, surrounded by holy light, slowly emerged. These 4 were none other than the commanders of the other 4 armies of the Judgment Legion. Besides the Royal Guard, the 4 12-winged seraphim besides St. Judy and St. Augustus. It turned out that these 4 12-winged seraphim had been lying in ambush in the surrounding sky from the very beginning, only revealing themselves now. In the blink of an eye, the Blade Demon and the Scythe Demon were surrounded by the 6 12-winged seraphim, with no blind spots on any side. The 6 12-winged seraphim, their 36 pairs of pure white wings unfurling in the wind, exuded a vast and overwhelming pressure that permeated the surrounding air like divine might. For a moment, even the air seemed to solidify under this pressure, making even breathing a luxury. The Scythe Demon and the Blade Demon's pupils constricted, their previously pale faces instantly turning deathly white. Surrounded by 6 level 12 powerhouses, they were like grasshoppers in a cage, unable to move at all. 6 level 12 powerhouses could easily seal off all the space around them. Even special folding techniques require time to cast, and with such a disparity in numbers, it was impossible to succeed. This is impossible. The Scythe Demon God exclaimed in shock, unable to contain himself. Did the investigation report say that the one who bought the Dawnlight plane was just an ordinary level 3 civilization that had obtained some kind of light inheritance, with at most 1 or 2 level 12 powerhouses? Ho 1 or 2 level 12 powerhouses. Upon hearing this, one of the 4 12-winged angels who had just revealed themselves couldn't help but laugh out loud. How long ago is this investigation report? How many years out of date is it? The Kingdom of Light has developed rapidly, changing every few years. Decades ago, the Kingdom of Light only had a few level 12 angels, but now it even has several level 13 radiant angels, not to mention level 12 12-winged seraphim, totaling at least 20 or 30. It's incomparable to what it was back then. The demons are actually using data from decades ago to deploy their forces. They truly deserve their fate. All right, in front of the 2 vice captains, tone it down a bit. Another 12-winged seraph chuckled and cursed at him, then couldn't help but glance at St. Judy and St. Augustus, asking curiously, "Vice commanders, how did you guess there was another level 12 demon god? I used to rule the Inquisition, what kind of people haven't I seen?" St. Judy glanced disdainfully at the Scythe demon god. Judging from his pretentious act just now, he was obviously a target set up on purpose. It would be strange if he didn't have someone lying in ambush behind him. St. Augustus chuckled, although the demon race usually has overseers, they're not like this at all. It's obvious there's something wrong. However, Judy's substitution technique is also that powerful, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to fool these 2 guys. The 12-winged seraphs chatted away as if no one else was around, while the Scythe Demon God and Blade Demon God, surrounded in the middle, looked increasingly worse. It wasn't just because they had miscalculated and were surrounded, but also because they were furious. The Blade Demon couldn't help but curse, glaring fiercely at the 12-winged seraphim before him. Don't be so smug. So what if you have 6 level 12 experts? The demon race isn't just the 2 of us. That's right. The Scythe Demon's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, coldly saying, even if you wipe us all out, you still can't protect the Dawnlight plane. When His Highness the Demon Lord arrives, you'll still have to kneel and beg for mercy. Your Highness the Demon Lord sounds very powerful. I'm so scared, St. Augustus said, feigning fear, but his face was all smiles, showing no sign of apprehension. All right, stop teasing them. St. Judy frowned impatiently. We've given them so much time, the distress call should have gotten out by now, right? She looked at St. Augustus. Mages are more sensitive to spatial fluctuations than she is. St. Augustus still wore his usual smiling expression. I sensed a barely perceptible spatial fluctuation just now. It must have been sent out. What? They spoke so casually, yet the Scythe Demon and Blade Demon, who had just been so menacing, trembled, almost unable to believe their ears. What did they mean by the distress message should have been sent out? These angels had been surrounding them and nagging for so long, just to give them a chance to send out the distress message. What were they trying to do? Almost simultaneously, a bad premonition rose in the hearts of the Scythe Demon and Blade Demon. However, by then, even if they realized something was wrong, it was too late. St. Judy didn't care about their feelings at all. Seeing her goal achieved, her eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Chapter 417, Slaying the Demon Lord. Since that's the case, then they were useless. Attack. Before her words even finished, the scepter in her hand moved, a dark light shooting out and instantly transforming into a roaring black dragon that charged straight at the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God. At the same time, St. Augustus and the other 4 12-winged seraphim also attacked simultaneously, 6 attacks crashing down on the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God like a raging torrent, instantly sealing off all their escape routes. Even the surrounding space was sealed off, preventing the Blade Demon God from using his most proficient special escape technique. Damn it! The Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly tried to resist. However, under the combined attack of the 6 12-winged seraphim, their struggles were utterly futile. In just a short while, the 2 demon gods were covered in wounds and blood. Splattering demonic blood rained down from the sky, and for a moment, even the demonic flames and dark clouds in the sky were largely dispelled by the dense power of light. Just as the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God were about to perish under the siege of the six seraphim, suddenly, a violent spatial fluctuation arose in the sky. Space trembled, and ripples spread like water, distorting everyone's vision. And within these ripples, a figure stepped out and appeared before everyone. It was a tall demon clad in cyan armor. He was taller and more robust than ordinary demons, his muscles bulging like rocks, and even his cyan armor exuded an extraordinary aura. With his appearance, a heavy pressure instantly spread through the sky like a hurricane, even causing the demonic clouds gathered in the sky to become turbulent. That was the powerful pressure unique to level 13 Demon Lord. Under the terrifying pressure, the 612-winged seraphim besieging the Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God faltered, their attacks instantly becoming much more sluggish. The Scythe Demon God and the Blade Demon God, who had previously been in despair, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "Your Highness, Demon Lord. Your Highness, Demon Lord. Save me." The two demon gods struggled desperately, trying to rush towards the location of the spatial fluctuations. However, they were immediately blocked by the 612-winged seraphim. Seeking death. Seeing the miserable state of his two subordinates, the Azure Peak Demon Lord's face darkened, his deep eyes instantly filled with rage and killing intent. When he first received the distress call, he thought his two subordinates were utterly useless. He never imagined they would be surrounded by opponents 3 times their number. Even he himself couldn't guarantee a safe escape from such a siege by so many level 12 experts. Almost instantly, he realized that his intelligence on this matter was flawed. If he had known beforehand that there were so many formidable opponents, he would never have sent only 2 subordinates. He would have requested the Abyss to send several more troops. But it was too late to say that now. Rescuing his subordinates was the priority. With a thought, a halberd taller than himself appeared in his hand, and he swung it with a single blow. In an instant, terrifying demonic flames ignited on the halberd, and the entire halberd struck one of the 12-winged seraphim with immense force. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if it could not withstand the force. The 12-winged seraphim, locked on by the attack, changed his expression slightly, and cold sweat involuntarily seeped from his forehead. This was an attack from a level 13 expert. Just one strike would be enough to severely injure him. However, before the attack could land on him, a sword light descended from the sky, intercepting the immensely powerful halberd strike halfway. The sword light was as brilliant as the sun, as dazzling as its radiance. The sword light and the halberd clashed, instantly unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave that caused the surrounding demonic clouds to churn violently. The Azure Peak Demon Lord felt a sharp pain in his hand, his arm was numb from the impact of the sword strike. His eyes narrowed slightly. Such power from a distance, this person's strength was likely no less than his own. Seeing this, he ceased his attempt to rescue his subordinates and instead gripped his halberd tightly, looking up at the sky. He saw that a hole had appeared in the demonic clouds, and brilliant holy light was shining through, like the first rays of dawn, radiating boundless light. In that instant, a figure burst forth from the clouds, spreading its pure white wings and hurtling towards him. This figure had chestnut hair and deep eyes, wielding a silver longsword and clad in silver armor. The figure was as sharp and incomparably fierce as a drawn sword, radiating a chilling aura. 14 pure white wings unfurled behind him, and a terrifying pressure swept out like a tidal wave, as if the entire sky brightened at his appearance. This figure was none other than Saint Luke, the commander of the Judgment Legion. The Azure Peak Demon Lord's pupils constricted sharply, his muscles tensing instantly, yet his face showed no sign of tension or apprehension, instead igniting a fierce fighting spirit. Ho ha ho ha, good. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. I never imagined that among you natives, there would be such a powerful figure as you. Very good. Today, I can finally have a good fight. Hey, is that so? Saint Luke sneered. You didn't think I was alone, did you? What? The Azure Peak Demon Lord's heart tightened, and he suddenly became vigilant. However, before he could act, a magnificent golden gate suddenly opened in the sky, and a figure stepped out. He wore a white divine robe, held a scepter wreathed in holy light, and his golden hair shone brightly in the holy light, making him appear young and handsome. However, those deep blue eyes were as calm and profound as a lake, carrying an indescribable sense of vicissitude. This figure was none other than Saint John Nasidal, the former Pope of the Plane of Light, and now the commander of the Holy Radiance Legion. It turned out that as soon as St. Luke received the news, he had already contacted St. John, who was far away in the Divine Kingdom, just in case. St. John was also prepared to provide support at any time. After meeting the Azure Peak Demon Lord, St. Luke realized that his strength was roughly equal to that of the Azure Peak Demon Lord, and that determining a victor would be extremely difficult. To prevent a battle from dragging on for too long, causing widespread devastation to the Dawnlight Plain and further dwindling its hard-won population, he immediately sent a signal to St. John. St. John, who had been waiting for a long time, naturally opened the gates of heaven immediately and rushed over. With St. John's appearance, 14 angelic wings suddenly unfurled behind him, the pure white wings reflecting holy light, exuding indescribable holiness. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a level 13 radiant angel spread across the sky. Holy light shone brightly throughout the heavens and earth. The holy light, already growing stronger due to St. Luke's appearance, seemed to be stimulated, erupting suddenly in a burst. Under the suppression of this dense power of light, the demonic clouds in the sky began to dissipate as if encountering a natural enemy, and even the demonic flame swirling around Demon Lord King Fang dimmed. No. This is impossible. Demon Lord King Fang was utterly shocked, his usually indifferent expression finally changing. It was already unbelievable that a mere level 3 civilization had a level 13 expert. How could there be a second? This was the strength of an established level 4 civilization. Could it be that this star field actually harbored a powerful level 4 or level 5 civilization, and the demons were completely unaware? Could this be a conspiracy against the demons? In just a moment, Demon Lord King Fang's mind raced, unconsciously conjuring up conspiracy theories. No. He was determined to escape back to the abyss and deliver this news to His Majesty, the Demon King. With a thought, he immediately attempted to use the space folding technique to return to the demon realm. A massive amount of energy surged from his body, causing the spatial forces in the surrounding air to ripple like waves. In just 3 seconds, the space folding technique would be complete, sending his body back to the demon realm. However, before the space folding technique could fully materialize, St. John keenly sensed something amiss. He raised his hand, and dazzling holy light suddenly erupted from his scepter, instantly freezing the surrounding space as if water had turned to ice. The Azure Peak Demon Lord's step froze in place. Trying to run? Too late. St. John sneered, raising his scepter, and the condensed holy light instantly transformed into a giant hammer taller than a man, slamming down fiercely towards the Azure Peak Demon Lord's head. In an instant, all the light in the world seemed to concentrate in a single hammer blow, its terrifying power sweeping out like a tsunami. The surrounding clouds churned, and even the space itself seemed to hum as if it had been violently struck. King Fang Demon Lord's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his halberd to block. Clang! The massive hammer of light slammed into the halberd, the terrifying force instantly transmitting through the halberd to King Fang Demon Lord's arms. His arms went numb, and he couldn't help but groan. In his hasty attack, he suffered a minor setback, but he managed to withstand the attack. However, just as he blocked the holy light hammer, St. Luke also made his move. A sharp sword light descended from the sky, heading directly for King Fang Demon Lord's back, its terrifying sharpness seeming to pierce him in an instant. King Fang Demon Lord's heart tightened. He almost instantly felt the energy fluctuations behind him. However, he was currently bracing himself against the holy light hammer and had no time to defend himself. He could only concentrate all his demonic energy on his armor to take the blow head-on. The cold sword light instantly left a deep mark on his armor, the sharp tip piercing through and leaving a shallow gash on his back. In just one exchange, Demon Lord King Fang had already suffered a significant loss against the combined forces of St. John and St. Luke, and his heart sank. He had initially thought that although these two angels also possessed level 13 strength, their combat experience was far inferior to his, a high-ranking demon who had fought his way up through countless battles. He believed that with his rich combat experience, even if he couldn't defeat them, he might be able to find a chance to escape. However, after just one exchange, he realized his assumptions were wrong. These two had considerable combat experience, and their teamwork was seamless. They had clearly fought together many times, leaving him with almost no openings. Escaping from them would be extremely difficult. However, by then, it was too late. Under the combined attack of St. Luke and St. John, Demon Lord King Fang was completely overwhelmed and suppressed within just a few rounds. It was only a matter of time before the victor emerged. On the ground, the Minotaurs fighting noticed this scene and cheered loudly. "Kill them! Slay all the demons! Slay all the demons!" The shout spread across the ground like a tidal wave, and in an instant, the morale of the Minotaurs soared, even their battle cries became more powerful. With the help of the angelic army, the balance of the battle slowly tilted in favor of the Minotaurs, and unknowingly, the situation had been reversed. In the divine realm. How good. As expected of my elite troops. Wu Wei saw this scene through the eye of God and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Long before St. Luke contacted St. John, he already knew about the demons' renewed invasion of the Dawnlight Plain. He had witnessed the entire battle clearly, and his mood was truly excellent. His legion commanders were all capable of handling things independently, and apart from grasping the overall direction, he had almost nothing to worry about. He was having a really comfortable time as the God of Light. The battle on the Dawnlight Plain began incredibly quickly and ended even faster. From the moment the Judgment Legion appeared on the battlefield, the main battle was over in just half a day, leaving only the task of pursuing the remnants of the demon race and cleaning up the battlefield. Fortunately, the Judgment Legion reacted promptly. Although the Minotaur race suffered heavy losses, with many tribes needing to rebuild, the death toll was surprisingly low. On the contrary, the energy cores, soul fragments, and armor and weapons left behind by the demons brought considerable income to both the Judgment Legion and the Minotaur race. Northern Plateau. The special gate connecting heaven and earth still stood on the plateau as before, wisps of demonic energy seeping out from it, constantly altering the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a flapping sound rang out. A figure swooped down from the sky, landing beside the special gate. The figure, clad in silver armor with 14 pristine white wings unfurling in the wind, was none other than St. Luke, commander of the Judgment Legion. "It's here after all." St. Luke looked up at the special gate before him, preparing to destroy it as usual. However, before he could act, he was stopped. "Wait." St. Judy hurried and finally caught up with St. Luke, managing to stop him just before he could act. St. Luke was slightly displeased, but still halted. Although he disliked Judy's personality, he knew she wasn't the type to cause trouble without a reason. There must be a reason she stopped him. He turned to St. Judy and said calmly, "Why did you stop me?" "Commander, I've thought it over carefully. The demons' repeated invasions have severely disrupted our plans to expand the spread of our faith. This can't go on." St. Judy's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I think, instead of waiting for their next invasion, we should fight back and bring the demon realm under our divine kingdom's control." She pointed her scepter at the special gate before her. "This is her chance." St. Luke paused for a moment, then instantly understood. Indeed, the demons were no low-level civilization, they were powerful and vengeful. After this wave, another would surely follow. A proactive attack was far more in the divine kingdom's interest than endless waiting. Moreover, the intelligent life in the demon realm wasn't incapable of being converted into believers. There were precedents in the history of the God of Light. Upon realizing this, he immediately nodded, "Feasible. I will return to the divine kingdom immediately to report to my lord and request a counterattack on the demon realm. You go back to conduct pre-battle mobilization and prepare to set off at any time." St. Judy's eyes shone even brighter with the achievement of her goal. "Yes, Legion Commander." Go. St. Luke waved his hand, then took flight and returned to the divine kingdom to report the situation to Wu Wei, and also to submit the application in person. Seeing the proactive attitude, Wu Wei naturally agreed. However, the demon race was incredibly powerful, far superior to ordinary level 3 or 4 civilizations, so he gave them some instructions, telling St. Luke and the others to proceed slowly, to assess the situation before making a move, and not to inflict too much damage on the demon race at once, lest they lure out the demon king. St. Luke naturally agreed without any objection. Soon, St. Luke returned to the Judgment Legion with Wu Wei's personal edict, and the entire legion quickly set off, using the special gate to launch a reverse attack into the demon realm, beginning the process of conquering the demon realm. Of course, this war was handled by the Judgment Legion itself, and Wu Wei, the high and mighty God of Light, only occasionally paid attention to the progress. Now that all the major legions had entered their mature stage, Wu Wei didn't need to worry about them at all. Most of the time, he only needed to enjoy his divine life. As time passed, something interesting suddenly happened. Chapter 418. The Young Master of a Cultivation Family. In the distant, profound depths of the universe, there lies a beautiful and peaceful planet. Lush and vibrant with life, it is shrouded in a pale blue atmosphere imbued with spiritual energy. The people who live there call this planet Great Yanzhou. Great Yanzhou possesses abundant spiritual energy, with multiple spiritual veins traversing the continent, bringing blessings to hundreds of millions of people. Spiritual energy, also known as true energy, primal force, and many other names and descriptions, is a pure energy existing in all things in the universe, derived from the essence of life after dilution. It shares the same origin as the power of light of the Kingdom of Light and the spiritual energy of the Blue Spirit Clan. However, due to different external environments and internal mutations, certain variations have occurred, resulting in distinct energy systems. Furthermore, the species that have emerged within these energy systems and the understanding and inheritance of spiritual energy by various civilizations have ultimately led to the diverse names and descriptions we see today. Although the understanding of spiritual energy varies among civilizations, one point remains a consensus. That is a world abundant in spiritual energy, where species will inevitably flourish and life's evolutionary level will undoubtedly be higher. This is the main reason why civilizations and individual life forms throughout the universe are so eager to visit planets rich in spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, these vibrant, life-filled planets are the most precious treasures in the universe. This is especially important for cultivation civilizations. Cultivation civilizations typically emphasize individual cultivation, starting from a very high level. Those without spiritual roots, or those who struggle to achieve anything in cultivation, will all become ordinary members of the masses, ultimately aging, sickness, and death like ants, vanishing into nothingness. So how to cultivate spiritual roots, how to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. This is closely related to spiritual energy. Living on a planet rich in spiritual energy, receiving its invisible nourishment generation after generation, even without doing anything, can potentially produce newborns with excellent spiritual roots. Biological evolution is often closely related to the environment. Living in an environment rich in spiritual energy, even normal breathing can become a form of cultivation. If combined with correct techniques and conscious guidance and absorption of this spiritual energy, cultivation progress will naturally be twice as effective. Therefore, cultivation civilizations highly value these worlds possessing spiritual energy. These civilizations often send out disciples to search for planets rich in spiritual energy, and then develop these planets into their own territories through the management of their subordinate cultivation families. Only by continuously cultivating more and better disciples can these cultivation civilizations, centered around their sects, continue to grow stronger. Yanzhou is a small subordinate planet within a powerful cultivation civilization system. This powerful cultivation civilization is none other than the renowned and world-shaking Immortal Palace. The size and strength of Immortal Palace are immense. Not only Wu Wei's current divine kingdom, but even the old god of light at his peak could not compare. Yanzhou, under the jurisdiction of Immortal Palace, is like a small island on the edge of the mainland, its size equivalent to only a level 1 civilization. Don't underestimate the small province of Dan. On this planet, there are 6 spiritual veins, which together have nurtured 17 large and small families. One of the main spiritual veins is occupied by the Dan Wang family, while the other 16 smaller families share 5 branch veins. They all follow the Wang family's lead and are vassals of the Wang family. It can be said that the Dan Wang family is the head of this planet, in charge of all affairs. As for the other countries and civilians on this planet, they all serve these dozen or so cultivation families. The Dan Wang family is by no means a nameless wretch. Their ancestors provided the Immortal Palace with 1 celestial immortal, 4 true immortals, and more than a dozen level 10 immortals. Especially when a level 12 celestial immortal appeared, the Dan Wang family reached the pinnacle of its power. Even the inner sect of the Immortal Palace rewarded and favored the Dan Wang family. Unfortunately, this golden age did not last long. Perhaps because the Wang family became too comfortable after reaching their peak, their minds became lazy and complacent. Since the passing of their 12th level celestial ancestor, the Wang family's descendants have declined with each generation. Their cultivation progress has been extremely slow, and their family fortune has been completely depleted. The previous patriarch, due to mediocre talent, relied almost entirely on selling off family assets to acquire elixirs and spiritual items in order to reach the 10th level immortal realm. He had hoped that upon reaching 10th level, he could serve the Immortal Palace and secure more cultivation resources for his family. However, unexpectedly, the previous patriarch perished unexpectedly during a mission due to his unstable foundation. to care for and compensate the families of the fallen disciple. According to the Immortal Palace's laws, the Wang family of Dayan can continue to inherit the family business, the entire Dayan province, if they produce another 10th level immortal within a century. Otherwise, the Wang family and the entire Dayan province will be annexed by other powerful families, and even the Wang family will be downgraded to become a vassal of other powerful families. Now, the entire burden of the great Yan Wang family rests on the shoulders of the young clan leader, Wang Tian. And 97 years have passed. Great Yan Prefecture, Muayin Mountain. Here, lush greenery abounds, towering peaks rise one after another, and picturesque clouds swirl around the mountain tops, with larks occasionally soaring and gliding through the clouds. This vibrant scene is because Muayin Mountain sits atop the main spiritual vein of Great Yan Prefecture. To be precise, the core of the Great Yan Prefecture's main spiritual vein is Muayin Mountain. The ancestral home of the Great Yan Wang family is also located here. At the foot of Muayin Mountain lies a tranquil valley seemingly embraced by the entire mountain. Flowers bloom in profusion, vegetation flourishes, and a vast amount of ethereal spiritual energy, like mist, perpetually shrouds the valley, making it a dreamlike, idyllic scene, a paradise on earth. Deep within Muayin Valley lies a magnificent complex of pavilions and gardens, the ancestral home of the once renowned Dayan royal family. Of course, the valley's current splendor is the result of generations of management and cultivation by the Dayan royal family's ancestors. Since settling here, the Dayan royal family's ancestors began constructing a massive protective array. This array safeguarded the valley, its illusionary formations preventing outsiders from entering, and its activation provided additional defense against enemies. Furthermore, the protective array was also a large-scale spirit-gathering array. Through this array, the spiritual energy of the entire Muayin Mountain was channeled into the valley, allowing the royal family, who had long resided here, to bathe in spiritual energy and enjoy perpetual blessings for generations. Unfortunately, things are different now. Sigh, this is the third time. Deep within Muayin Valley, in the royal family garden, a servant dressed in blue, holding a broom, sighed softly and whispered to his companion who was trimming the landscaping vegetation. "Hey, little Sanzi, do you know? Our young master has been in seclusion for over 800 days. I wonder if he'll succeed this time. It's going to be difficult. How can the young master possibly advance 3 levels in 100 years?" The servant holding large shears, who was trimming the vegetation, shook his head pessimistically. 23 years ago, the young master barely managed to advance to the 9th level of the tribulation transcending stage. Back then, to advance to the tribulation transcending stage, he sold almost half of our Wang family's real estate. Now we have no pills, no spirit stones, and the time for cultivation is so short. How can the young master possibly succeed in transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal? Alice, it's really tough on our young master. He has to advance 3 levels in 100 years to protect the family business, otherwise he'll have to hand over the entire Great Yanzhao to the Shi family in the neighboring Great Shangzhou. Even a direct disciple of the Immortal Palace probably couldn't handle such a misfortune. Who can we blame? If our young master had been more diligent and attentive before the master passed away, would he have needed to train so urgently now? Isn't that right? Cultivation requires accumulation over time. How can it be achieved overnight? Our young master is just gritting his teeth and holding on. That shouldn't be the case. I heard my great-grandfather say that our Dayan Wang family used to be so glorious. How did we end up like this? Who knows? In 3 years, we will be completely swallowed up by the Shi family of Dashuang Prefecture. Those people in the Shi family are all a bunch of bullies who rely on their power. 2 years ago, my father and I went to their territory to purchase goods for our young master, and they found a pretext to severely humiliate us. My father's leg was broken then, and he's still lame. Alice, we probably can't count on our young master anymore. Our good days are coming to an end. Enough. Just as the 2 servants were chatting enthusiastically, an old man dressed in a dark blue robe, looking like a steward, walked over from a distance. He immediately shouted a reprimand, scaring the 2 servants so much that their faces turned pale. They immediately stood respectfully in place, waiting for his words. The elderly steward, with his white hair and beard, walked from afar and possessed a refined air. His name was Jishan. Although he was not of the same surname, he possessed the strength of a level 9 tribulation transcending cultivator and had served 3 generations of the Wang family patriarch. The current patriarch, Wang Gan, was raised by him, and the two were as close as grandfather and grandson. Especially after the passing of the previous two patriarchs, and with the current patriarch still young, he single-handedly managed almost all the internal and external affairs of the Wang family. With such seniority and merit, he was highly respected not only within the Wang family but also throughout the entire Dian prefecture. Therefore, those who knew Ji Shan usually addressed him respectfully as Elder Ji. "You audacious brats! How dare you discuss the Wang family of Dian?" Elder Ji roared angrily, his tribulation transcending stage aura frightening the two servants, who immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master Ji, please calm down. It was me. We were too talkative. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us this time." "HMPH. I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, you'll be punished according to family law." Master Ji waved his arm, and the two servants, as if granted a pardon, kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. In reality, Master Ji had his own helplessness. The 100-year deadline was approaching, and the young master of the Wang family had failed to make a breakthrough for a long time. The entire Wang family, and even the entire Dian Zhao, was filled with anxiety. Some servants' private discussions were a kind of self-venting in a state of anxiety. If they were to be punished at this time, it would probably make the already uneasy people even more panicked and anxious. Once this emotion spread, it might even cause a riot in the entire Dian Zhao, causing the Wang family's control to collapse prematurely. "Alice, young master, we don't have much time left." Master Ji sighed silently, looking up at the light and ethereal clouds in the sky. There were only 3 years left. If the young master still couldn't advance this time, the Wang family's foundation of thousands of years would probably be completely destroyed at that moment. A sense of melancholy settled over Elder Ji's heart, but just as he gazed up at the drifting clouds, several wisps of dark thunder clouds suddenly appeared out of nowhere above the valley. That's... Elder Ji's eyes widened, and a surge of joy welled up within him. "Those are tribulation clouds, tribulation clouds. Young master, he succeeded." With Elder Ji's cheer, the entire Mu'ayan Valley erupted in jubilation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Sacrificing to the God of Light. Could there be any more exciting news? For 97 years, a full 97 years, the entire Mu'ayan Valley, the entire Wang family of Dan, has been waiting for this moment. Only when Wang Gan, the current head of the Dan Wang family, breaks through the tribulation transcending stage and truly ascends to the 10th level of immortality, will he be qualified to inherit all the family's assets and the entire Dan prefecture. Otherwise, the Shi family of the neighboring Dayang prefecture will take over Dan prefecture and all the Dan Wang family's assets. At that time, everyone in the Wang family will be demoted to vassals of the Shi family, serving them like slaves. How could the Wang family, who have always been on equal footing with the Dayang Shi family and even had some competitive relationship with them, be willing to accept such an ending? The Wang family is already a superior family in Dan prefecture, always surrounded by followers and masters. How could they possibly bow and scrape to become slaves to their competitors? The only one who can inherit the position of head of the Wang family is the young and inexperienced young master, Wang Tian. He was the only bloodline of the previous patriarch of the Wang family, so all the hopes and pressures of the entire Wang family, and even the vast majority of smaller families in the greater Yanzhou who sided with the Wang family, were concentrated on him alone. Fortunately, Wang Gan, who lost his father at a young age, had a change of heart after experiencing the harsh realities of life, and changed his former, Wangka, spoiled and dissolute, ways. For the past 90 years, he had been diligently studying, doing almost nothing but cultivation, all in order to break through the shackles and successfully ascend to immortality before the centennial deadline. Fortunately, the tribulation clouds had finally appeared, bringing hope to everyone. Hey, little Sanzi, quick. It's tribulation clouds. It really is tribulation clouds. The sweeper, who had just been scolded, hadn't gone far when he saw the once clear sky suddenly covered with thick black clouds, looking like an impending storm. This was clearly a sign that someone was about to undergo tribulation, and he immediately grabbed his companion and cheered loudly. "My God, young master, He succeeded. The servant boy, holding the scissors and responsible for repairing the garden, was completely stunned, staring blankly at the sky, his expression a mixture of excitement and joy. In this world, cultivation families are as numerous as hairs on a cow, but how many are truly remembered? Take the great Yansahao region, for example. Families like Zhao, Jin, Sun, and Li are countless. Any family with a few independent cultivators could establish a clan and a business empire. But of these families that are born today and die tomorrow, how many remain today? People only remember those great families that truly transcended tribulation and ascended to immortality, possessing immortal beings. For thousands of years, the only family in Great Yansahao that has been truly renowned and can represent the entire region is the Wang family. Even though the Wang family has declined, if the current young master of the Wang family can successfully transcend tribulation and advance to the 10th level immortal, then the Wang family has a chance to regain its former glory. Most importantly, being part of a large family means being treated as a superior person wherever you go, with a very generous salary and benefits. It's far better than being swallowed up by the powerful Shi family and becoming someone else's servant. Haha. I knew it. Young master is a talented young man with exceptional abilities. He'll definitely succeed in transcending the tribulation and stepping into the immortal realm. That's right. Young master's abilities and temperament are unmatched, even by the inner disciples of the immortal palace. I think young master will definitely succeed in ascending to immortality this time and lead our Wang family to regain its glory. Oh dear, I should have secretly given myself to him before young master went into seclusion. Pa. You little hussy, do you think young master would look at someone like you? If young master were to choose a wife, he would definitely choose a lady from a respectable family like me. You would never be chosen. What did you say? Try saying it again. You're from a respectable family? Huh. Am I not from a prestigious family? Seeing the tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, all the Wang family members in the entire Mu'ayan Valley rushed outdoors in high spirits, discussing and praising each other endlessly. Among them, many female members had already set their sights on becoming the young master's wife. And now, for a title that was still just a fantasy, some had already started fighting each other. This phenomenon was unprecedented in the past century. While these men and women gathered outdoors were indeed servants and female relatives of the Wang family in Dayan, they were all scions of prominent families in Dayan province. Beyond their prestigious lineage, during the Wang family's heyday, every noble and imperial relative in Dayan province vied for their services, vying to send their children to the Wang family. The Wang family was the only family in Dayan province possessing an immortal and capable of achieving immortality through family lineage. The Wang family's authority stemmed not only from their absolute power in Dayan province, but also from their exalted status as inner disciples of the immortal palace. Those nobles and large and small cultivation families in Dayan province sent their children to the Wang family, where, although they were nominally servants, they received regular guidance in cultivation, an opportunity priceless for them. Furthermore, establishing a connection with the Wang family significantly enhanced their family's prestige and influence outside the province. Even if all else fails, learning some longevity techniques from the Wang family and returning home to enjoy a long and peaceful life is far better than the common folk who cannot survive the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. However, with the decline of the Wang family, such a scene of widespread adoration has been absent for a long time. The Wang family hasn't been this lively in so long, said Elder Ji, the Wang family's steward, overwhelmed with emotion as he watched the entire valley in a frenzy. The Wang family had indeed been desolate for far too long, but just when everyone was filled with despair, the young master, Wang Yan, brought hope back to every member of the family. This meant that Wang Yan's status in their hearts had risen to an extremely high level. Now, if the young master Wang Yan successfully ascends to the next level, the entire Wang family will surely unite as one, and the restoration of its former glory will be just around the corner. Guards, quickly bring out all the remaining spirit stones and spiritual items from the treasury. Amidst a commotion, Elder Ji immediately stepped forward and ordered the steward, once the young master successfully advances, he will consume a great deal of true essence. We must bring out all resources to nourish and recuperate him. Yes. We'll go get them right away. Oh, right, I still have 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Although it's not much, it can still do my part for the young master. I also have a 500-year-old 1000 essence grass. Me too. Elder Ji, don't worry, we will do our best to supply the young master. One person spoke, another offered, one spirit stone, another a spiritual herb. Whether they were members of the Wang family or male and female servants, at this moment, everyone generously opened their coffers, contributing all their meager savings to the young master of the fallen Wang family. You all. Elder Ji's eyes welled up with tears. He hadn't expected that his words would elicit such a response. The fact that so many people supported the young master, Wang Bian, meant that the Wang family, despite its current decline, had not lost the hearts of the people. As long as people's hearts remain, all the real estate sold, the industries sold, and the spiritual vein severed can be recovered. Everyone, I, Ji Shan, will remember your kindness. On behalf of the young master, I thank you all. Elder Ji bowed respectfully to the crowd gathered around him. As long as you all stay close to the Wang family of Dan will surely regain its former glory. The crowd's morale was high, so Elder Ji immediately led everyone to count their valuables, preparing to send them to the young master, Wang Bian, after his advancement. However, at this moment, a thunderous roar, like a gas explosion, suddenly resounded overhead. Boom! The thunder shook the dark clouds, but the scene of heavenly lightning descending as people had imagined did not appear. Instead, the tribulation clouds that had just gathered vanished in the blink of an eye, like smoke drifting in the wind. How could this be? Old Master Ji stood frozen in place, the mid-grade spirit stone he had just picked up falling to the ground with a clatter. Under the newly cleared sunlight, Old Master Ji felt a chill run through him, as if he had aged decades in an instant. No, this shouldn't be happening. Why is this? Old Master Ji felt dizzy. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, and he couldn't believe that his young master had failed his advancement. This was already his young master's third failure, and with only 3 years left of the 100-year time limit, it meant that young Master Wang Bian would not have another chance. Could it be that heaven was going to destroy the Wang family? Was heaven going to betray his young master Wang Tian? Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the dissipating clouds in the sky. Only after a long silence did someone in the crowd finally scoff, HMPH, I knew it. This useless young master is completely unreliable. This complaint was like a needle piercing Old Master Ji's heart. Despite the grumbling, the scene remained silent. People were fed up and disappointed enough. The dramatic contrast that had just occurred had almost shattered the confidence of everyone present. The situation was now crystal clear. Wang Bian, the young master of the Wang family, had likely reached his limit by gathering the tribulation clouds. Now that the tribulation clouds had dissipated, it meant his advancement had failed. As a result, Wang Bian had no further opportunities for advancement, and the Wang family had no resources left to support his further endeavors. The destruction of the Wang family of Dian was almost a foregone conclusion, and everyone present would become a vassal of the neighboring Shi family of Dashang in 3 years, with all spiritual energy and resources going to the Shi family first. This intense disappointment and sorrow for the future left everyone speechless. These people silently stepped forward, retrieved the spirit stones and items they had just donated, and then quietly dispersed. It seemed there was no point in gathering at the Wang family residence any longer. They no longer had any expectations of the young master, Wang Tian. Watching this scene unfold, Elder Ji felt a pang of heartache, yet was utterly helpless. He roughly packed the remaining spirit stones from the treasury with a cloth and casually picked it up. Whether you stay or leave, it's not up to you. The Wang family won't hold you responsible in the future. I'm going to see the young master, you can do as you please. With that, Elder Ji, the old steward, turned and left. A large group of Wang family members and servants remained. Many had indeed left, but quite a few chose to stay. After all, with their current status and position, they might be nothing elsewhere. Where could they go if they left the Wang family? The secret chamber where the young master of the Wang family was in seclusion was located beneath the Wang family ancestral hall. The Wang family ancestral hall was situated at the deepest part of the Wang family compound in Mu'ayan Valley. Built against the mountain, the ancestral hall covers a vast area and is magnificent in scale. Almost immediately upon entering Mu'ayan Valley, one can see this ancient, elegant, and imposing building from afar. Inside, all the ancestors of the Wang family who reached the 10th level of the immortal realm are enshrined. All clan affairs, such as sacrifices, weddings, and funerals, require the gathering of relatives here. Therefore, this is the most central and solemn place in the Wang family. No outsiders are allowed to enter except for direct descendants and loyal retainers like Elder G. However, there is one unique exception in the Wang family ancestral hall. Beside the tablet of the ancestor who reached the 12th level of the celestial immortal realm, the highest achievement, stands a statue of the God of Light. This pure white statue of the God of Light, filled with compassionate love, seems somewhat out of place with the surrounding reverent and solemn ancestral tablets. Yet, this small statue is indeed placed among the many tablets. With a creak, the old steward, Elder G, pushed open the door and entered the ancestral hall. He respectfully bowed 3 times to the dozen or so ancestral tablets of the Wang family, murmuring, "Ancestors of the Wang family, please bless young Master Wang Ping and ensure nothing happens to him during his breakthrough." The Wang family of Dian deeply respected their ancestors. Elder G's worship, besides being a customary gesture, stemmed primarily from his concern for the current young master, Wang Ping. Breaking through to the immortal realm was inherently perilous. Even among the direct descendants of the immortal palace, many young people perished each year due to failed attempts. Now, the Wang family's young master, Wang Ping, had attempted to break through 3 times consecutively. The risks were unimaginable. "Young master, I'm here now." After paying his respects to the Wang family ancestors, Elder G quickly headed towards the back hall. The back hall had a hidden door leading directly to an underground chamber. This secret chamber, dedicated to the cultivation of successive family heads, was also built against the mountain, located at the foot of Muayin Mountain. As everyone knows, Muayin Mountain is a vital point on the main spiritual vein of the Great Yanzhou. Therefore, the Wang family placed this cultivation chamber, specifically for the family head's breakthroughs and advancements, at the foot of Muayin Mountain, drawing upon the mountain's spiritual energy to directly nourish the altar within, making the entire chamber as dense with spiritual energy as a pool. Being within it, whether cultivating or advancing in realms, naturally yields twice the results with half the effort. At this moment, the stone door of the chamber slowly opened, and a stream of spiritual energy, resembling white mist, immediately flowed out from within like water. The old steward, Elder G, disregarded everything else and hurriedly went in to investigate. By the light of the fluorescent stone wall lamps, Elder G saw a thin young man in a blue robe slumped on the altar. Chapter 420 Summoned Wu Wei. "Young master. Young master, are you alright?" Old Master G rushed forward to help the young man up, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the young man had simply collapsed from exhaustion. This young man, named Wang Ping, was the current head of the Wang family. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a slightly youthful appearance, a high nose bridge, handsome features, and long, black hair tied in a bun. However, beneath his hair, his face was pale, his eyes were dark-rimmed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating that his recent failed advancement had caused him some backlash. "Grandpa G, I. Wang Ping struggled to his feet, but his eyes were already filled with despair. He had failed once again. Now he had lost even his last glimmer of hope. The Wang family's millennia-old legacy would be completely destroyed in his hands. And he was powerless to do anything about it. What utter despair. It wasn't that he hadn't tried, but even with all his might, he couldn't change the situation. Was this what they called an insurmountable fate? Was this the destiny of their Wang family? "Young master, whether you can reach the immortal realm or not is not important, as long as you are alright." Old Master G gently patted Wang Ping's shoulder, his eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. Reaching the 10th level of the immortal realm was no easy feat, especially for a young master like Wang Yan, whose cultivation was still shallow. Most importantly, Old Master G had no children of his own. He had raised Wang Yan single-handedly, treating him like his own flesh and blood. For the past 100 years, he had witnessed Wang Yan diligently studying and practicing day and night, single-handedly supporting the entire Wang family, all to preserve the Wang family's ancestral legacy before the 100-year deadline. But this century-long obsession had collapsed overnight. Seeing Wang Yan's dejected appearance, Ji Shan was truly heartbroken. Young master. Something terrible has happened." Suddenly, a hurried cry of alarm came from outside the secret chamber. Soon after, a frantic servant rushed into the secret chamber from the ancestral hall. "How dare you? This is the forbidden area of the ancestral hall. How dare you, a mere servant, trespass here?" Elder G shouted, raising his hand to slap the servant. "Elder G, please forgive me. The situation was urgent. I really had no choice." The servant was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. It's the Shi family of the great Shang dynasty. They broke in. What? Young Master Wang Ping immediately felt a surge of anger and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without Elder Ji's support, young Master Wang Ping propped himself up and sternly questioned, there are still 3 years left in the 100-year deadline. What are they doing here now? No, I don't know, the servant stammered. The leader is young Master Shi Yunfeng of the Shi family. As for the others, I don't know. Young Master Shi Yunfeng of the Shi family. Elder Ji's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing. I heard that Shi Yunfeng successfully advanced to the 10th level of the immortal realm several years ago. Now he has suddenly barged into our Mu'ayan Valley. I'm afraid his intentions are not good. Young Master, this matter is under my care. You can rest and recuperate in peace. The old steward, Elder Ji, placed the last bag of spirit stones beside Wang Yan, then called the servant, and together they hurriedly left the secret chamber. After Elder Ji and the servant left, the entire secret chamber fell silent once more. Young Master Wang Yan, in the dim and quiet secret chamber, was once again surrounded by a mix of frustration and resentment. Shi Yunfeng of the wealthy Shi family was no match for Wang Yan in his youth, always being outmatched by him whenever they met. But now, he had advanced to the 10th level of the immortal realm, a prestigious realm sufficient for entry into the inner sect of the immortal palace. Wang Yan, on the other hand, had failed 3 times, stuck at the 9th level of the tribulation transcending stage. Was this because he lacked a father and resources? A sense of resentment constantly pounded at Wang Yan's heart. This time, Shi Yunfeng had just reached the 10th level of the immortal realm and rushed into Mu'ayan Valley, clearly taking advantage of the fact that the Wang family of Dian lacked manpower, and simultaneously seeking revenge for his past defeats to Wang Tian. If this continues, my Wang family is doomed, Wang Tian thought, his heart filled with sorrow. He gazed up at the empty ceiling of the secret chamber, recalling his memories with his father. Suddenly, an idea that would be considered earth-shattering in the cultivation world appeared in his mind. But he couldn't care less about that now. He grabbed the small bag of spirit stones beside him and stumbled out of the secret chamber, heading straight for the main hall of the ancestral temple. Here, the ancestors of the Wang family were enshrined. A dozen solemn memorial tablets stood before Wang Tian like a wall. However, among these tablets was a small but striking statue of the god of light. Wang Tian glanced at the ancestral tablets, and without a word, knelt down before the statue of the god of light with a thud. Great and merciful god of light, please bestow a miracle and save our Wang family. Wang Tian knelt devoutly, offering his last remaining bag of spirit stones before the statue. In the cultivation world, such a scene was absolutely astonishing. If anyone saw Wang Tian kowtowing in worship at this moment, even a mere servant, they would probably laugh uncontrollably. What is cultivation? Why cultivate? The ultimate goal of many cultivators pursuing the Dao is to defy the heavens and become immortals or gods. How could they possibly believe in fate or gods if they were cultivating against the heavens? Besides, if they could become immortals or gods themselves, why would they need to worship a heretical deity? To these cultivators, any deity or civilization is nothing more than a charlatan practice that only deceives lower races, utterly unworthy of respect. Worshipping gods is a foolish act that even a 3-year-old would scoff at. Yet, Wang Yan, the young master of the Wang family, did indeed worship, and he did so with utmost sincerity and reverence. O omnipresent and omnipotent Lord of Light, please answer my call. Please bestow miracles and save our great Yan Wang family. If you can save our great Yan Wang family, I, Wang Yan, am willing to serve you for eternity. Supreme Lord of Light, please hear the call of your followers. Wang Yan's prayers and cries echoed louder and more devoutly in the empty and quiet ancestral hall of the Wang family. At this moment, he had no other choice. The entire great Yan Wang family's fortune had dwindled to a mere small bag of spirit stones. No one outside could help him. In the cultivation world, there were countless cultivation families, large and small, like the great Yan Wang family, that relied on large sects. The rise and fall of these cultivation families were as commonplace as the flourishing and withering of plants. No one cared about the life or death of a declining family. Even some old friends of Wang Yan's ancestors now avoided him like the plague, fearing the trouble caused by the powerful Shi family of the Shang dynasty. Therefore, Wang Yan, having reached a dead end, could only turn to a divine statue for help, praying sincerely and believing wholeheartedly. Otherwise, He could only watch helplessly as his rivals came to humiliate him, ultimately perishing along with the now fallen Wang family in resentment. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. As Wang Yuan uttered his most desperate prayers, the quietly standing white statue emitted a layer of crystalline, beautiful light. Furthermore, the dozen or so spirit stones offered before the statue gradually melted, eventually transforming into streams of spiritual energy that all converged towards the statue. Light, the god of light? The god of light answered me. Wang Yuan was overjoyed. He discovered that the legends passed down through generations of his Wang family were actually true. The god of light truly existed. Supreme Lord of Light, your followers are calling upon you. We beg you. An even more fervent prayer rang out again. At this moment, as long as it helped him protect the royal family, he would gladly sell his soul to any being, let alone a renowned god, or even a demon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the distant universe, a newly emerging personal prayer. In the beautiful kingdom of light, Wu Wei, the god of light, suddenly sensed a newly born faith channel whose faith level was rapidly rising. Of course, what surprised Wu Wei wasn't the intensity of this new believer's prayer, but rather the immense distance this believer was from him. Far greater than the distance from the kingdom of light to the Kalba civilization, so far that Wu Wei didn't even know how to describe it. Because that unknown star field was nothing but darkness to Wu Wei. Wu Wei knew absolutely nothing about it, and he was certain that he hadn't spread any faith to such a distant place. The newly emerged believer was like a tiny grain of sand in an endless black ocean. If Wu Wei didn't carefully pinpoint its location, it could easily be swallowed up by a single wave and completely submerged in the surrounding darkness. Furthermore, what greatly puzzled Wu Wei was that the unknown, mysterious star field actually extended from the direction of the Divine Kingdom plane. In other words, if the universe were described as a sphere, then the Divine Kingdom of Light hidden in the chaotic star lake and that distant star field were on the same meridian or parallel. Both were in the same direction, albeit very far apart. Could this new believer be related to the legacy of the old god of light? Given the old god of light's arrogance and numerous enemies, leaving behind a mess, this was something Wu Wei couldn't ignore. Therefore, Wu Wei concentrated his energy and formally connected his consciousness with a distant channel of faith. Insignificant mortal, who are you? And why do you summon this god? From the distant other side of the universe, in the ancestral hall of the Wang family in Dayanzhou, a majestic and sacred voice suddenly emanated from the statue that was radiating a soft glow. To be precise, a majestic and sacred voice, commanding absolute reverence, resounded directly in Wang Yuan's mind. This startled him, and his heart pounded wildly. Based on his limited knowledge, Wang Yuan could clearly sense that the owner of this voice, the god of light, whom he had never met before, held an extremely high position. This single majestic and sacred voice made him feel incredibly small, yet simultaneously filled him with profound reverence. This feeling was far stronger than when he looked up to his grandfather as a child, or even when he had the opportunity to meet an elder of the Immortal Palace after his father's death. The fact that this god of light possessed such a powerful aura, almost divine, in his speech was enough to prove that his rank far surpassed that of his grandfather, and even that elder of the Immortal Palace. This greatly boosted Wang Yuan's confidence, and his faith value also increased dramatically. Reporting to, my Lord of Light. Wang Yuan, filled with awe, hurriedly kowtowed and reported, I am Wang Yuan, the current head of the Wang family, belonging to the great Yanzhou under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Palace. I offer this prayer to my lord to beg for your salvation of our Wang family. Wang Yuan answered tremblingly, and Wu Wei's heart immediately skipped a beat upon hearing this. Immortal Palace? Wu Wei asked subconsciously. In fact, he was a little dizzy at this moment, because the three words Immortal Palace were the name of the enemy in the old god of light's memory fragments who had completely defeated him and relentlessly pursued him, attempting to exterminate him. It was also the greatest enemy that Wu Wei, who had inherited the old god of light's legacy and risen from the ashes, now faced. The power of the Immortal Palace was beyond question, even the old god of light at his peak could not match it, let alone Wu Wei, who had not yet reached his peak. My Lord of Light, the Immortal Palace is the most prestigious sect in my star cluster. All sects in the entire star cluster, no, the entire galaxy, are under the unified jurisdiction of the Immortal Palace. Wang Yuan dared not conceal anything before the god of light and immediately explained honestly, our Wang family ancestor was once an inner disciple of the Immortal Palace. Because of his meritorious service, The elders of the Immortal Palace bestowed the land of Daenzhou upon him upon his retirement. Therefore, Daenzhou is also the ancestral land of my Wang family. As a descendant of the Wang family, I will protect our ancestral heritage even at the cost of my life. And where did your divine statue come from? Wu Wei continued to inquire, while secretly pondering. The strength of the Immortal Palace was far greater than he had imagined. He hadn't expected that the Immortal Palace had already occupied an entire star cluster. Such a scale was terrifying. While Wu Wei's current strength was indeed considerable, even combined, he hadn't completely occupied a single star lake. However, a single star system can encompass several large star lakes. Judging by this territory and total resources, the Immortal Palace is undoubtedly a powerful level 5 advanced civilization, its overall strength at least several times that of Wu Wei. The Immortal Palace likely has more than one level 14 advanced expert, and it's highly probable that they already possess the potential to break through their current civilization level. Such an incredibly powerful enemy is simply beyond the reach of a newly emerging force like Wu Wei's, a level 4 civilization. Furthermore, given the Immortal Palace's consistent efforts to eradicate the light civilization, if Wu Wei's intelligence is exposed, he will suffer an unprecedented and brutal blow. His painstakingly built Light Kingdom will be completely destroyed. And how could this young master of the royal family possess a light god statue? Is his current level of faith steadfast and reliable enough? There are too many questions and too much suspicion surrounding this. My Lord of Light, the story of this statue is long. One of my ancestors had a life and death bond with an angel of light. Wang Ping, kneeling before the statue, replied respectfully. The story is like this. Wu Wei then focused his attention and listened carefully. As a result, he discovered that the Immortal Palace actually had a secret relationship with the old God of Light. Chapter 421 The Past of the Old God of Light. Wang Bian had heard the story of the statue from his father. It was said that long ago, the palace master of the Immortal Palace had cooperated with a high-ranking deity, the God of Light who commanded countless angels. This cooperation lasted for a considerable period, during which their subordinates worked closely together on many occasions. It was during this time that the Wang family's most accomplished ancestor met a level 12 seraphim. The two became close friends, undertaking numerous missions together, and the Wang family ancestor even saved the angel's life in a time of crisis. To repay the Wang family ancestor's kindness, the angel gifted him a statue of the God of Light upon leaving, instructing him that if he prayed sincerely in times of danger, the God of Light would surely respond. However, later, the God of Light broke with the Immortal Palace, and the two sides fought each other fiercely. The Wang family ancestor, remembering their friendship, couldn't bear to discard the statue. After retiring, he placed the statue in the Wang family ancestral hall, next to his own memorial tablet, as a way of commemorating his friend. He instructed his descendants never to disturb the statue and to worship it as they would their ancestor. So, after the ancestor's death, the statue of the God of Light stood beside his memorial tablet. Over time, the Wang family almost forgot about it, leaving it there merely as a memorial. Until today, in desperation, the young master Wang Bian used his last remaining spirit stones to kneel before the statue. Unexpectedly, this worship received a response from the God of Light, leaving Wang Bian overwhelmed with gratitude, and his faith value soared. So that's how it is. In the Divine Kingdom, Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, silently pondering. Based on the information Wang Bian provided, combined with the remaining memories left by the old God of Light, he finally pieced together the history of the old God of Light's demise. It turned out that the old God of Light and the powerful Immortal Palace were once allies. At that time, the old God of Light was developing rapidly, becoming a rising giant, and the Immortal Palace, being very shrewd, immediately formed an alliance with him. The two sides cooperated to wipe out the old level 5 civilization in that galaxy. From then on, the Immortal Palace became the absolute overlord of that vast galaxy, with the old God of Light close behind. However, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Both the Immortal Palace and the old God of Light were secretly plotting, until a collaborative exploration led to a complete eruption of conflict. It was an exploration and excavation of ancient civilization ruins, with the old God of Light's side teaming up with the Immortal Palace master and elders. The ancient treasures they obtained during that exploration were truly extraordinary. One of them was a treasure that could purify soul fragments, the purifying bottle. This treasure could purify any impure soul fragment into pure form. As everyone knows, Pure soul fragments are excellent for improving the quality of a being's true spirit. With it, a civilization like the God of Light could cultivate many powerful subordinates. Even in the cultivation world, obtaining pure soul fragments could greatly enhance one's primordial spirit or forge various powerful magical treasures. Thus, it is evident that the powerful properties of the purifying bottle make it an invaluable treasure for any civilization. However, within the ruins of that ancient civilization lies another treasure, far more precious and powerful than the purifying bottle, the creation bottle, capable of transforming high-purity life energy into the primordial life force of the universe. The creation bottle's extraordinary effects can only be described as defying the heavens. The primordial life force is the foundation of all things in the universe, and after the universe's birth and the evolution of all things from the primordial life force, this most precious resource is irreplaceable. Yet, the creation bottle can revert high-purity energy in the universe back into the primordial life force. What else could this be but defying the heavens? It can be said that possessing this creation bottle is equivalent to possessing an almost inexhaustible primordial life force. With this continuously generated primordial life force, one can cultivate countless powerful subordinates, and even ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, becoming powerful enough to surpass the entire cycle of cosmic reincarnation. Therefore, the appearance of the creation bottle immediately ignited conflicts fueled by greed. The Immortal Palace's immediate objective was to eliminate the old God of Light and seize all the treasures. However, the old God of Light acted swiftly, grabbing the creation bottle first. Coupled with the unwavering loyalty and fearless courage of the War Angels, the old God of Light managed to escape, albeit severely wounded. The creation bottle, a supreme cosmic treasure, thus fell into the old God of Light's hands, while the Immortal Palace only obtained the purification bottle. Wu Wei knew perfectly well what happened next. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Immortal Palace amassed all its forces and launched an unprecedented war against the Light Civilization. Wherever the Immortal Palace army went, all members of the Light Civilization were slaughtered. The old God of Light, now critically wounded and dying, was powerless to resist. Even with a creation bottle, he couldn't save himself in the short term. Thus, the old God of Light fled in panic, hiding the creation bottle and his ruined divine kingdom, while simultaneously summoning Wu Wei, who was perfectly compatible with him, attempting to possess Wu Wei's true spirit and live a new life under a new identity. But despite his meticulous planning, the old God of Light hadn't anticipated being devoured by Wu Wei, who then became the new God of Light. This directly led to Wu Wei's current experiences. After sorting through the past, Wu Wei let out a long sigh, inwardly lamenting, "Old man, if you hadn't been so arrogant and careless, you might have truly reached the pinnacle of the universe." In truth, the old God of Light's power had expanded too rapidly, his victories too numerous, and the growing strength of the Light Civilization had almost blinded him. He gradually became arrogant and complacent, looking down on everyone, even the Immortal Palace. After all, in his view, having inherited the ancient Light legacy, surpassing the Immortal Palace was only a matter of time. Thus, he naturally lacked caution when dealing with the Immortal Palace. Due to a single oversight, he suffered a great loss at the hands of the Immortal Palace. Otherwise, if he had planned more meticulously, it would likely have been the Immortal Palace that suffered the consequences. Old man, if you had obtained the creation bottle and the purification bottle back then, you might have actually had a chance to reach the pinnacle of the universe in the future, Wu Wei thought to himself. Fortunately, the old God of Light had failed at the last minute, otherwise, Wu Wei wouldn't be where he is today. Now that the past grievances have been settled, two paths lie before Wu Wei. The first is to directly eliminate the current cultivator, Wang Yan, then stay far away from the Immortal Palace, using the creation bottle as a foundation to steadily develop and secretly accumulate power until he can contend with the Immortal Palace. However, while this approach seems safe, high-purity energy like divine crystals is not easy to obtain, and the life essence obtained from the creation bottle also requires a long time to accumulate. Therefore, if he is discovered by the people of the Immortal Palace while accumulating power, Wu Wei will definitely die a horrible death due to the vast difference in strength. Currently, Wu Wei and the Immortal Palace are indeed very far apart, but it's not impossible to reach them. As both sides continue to expand their exploration areas, they will eventually meet. The second path is to infiltrate the Immortal Palace by taking advantage of the opportunity presented by Wang Yan, the young master of the Wang family, voluntarily embracing him as the God of Light. What he gains depends entirely on his own fate. Although this step is extremely dangerous, with a constant possibility of exposure, as long as he can infiltrate the Immortal Palace, he can gather a wealth of useful intelligence. Wu Wei will gain a complete grasp of the Immortal Palace's true strengths and weaknesses. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy can one be invincible. Furthermore, if he can get close to the purifying bottle during his infiltration and take it with him, the problem of purifying soul fragments, which has troubled Wu Wei for so long, will be easily solved. Then, combined with the life essence transformed from the creation bottle, Wu Wei's subordinates will experience a qualitative leap, and the overall strength of his divine kingdom will increase dramatically. At that time, perhaps even a powerful palace like the Immortal Palace could be contended with by Wu Wei. However, this path is fraught with unknown dangers, and exposure is always a possibility. Without a detailed plan, he might face certain death before even reaching the Immortal Palace. What should I do? The Immortal Palace is a formidable enemy I must confront. Wu Wei pondered silently. He inherited the legacy of the old god of light and possessed the creation bottle, making his conflict with the Immortal Palace a stalemate of life and death. But how to defeat this behemoth was undoubtedly a difficult problem at the moment. After much deliberation, Wu Wei finally made up his mind. As the saying goes on Earth, fortune favors the bold. Rather than waiting to be attacked by the Immortal Palace, he would rather seize this opportunity and take the initiative. Even if he didn't obtain the purification bottle, at least he could gain a clear understanding of the Immortal Palace. Most importantly, Wang Bian was his only follower within the Immortal Palace's territory. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another like it. Having considered this, Wu Wei once again addressed Wang Bian, who stood on the other side of the faith passage, in a solemn and dignified tone. "Helpless believer, I know your plea. As long as your heart is turned towards the light, I will surely grant you protection." With that, a warm and holy light, seemingly capable of dispelling all the gloom in the world, emanated from the statue and surged directly towards the kneeling young master, Wang Tian. This is. Enveloped in holy light, Wang Tian hadn't even reacted when he felt a pure and peaceful power, as warm as a mother's embrace, begin to penetrate his skin and reach his very heart. He had never seen this power before, but its vastness and immensity were like a boundless galaxy in the night sky. Even compared to the purest cultivation techniques, this immense power was in no way inferior, and even purer and more sublime than the spiritual energy accumulated through cultivation. This completely shattered all his preconceived notions from childhood. It turned out that the divine civilization wasn't as terrible as other cultivators had described. On the contrary, this power from the God of Light was vast and boundless, filled with compassionate warmth and care. This was absolutely the purest and most luminous power in the world. Judging solely from the purity and sublimity of this power, none of the cultivators he knew could compare. Just as Wang Bian was marveling at this unparalleled power, his body began to undergo rapid changes. As the divine power entered his body, the activity of his cells was instantly mobilized to its limit, and all the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the years began to heal. The pure spiritual energy transformed from his own cells began to accumulate within him, and then his internal organs, soul, dimension, and every inch of his body, all rapidly strengthened and grew stronger under the nourishment of this divine power. And that wasn't all. As the nourishment from the divine power continued to spread, every cell and every life factor within him was undergoing rapid transformation. It could be said that with each round of divine power nourishment, his body and mind grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, his previously seemingly insurmountable cultivation level, and his wounded body, surged straight towards the 10th level of the immortal realm, without any pain or cost. On the contrary, he thoroughly enjoyed the process. It was nothing short of a miracle. My lord, what magnificent power this is! What warm compassion this is! Thank you, my lord, thank you for your merciful protection. I, Wang Bian, will serve you for eternity. Before the statue of the God of Light, Wang Bian, the young master of the Wang family, was moved to tears, kneeling and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The advancement he had previously struggled to achieve, despite his immense effort and wealth, had been miraculously granted by the God of Light out of compassion for the descendant of his former subordinate. This magnificent divine power and this benevolent heart almost brought Wang Bian to tears, causing his faith level to soar to the level of a fanatical believer. It seems this lad has potential. In the divine kingdom, Wu Wei was very satisfied with Wang Bian's unwavering faith level. As long as his faith level is firm enough, Wang Tian will be absolutely loyal to Wu Wei, the God of Light, which greatly reduces his worries. Moreover, with Wu Wei's current strength and realm, plus a trace of life essence power, raising Wang Bian from the 9th level of the tribulation transcending stage to the 10th level of the immortal realm is a piece of cake. Although the cost is far more expensive than raising a war angel, Wang Bian is crucial to Wu Wei, and his current divine power is not much different from such a small expenditure. At the same time, a magnificent flying boat is landing outside the ancestral home of the Wang family in Mu'ayan Valley, Day and Tao. After the flying boat comes to a stop, a young man dressed in a sky blue brocade robe, surrounded by a group of guards, walks down the deck. This young man in the brocade robe has straight black hair, sharp eyebrows, and long, slender eyes that seem to contain a piercing sharpness like that of an eagle or a wolf. He led the way, his tall, elegant figure exuding an arrogant and domineering air, as if all the Wang family members gathered before him were nothing more than lowly commoners, utterly insignificant. Old Master Ji, the Wang family's old steward, was leading all the Wang family members and servants gathered in front of the ancestral home. Seeing the young man in brocade robes enter with such imposing presence, Old Master Ji's expression turned solemn, but he still politely stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Young Master Yunfeng." It turned out that this young man in brocade robes was none other than Shi Yunfeng, the eldest young master of the Shi family of Dashangzhou, who was about to seize the Wang family's ancestral property. Chapter 422 Loyal Servant Protects Master. Old man, now that you know it's me, young master, why don't you get out of the way? Leading a large group of guards, Shi Yunfeng arrived at the Wang family ancestral home. He glanced at the old steward, Ji Shan, blocking the entrance and snorted, "Summon Wang Tian. Your Wang family's affairs should be settled today." The power of the Shi family in the Great Shang dynasty was simply too great. Even just the arrival of Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, with his men, was enough to intimidate the Wang family members gathered before the ancestral home, making them tremble with fear and dare not even breathe. Moreover, Shi Yunfeng was a level 10 immortal realm expert. His incomparably lofty aura seemed to merge with the world around him, like an arrogant god on an ordinary planet. Now, the Wang family members standing before him felt as if they were standing beneath a towering mountain that could collapse at any moment. The illusion that they could be shattered to pieces at any moment was enough to send shivers down everyone's spine. Old Steward Ji, the head of the Wang family, also felt the pressure, but single-mindedly protecting his master, he remained motionless at the door, bowing again in apology. "Young Master Yunfeng, our young master Wang Bian is currently in seclusion and cannot go out to receive guests. Furthermore, the 100-year deadline given by the Immortal Palace has only 3 years left. We would be grateful if young Master Yunfeng could visit our Wang family again in 3 years. Our young master Wang Bian will certainly greet you personally and treat you with the utmost courtesy." Old man, trying to intimidate me with the Immortal Palace. Shi Yunfeng's eyes widened, his already imposing aura intensifying even further. This seemingly solidified pressure instantly made the Wang family members gathered in front of the ancestral home tremble, each instinctively shrinking their necks. If it weren't for old steward Ji Shan still standing in front, this group of Wang family relatives and servants would probably have scattered like birds and beasts long ago. No, I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly use the Immortal Palace to pressure young Master Yunfeng? The old steward, Elder Ji, quickly bowed humbly and explained, "It's just that according to the rules set by the Immortal Palace since ancient times, the Wang family still has 3 years left, and it's not time for the handover yet." At this moment, Elder Ji was at the very center of this oppressive aura. His mind and body were highly tense, and he dared not be negligent or offend in any way. "HMPH, I doubt you have the guts." Seeing that Elder Ji's attitude remained humble, Shi Yunfeng's expression finally softened. He glanced down at the obsequious old steward before him and said in a light tone, "Make way, your young master has failed his advancement. Tell him to come out and see me immediately." "Our young master Wang Bian failed his advancement? Young Master Yunfeng, what do you mean by that?" Elder Ji's expression darkened slightly, but then hardened again. He cupped his hands and said, "Our young master Wang Bian has not yet emerged from seclusion, which means he is still in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, please forgive me, young Master Yunfeng, but I really cannot allow you to disturb him. Currently, the young master of the Wang family, Wang Bian, has failed his advancement and is suffering from severe internal injuries. He is at his weakest point. If Shi Yunfeng from the Shi family, their arch-rival, were to barge in at this time, the Wang family's last bit of confidence would completely crumble. If Wang Bian, already severely injured, were to become enraged, his cultivation would likely be ruined for life. If the situation escalates further, and a conflict breaks out between the two sides, Shi Yunfeng will certainly show no mercy, and Wang Yan, the young master of the Wang family, will inevitably lose his life. At that point, the Wang family line will be effectively extinct. Moreover, looking across the entire star cluster, the remaining members of the Wang family will have nowhere to turn for justice. Who would risk offending the powerful Shi family for the sake of a Wang family line that has ended? Therefore, Ji Shan is willing to risk his life to prevent the Shi family from entering the Wang family's ancestral home. How, old man, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Shi Yunfeng sneered, a hint of anger flashing across his handsome brows. I just saw it from the flying boat. The tribulation clouds that your good-for-nothing young master summoned have dissipated. His advancement has failed. His face, already showing anger, was now filled with mockery. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. He failed to advance 3 times in a row, and only managed to summon half of the tribulation clouds. What a disgrace. Before he finished speaking, a chorus of mocking laughter rose from behind him. PFFT. Haha, yak, this kind of trash dares to oppose our young master Shi? Does he have a stone in his head? Rather than letting this good-for-nothing Wang Yan waste his family fortune, it would be better for our young master Yunfeng to take over the Wang family as soon as possible, so that he can bless the entire great Yanzhou. Haha, that's right. Letting Wang Yan be the head of the family is a waste of the spiritual energy of Mu'ain Mountain. TCH ha, quickly let that good-for-nothing Wang Yan come out. It's time for the Wang family to hand over great Yanzhou. Behind Shi Yunfeng, more than 20 guards dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and with long swords at their waists laughed loudly, making a great commotion. Don't underestimate those guards in black tight-fitting clothes. Each of them possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage or even higher, making them top experts in great Yanzhou. Amidst these jeers, all the Wang family members present looked at each other, some with faces full of resentment and indignation, while others lowered their eyes, feeling deeply ashamed. But no one dared to step forward, nor did anyone dare to utter a word of defiance. Even the formation that had initially gathered to block the main gate was teetering on the brink of collapse, on the verge of disintegrating completely. It's important to understand that Shi Yunfeng alone possessed the strength of a level 10 immortal realm cultivator, and his subordinates were all at least level 7, including 2 level 9 tribulation transcending experts. In contrast, the Wang family members hastily assembled by the old steward, Elder Ji, were like a disorganized pile of sand. These family members were all in-laws, their cultivation aptitudes were poor, and with the Wang family currently concentrating all its assets on supporting the patriarch, Wang Yan, the resources available to them were minimal, resulting in their pitifully low strength. Those in-laws who had barely reached level 7 or 8 were merely trying to harness the spiritual energy gathered in the Wang family's Muayin Valley to aid their own cultivation. To expect them to risk their lives for the Wang family, the main branch, was simply a pipe dream. As for the Wang family's servants and maids, that was even less likely. The servants were even weaker, and their loyalty to the Wang family had long since plummeted. Who would sacrifice their precious lives for a family on the verge of destruction? Of course, the only exception was the old steward, Ji Shan. Young Master Yunfeng, regardless of whether young Master Wang Yan has successfully advanced, he hasn't emerged from seclusion. Since he hasn't, I cannot let you in. The old steward remained neither humble nor arrogant, standing firmly before the gate of the Wang family's ancestral home, not moving an inch. Furthermore, the 100-year period hasn't expired, and Yanzhou is still the ancestral land of our Wang family. In our ancestral land, only young Master Wang Yan's word counts. Without young Master Wang Yan's permission, please forgive me for being unable to comply. Old man, how dare you? You even dare to block young Master Yunfeng's path? You're tired of living. 2 burly guards standing behind Shi Yunfeng immediately stepped forward, glaring and shouting. Although Shi Yunfeng didn't make any move, his eyes were filled with anger, clearly indicating that he had tacitly approved of his 2 subordinates' next move. The numerous members of the Wang family present were all filled with fear and tension, almost all of them instinctively taking a step back. They kept their distance from the old steward, Ji Shan, as much as possible. The situation in this star cluster was far different from before. Now, there were 16 states, or 16 life-bearing star systems, in this star cluster. In these 16 states, centered around large cultivation families. The remaining prestige left by the Wang family ancestors had long been submerged in the river of history. In the present situation, the Wang family of Dian was practically extinct, almost on the verge of disintegration. On the contrary, the reputation of the Shi family of Dashuang state had grown increasingly louder in this small star cluster over the past few hundred years, and their strength and status had increased day by day. Among the 16 states in this star cluster, the Shi family of Dashuang state was the most powerful, and in some respects, it was already the leader of this star cluster. To date, the Shi family of Dashuang state, including the eldest young master Shi Yunfeng, already had a large number of level 10 immortals. Among them, the Shi family patriarch is currently attempting to break through to the 11th level true immortal realm, and Shi Yunfeng's father, the Shi family patriarch, is also preparing to do so. It can be said that once someone from the Shi family reaches the 11th level true immortal realm, they will step into level 2 civilization and become the undisputed leader of this star cluster. Therefore, the Shi family's power is unmatched, not even by the combined power of several Wang families, let alone the entire Wang family of Dian. You old codger, let me make this clear, this Wang family, this Dian province, will belong to our young master Yunfeng sooner or later. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way and make your good-for-nothing young master relinquish Dian province. Perhaps if our young master Yunfeng is in a good mood, he might even carve out a farm for your good-for-nothing young master to live out his days in comfort. Two guards approached menacingly, seemingly intent on forcing the old steward Ji Shan to move aside if he didn't leave. Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, remained unmoved, determined to seize the Wang family's ancestral home and the entire greater Yanzhou. The Shi family's development had reached a bottleneck, urgently needing a large supply of resources and spiritual energy. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry for these 3 years. The key was next year, the day the supreme sect, Xian Miao Palace, recruited its inner disciples. He, Shi Yunfeng, would undoubtedly represent the Shi family in the examination. But if he could annex the entire greater Yanzhou before then, the Shi family's power and size would nearly double. At that time, the Shi family's background and capital would be greatly enhanced, and as a talented member of the Shi family capable of establishing a sect and family within a province, he would undoubtedly be more competitive among the many applicants at Xian Miao Palace. Therefore, Greater Yanzhou had to be acquired as soon as possible. And to obtain Greater Yanzhou, he had to eliminate the fallen Wang family, a classic case of usurping the power. Old man, get out of the way. Or don't blame us for being impolite. Two burly guards, their hands already on the hilts of their swords, their eyes filled with ruthless killing intent. The old steward, Ji Shan, narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly straightened his back. I've already said, this is the ancestral land of the Wang family. Only young Master Wang Bian's word counts. Stubborn fool. You're courting death. The two guards were completely enraged, drawing their swords and slashing at old Master Ji from the left and right. The intense killing intent almost instantly transformed the Wang family ancestral home into a bloody battlefield. The sword energy that swept across the sky seemed to cleave the sky in two. These two were top-tier experts in the tribulation transcending stage, representing the highest level achievable by mortals among all cultivators. They were only one step away from becoming a level 10 immortal. While those at the tribulation transcending stage may not possess the power to create heaven and earth, they do possess terrifying strength capable of shattering mountains and breaking peaks. Now, two guards from the Shi family are displaying the might of their tribulation transcending stage, causing almost all the Wang family members gathered to scatter in alarm, fearing they might become innocent victims of the scattered blade energy. Two guards, each possessing the strength of a level 9 tribulation transcending stage, are joining forces to attack an elderly and frail man. What suspense could there be in such a battle? However, just as all the Wang family members were filled with panic and sorrow, while the remaining guards of the Shi family were watching the spectacle with amusement, the old steward, Elder Ji, suddenly flicked his arm, and a delicate, exquisite hidden sword appeared from his sleeve. The slender, agile sword, its blade coated with a layer of crystalline, pure spiritual energy, was wielded by Elder Ji like an embroidery needle in the hands of a skilled seamstress. With each thrust, a stream of nimble sword energy, like a gentle spring rain, completely sealed off the space in front of the ancestral home, leaving no room for escape. The old man has some skill. Take this. The two guard commanders were indeed strong and brave, their spiritual blades wielding powerful, sweeping strikes. Their sword energy could even cleave through small hills several miles away with a single stroke. But Elder G's swordsmanship was simply too exquisite. Under his dense, rain-like sword light, the two guard commanders couldn't get even half a step close. Instead, after a dozen or so moves, their clothes were repeatedly torn by Elder G's sword energy. This unbelievable battle undoubtedly proved the old saying, "Old ginger is spicier." Ow! The Wang family finally cheered. Old Master G had actually managed to fight two opponents without being at a disadvantage, which undoubtedly restored their morale, which had plummeted to rock bottom. The 20-odd guards from the Shi family opposite them wore dark, cold faces, feeling incredibly embarrassed. These Shi family guards were usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. But they never expected that old Master G of the Wang family was indeed worthy of his reputation. His mastery of the Wang family's Chang Ying sword was unparalleled. Even with their combined strength, the two level 9 commanders couldn't harm him in the slightest. Instead, their clothes were repeatedly torn by his sword energy. This unexpected situation was unprecedented and truly shocked them. What they found most unbearable was that in front of a group of down-and-out, incompetent Wang family members, they, the Shi family guards, had completely lost face. Damn it! The eldest young master of the Shi family, Shi Yunfeng, who had remained calm until now, finally couldn't contain his anger any longer. His face was ashen, and the veins on his forehead began to throb. He never imagined that he, the eldest son of the prestigious Shi family, would be so disrespected and refused entry by an old steward of a fallen family. If word got out, where would he put the face of the Shi family's eldest son? How could he represent the Shi family in the future? Old man, you've brought this upon yourself, it's not up to me. Shi Yunfeng slowly raised his right palm, and a layer of pale blue spiritual energy immediately formed in his palm like flames. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, and there is a clear hierarchy. Insubordination is a grave offense. Moreover, the Wang family had long since fallen. Even if he killed the Wang family patriarch Wang Yang today, let alone an old steward, no one would stand up for the disintegrating Wang family. Whoosh! A sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out. Shi Yunfeng raised his palm and pushed straight forward, the layer of blue spiritual energy in his palm instantly transforming from soft to hard, rushing towards the old steward Ji Lao's chest. Old Master Ji, who was fighting two guard captains, never expected Shi Yunfeng to suddenly attack. Unable to defend himself, he could only parry with his sword. However, due to the vast difference in strength, the old steward, Old Master Ji, was immediately struck, spitting blood as he flew backward into the gate, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. HMPH, now I'll see who dares to stop this young master. Shi Yunfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he strode towards the gate of the Wang family ancestral home. Behind him, more than 20 guards, each arrogant and fierce, followed him. The Wang family members gathered around, however, bowed their heads in grief and indignation, none daring to step forward. If their strongest and most loyal steward, Old Master Ji, had met such a fate, who among the disorganized Wang family would dare to stop him? A bunch of trash. Shi Yunfeng's eyes revealed contempt as he raised his right foot, about to cross the threshold of the Wang family ancestral home. Just then, a slender young man dressed in a blue robe walked gracefully out of the door. His expression was cold and his demeanor imposing. On the middle finger of his left hand, he wore a white ring that emitted a faint, holy light. As he approached, the entire world seemed to fall silent because of him. Chapter 423 The Old Man in the Ring. Yes, it's the young master. Young Master Wang Yan, he's emerged from seclusion. Several servants among the Wang family members gathered near the main gate of the ancestral home couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. However, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and solemn, so much so that their voices unconsciously became very soft. At this moment, as the young man in the blue robe approached, everyone finally saw his face clearly. Without a doubt, it was Wang Yan, the current head of the Wang family, who hadn't shown himself for 3 years. Wang Yan walked slowly forward, one hand behind his back. His young and handsome face carried a calmness and composure far beyond his actual age. His simple blue robe made him appear elegant and refined, otherworldly. However, there were specks of blood on the chest of his robe, and Wang Yan's face was slightly pale, leading people to speculate that while Wang Yan appeared solemn and aloof, he was probably suffering from serious internal injuries. Alice. Sure enough, the crowd, which had just been somewhat joyful, suddenly let out a soft sigh. Is her young master just putting on a brave face? Isn't that right? We all saw the tribulation clouds dissipate just now clearly. Look at the young master's chest, there are specks of blood on it. Alice, the backlash from the advancement will inevitably leave him severely injured. Even if our young master wasn't injured, he's still no match for the eldest son of the Shi family. Our Wang family is finished. The morale of the many Wang family members gathered at the entrance of the ancestral home plummeted to rock bottom. Their young master, Wang Bian, only had the cultivation of a level 9 tribulation transcending cultivator. This failed advancement, coupled with the internal injuries from the backlash, made it clear that Wang Bian's composure was feigned. In his current state, even if he wasn't injured, he was still no match for Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, who was at the level 10 immortal realm. In the words of some pessimists, at this point, the Wang family was finished. Light, Lord of Light, what should I do next? The whispers and pessimistic glances around him naturally reached Wang Bian's ears and eyes without exception. Coupled with the arrogant Shi Yunfeng in front of him, it felt like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Inexperienced and long suffering from oppression, Wang Bian was at a loss for what to do in this predicament. So, he forced himself to remain calm while frantically praying for help to the ring of light on his finger. As for this ring, it was naturally conjured by Wu Wei. Since Wang Bian was the only believer in this plane, and there was no gate of heaven, Wu Wei could hardly monitor him in real time or provide timely support. Once Wang Bian left the range of the statue, even casting a low-level healing spell on him would be extremely taxing due to the distance. Therefore, after helping Wang Bian improve his strength, Wu Wei, using the idea that Augustus had used when he was in Ring Wraith, created a seemingly ordinary ring with divine power, infusing it with a wisp of his consciousness and a portion of his divine power. In this way, Wu Wei could always be by Wang Bian's side in the form of a consciousness entity, while the ring also served as a divine power storage device. With the ample divine power that Wu Wei's physical body had infused in the divine kingdom, Wu Wei's consciousness, far away in Dian's Hao, could act offline and do as it pleased. My poor believer, I understand your inner turmoil and helplessness, Wu Wei responded from within the ring with a compassionate voice, expressing deep sympathy. In reality, he was already secretly thinking to himself, this country bumpkin is indeed too young and inexperienced. He's being protected by a god from a level 4 civilization, why would he be afraid of a nobody who just reached the level 10 immortal realm? Alright, Wu Wei thought, he only has this one precious believer in Yan's Hao now, so he can only appease him like this for the time being. That Shi Yunfeng is nothing to worry about, you don't need to pay him any attention. With that, Wu Wei's gaze shifted to the old steward, Ji Shan, who was lying on the ground. That old steward is seriously injured, aren't you going to check on him? Oh, right. Grandpa Ji. Wang Bian finally realized. Ji Shan was like grandfather to him, and he hadn't had time to pay attention before, but now, seeing him, his heart leaped into his throat. Without a word, Wang Bian rushed forward to check on him. Hell, Wang Bian, you've finally decided to come out. I thought you were going to be a coward, hiding in this dilapidated house for the rest of your life. In front of the ancestral home, Shi Yunfeng was slightly surprised by Wang Bian's sudden appearance, but once he recovered, that contemptuous look returned to his face. Hell, he and his men were well aware of Wang Bian and the Wang family's current predicament. The dissipation of the tribulation clouds signified that Wang Bian had completely lost any chance to challenge the Shi family. With only 3 years remaining, it was impossible for Wang Bian to complete his advancement within those 3 years. Without a level 10 immortal, the Wang family was simply not qualified to be the leader of a prefecture. Therefore, even if Shi Yunfeng were to forcibly take over now, the elders of the Immortal Palace wouldn't bother to intervene. This was precisely the source of his confidence in bringing his men here today, intending to forcibly annex the Wang family. However, Wang Bian, having walked all the way here, simply walked to the side of the collapsed elder Ji and carefully helped him up. Throughout the entire process, it was as if Shi Yunfeng hadn't spoken a word. To be precise, Wang Bian acted as if he hadn't even seen Shi Yunfeng, not even lifting an eyelid. This scene of treating Shi Yunfeng as if he were air caused Shi Yunfeng's arrogant face to instantly turn cold. Even the Shi family guards around him, whose faces were about to burst into laughter, froze on their faces. What's going on? What's wrong with Wang Tian? Has he lost his mind? Did he see that Yunfeng is talking to him? How dare he be so disrespectful to our young master Yunfen? The Shi family guards were all puzzled, their faces filled with disbelief. What was Wang Bian anyway? Just a remnant of a fallen family, a useless tribulation stage cultivator who had failed to advance 3 times in a row. How dare this utterly destitute loser ignore Shi Yunfen? Where did he get the audacity? Wang Bian, I'm talking to you, what do you mean? Hearing his subordinates' discussions and the strange looks from the Wang family members, Shi Yunfeng's face turned extremely ugly. He raised his voice, but Wang Bian still ignored him. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral home. Grandpa Ji, how are you? Wang Bian helped Grandpa Ji up, asking with concern. He had been raised by old Master Ji since childhood, and the two were like grandfather and grandson. Seeing old Master Ji's beard stained with blood, his face deathly pale, how could he not feel heartache and anger? Young master, I'm alright. Old Master Ji's withered hands gripped Wang Bian's sleeve tightly, his eyes filled with unspeakable grief and resentment. Grandpa Ji, don't worry, I'm here for you, Wang Bian reassured old Master Ji, while once again urgently pleading for help from Wu Wei. Wu Wei cursed inwardly, wondering if this believer, having lost his own father, was now treating him, the god of light, like a father? Why did he always need his help? Oh well, since he'd decided to protect him, he might as well go all the way. With a thought, a small porcelain bottle appeared out of thin air in Wang Bian's hand. This is? Wang Bian asked cautiously in his mind. Wu Wei inwardly rolled his eyes at him, then transmitted his voice, this is holy water, feed it to him. Thank you, my lord. My lord is merciful. My lord's divine grace is immortal. Wang Bian was filled with gratitude, bowing repeatedly in his heart. Now, the two of them could communicate directly through the faith channel, undetectable to outsiders. After obtaining the small porcelain bottle, Wang Bian immediately uncapped it and poured a drop of pure, luminous liquid into Elder Ji's mouth. This drop of liquid was naturally highly concentrated holy water condensed by the god of light, Wu Wei, with a wisp of divine power. In fact, there was an abundance of this kind of holy water in the Divine Kingdom's transformation pool, but don't underestimate it, it contains immense life force and has excellent healing and nourishing effects on mortal life. Many level 10, or even higher, angels who were injured could quickly heal their wounds by soaking in the transformation pool, and even injuries to their souls could be healed. This. Upon swallowing a drop of holy water, Elder Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it was only a small drop, the life force within it was incredibly concentrated, rapidly spreading throughout his body like fireworks. His damaged meridians and internal organs immediately began to heal themselves, and even the activity of every cell in his body was instantly activated. This healing speed wasn't fast, but the effect was immediate, and the abundant divine and life-giving aura was something Ji Shan had never seen in his entire life. Seeing this, Wang Bian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Elder Ji's hand and secretly transmitted his voice, Grandpa Ji, I have received the protection of a deity. Our Wang family is saved. A deity. That's right, a benevolent and great deity. For a cultivator to actually believe in a deity and receive its protection, in the past, Ji Shan would never have believed such a thing. But now, it was all happening right before his eyes, making it difficult for him not to believe. However, in the cultivation civilization, defying the heavens is always valued. So-called belief in gods is considered heretical, and a misstep could attract powerful immortals to exterminate evil. Therefore, while Ji Shan was terrified, he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Wang Bian, saying, Young master, this matter is of utmost importance. If the Immortal Palace finds out, we'll be in big trouble. We absolutely mustn't spread it. Grandpa Ji, don't worry, I understand everything. Wang Bian gently stroked the ring, his heart filled with peace and tranquility, and a strong confidence in the future. Just as Wang Bian was healing Elder Ji and whispering to himself, the neglected Shi Yunfeng, not far away, finally reached his breaking point. Boy! How long are you going to disrespect me? Shi Yunfeng called out to Wang Bian several times, but Wang Bian's attention was entirely focused on Wu Wei and Elder Ji, completely ignoring him. This made the Shi family's young master, who was used to being fawned over, furious. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Shi Yunfeng, having reached the 10th level of the immortal realm, far surpassed Wang Bian in both power and status. Wang Bian's disregard for him was an insult and contempt to this 10th level immortal. Moreover, Having been constantly suppressed by Wang Yuan in his youth, now that he was an adult and finally had the opportunity to manipulate him, how could he allow himself to be looked down upon again? With this thought in mind, Shi Yunfeng crossed the threshold of the Wang family ancestral home and strode towards Wang Tian. Light, Lord Light, Shi Yunfeng has come. I. Wang Tian's father had died nearly a century ago, his family had fallen into decline, and he had been bullied everywhere. Coupled with his stagnant strength, his courage had waned considerably. Now, seeing Shi Yunfeng, who had oppressed him for over a century, striding angrily towards him, the pressure he felt was unprecedented. Almost instinctively, he turned to Wu Wei for help. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Wei's indifferent voice echoed in his mind, "Tell him to get lost. Tell him to get lost." Wang Tian's heart tightened, and his head spun. When he was a child, this Shi Yunfeng was indeed no match for him. During the annual gathering of the 16 states of this star cluster, he and the other state lords' children often bullied Shi Yunfeng. But now things were different. His grandfather and father had passed away, the Wang family's fortunes had long since declined, and his own cultivation had stagnated. On the other hand, the Shi family was growing stronger, and Shi Yunfeng had broken through the tribulation transcending stage and advanced to the immortal realm. His formidable strength far surpassed Wang Tian's, and for years he had been targeting the Wang family, looking for an opportunity to take revenge for their past misdeeds. Now, this Shi Yunfeng was about to beat him up, and he was going to tell him to get lost? Was he sure he wouldn't get beaten even worse later? Is this your home? Does that mean Shi Yunfeng can just come and go as he pleases? Wu Wei's voice rang out again. In truth, Wu Wei was already speechless with frustration. He thought to himself that he had forcibly leveled up this kid, and even transformed a wisp of his consciousness into an elder spirit to protect him, a setup akin to having a protagonist's cheat code. This was the perfect opportunity for Wang Tian to make a powerful entrance and reclaim the Wang family and Diane's Hao. Yet Wang Tian was still hesitant and cautious at every turn. Did he expect the God of Light to personally teach him how to show off? My lord, you are absolutely right. Hearing Wu Wei's voice, Wang Tian was startled again, then suddenly understood. That's right, this was his ancestral home, how could he allow outsiders to trample on it at will? Most importantly, he now had the God of Light's protection. How could Shi Yunfeng compare to the omnipotent God of Light? Get out. Realizing this, Wang Tian, who had been completely still, suddenly turned around and shouted coldly, "Get out of here! How dare you outsiders trample on my Wang family's ancestral land?" What? Wang Tian's shout was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The many Wang family members and Shi family guards present were all stunned and speechless at this commanding rebuke. Did you hear that? That Wang Tian, actually, told young Master Yunfeng to get out of the way. My God, did I hear that right? At this moment, not only the Shi family guards, but even the Wang family members were somewhat bewildered. What was Wang Tian's current status? Nominally, he was the current head of the Wang family and the governor of Diane's Hao, but in reality, the Wang family's current wealth couldn't even compare to some ordinary cultivation families. Wang Tian's personal strength was only at the tribulation transcending stage, even less impressive. In contrast, the Shi family of the Dashong dynasty is vast and powerful, not only having the potential to become the leader of this star cluster, but also boasting a young talent whose patriarch, the eldest son Shi Yunfeng, has broken through the tribulation transcending stage and reached the 10th level immortal realm. Yet, despite this immense disparity in family power and status, Wang Tian actually dared to tell Shi Yunfeng to get out? This was utterly suicidal. Chapter 424 The possibility of overthrowing the immortal palace in the future. My God, that was so exhilarating. While everyone present was stunned, Wang Tian's heart raced, and he was somewhat dazed, but secretly, he was overjoyed. He had indeed been oppressed by the outside world for too long, and unexpectedly, with the backing of the great God of Light, he had been able to vent his frustrations to his heart's content. Although his confidence was somewhat lacking, he had regained much of his long-lost spirit. A promising young man. Wu Wei, inside the ring, was quite satisfied with Wang Tian's powerful shout. At least for now, aside from lacking experience and being a bit naive, Wang Tian's aptitude and temperament were quite good, making him a young believer worth cultivating. Furthermore, Wu Wei had a premonition that this young man would definitely play a significant role for him in the future, and might even help him overthrow the powerful enemy, the Immortal Palace. Wu Wei was very clear that there was an irreconcilable conflict between the immortal palace and him, and only one could survive in the future. Therefore, investing in Wang Yuan at this stage was definitely worthwhile. Boy, you're courting death. Just then, a chilling killing intent, seemingly capable of swallowing the heavens and earth, suddenly surged up not far away. Enraged and unable to bear it any longer, Shi Yunfeng leaped up, raising a palm to strike at Wang Tian. How could he, the dignified young master of the Shi family, have ever suffered such humiliation? This Wang Yuan dared to tell him to get lost in front of everyone? If he didn't kill this brat with his own hands now, how could he, Shi Yunfeng, represent the Shi family in the future? Hiss. Wang Tian subconsciously gasped. The killing intent that permeated the surroundings caused the wind and clouds in Muayan Valley to change color. Shi Yunfeng, who was pouncing down from the sky, was like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The powerful aura he exuded caused the spiritual energy in the entire valley to become chaotic and boiling. Boy, I'll give you a buff, so don't worry about it. Having already anticipated Wang Tian's emotions, Wu Wei's voice rang out first. Dad's service? My Lord of Light, what is Dad's service? Wang Tian asked cautiously and humbly. To be honest, he really didn't know what Dad's service meant. Why do you care so much? Hurry up and get going. Wu Wei was feeling rather uneasy. Having spent so many years in those technologically advanced civilizations, his speech had changed, and he was having trouble adapting to the language of these cultivation civilizations. Oh, yes. Wang Tian immediately mustered his courage. He had been left behind by Shi Yunfeng for decades, and even if he fought desperately for decades, he would find it difficult to catch up with Shi Yunfeng's cultivation level. However, he now had the protection of the God of Light. Regardless of what Dad's service meant, with the God of Light's protection, he was certain he wouldn't lose. Sure enough. At that moment, Wu Wei's thoughts stirred, and an incomparably pure and divine power began to surge within Wang Tian's body. The overwhelming power, like a raging river, flowed endlessly, filling almost every cell in his body, making it feel swollen and about to burst. Wang Tian roughly sensed it, and in that instant, he felt his strength and all his attributes increase at least threefold. The overwhelming sense of power gave him an impulse to shatter the heavens with a single punch. Haha, this is what it means to submit. Wang Tian was overjoyed, his whole body surging like it had been injected with adrenaline. With this unique power boost, was he afraid he couldn't defeat Shi Yunfeng? Now, let alone Shi Yunfeng, even if Shi Yunfeng's own father came, he wouldn't utter a single word of cowardice. My lord, Wang Tian, will absolutely not fail your expectations. Wang Tian's gratitude to the God of Light had reached its peak, and his faith level was also rapidly soaring in the process. At the same time, with power surging and courage boiling, Wang Tian stomped his foot, his entire body like a cannonball, rushing straight at the oncoming Shi Yunfeng. You're courting death. Shi Yunfeng, get out of here. Wang Tian raised his palm and pushed forward, forcefully colliding with the oncoming Shi Yunfeng. With a resounding bang, the two men's palms collided, and the resulting surge of spiritual energy erupted like a curtain of water. The overwhelming spectacle caused the Shi family guards and numerous Wang family members below to freeze in astonishment. Ugh! In the brief confrontation, Shi Yunfeng let out a muffled groan, then, as if struck by a heavy blow, he was sent flying backward. Thump! Thump thump thump! Shi Yunfeng stumbled and fell outside the gates of the Wang family ancestral home, staggering several miles before barely regaining his footing. His blood was boiling, his internal organs were shaken, and even his face had turned deathly pale. Clearly, he had suffered a significant loss in the direct confrontation. Conversely, Wang Tian showed no signs of distress. Instead, he used the momentum to leap forward several steps, landing easily in front of the Wang family ancestral home's gates. Seeing his composed and unwavering demeanor, his aura perfectly steady, it was clear that he had firmly gained the upper hand in his clash with Shi Yunfeng, suffering no harm whatsoever. What? The situation had truly changed in an instant, and the entire scene fell silent once more. Everyone was terrified. Not only the Shi family guards, but even the members of the Wang family were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. On one side was Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the wealthy and powerful Shi family, who had successfully advanced to the 10th level of the immortal realm years ago. On the other side was Wang Tian, the 9th level tribulation transcending stage patriarch of the Wang family, whose family had fallen on hard times and who now lived a life of poverty, guarding only a single spiritual vein. Yet these two people, with such vastly different strengths and backgrounds, had clashed head-on, and Wang Yan, only at the tribulation transcending stage, had actually managed to firmly suppress the immortal realm Shi Yunfeng. How could this be? How could such a thing exist in this world? How could Wang Yan, who had even failed to advance, possess such power? No, impossible. What kind of evil magic did you use? With your abilities, how could you possibly be a match for me? Shi Yunfeng was utterly shocked, his heart filled with disbelief. However, this surprise was short-lived. Shi Yunfeng's eyes darted around, and he quickly calmed down, hurriedly snorting, HMPH. Wang Yan, so what if you used evil magic to barely increase your power? According to the laws of the Immortal Palace, only level 10 immortals are qualified to inherit a large province. And you're just a useless trash in the tribulation transcending stage, you're not qualified. Before Shi Yunfeng could finish speaking, a deafening rumble rolled in from the sky. Looking up at the sky, the once clear sky had been obscured by a thick cloud of dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared within the dark clouds, its terrifying power seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Those beneath these thick clouds felt the weight of divine might, enough to instill fear and dread in any living being. This is a tribulation cloud. How is this possible? Shi Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, a lump in his throat making it hard to breathe, almost causing him to faint. This dense, dark cloud before him was undoubtedly a tribulation cloud, and judging by its terrifying scale, it stretched for at least 100 miles. Next, if Wang Yan could withstand the tribulation, he would truly become a level 10 immortal, and he would be truly qualified to inherit the Wang family's legacy and rule the entire Great Yanzhou. But hadn't Wang Yan just failed his advancement? How could he have gathered tribulation clouds so quickly to undergo another tribulation? Just a mere tribulation cloud. You cultivators, so full of formalism, if you want to see it, then see it to your heart's content. Wu Wei casually moved a finger in his ring, and a bolt of heavenly lightning formed fiercely in the sky. If we compare the universe to a living organism, then cultivators who defy the heavens are like cancerous cells. Therefore, when cultivators advance, they attract divine punishment from the universe's immune system, heavenly lightning. Wu Wei, the god of light who inherited the legacy of an ancient civilization, walks a completely different path from cultivators. He uses divine power, the very essence of cosmic life, as his core strength. Therefore, he uses the system inherited from his light lineage to raise the life levels of his war angels and followers, much like the normal growth of a living organism, and does not attract divine punishment. Unless Wu Wei uses certain special methods on his subordinates, they usually do not attract tribulation lightning. Wang Yan's previous increase in strength also did not cause any reaction. However, experiencing the baptism of heavenly lightning is a good thing. This is equivalent to fighting against the universe's immune system. If one can survive, it will be a great benefit to the cultivator. Currently, in the cultivation world, all cultivators revere tribulation during advancement, so Wu Wei slightly used a bit of his divine power, attracting a tribulation lightning. This could be considered a trial and baptism for his follower, Wang Tian. Why is this happening? How could such a thing occur? Watching the heavenly lightning strike, Shi Yunfeng was in turmoil, nearly spitting out blood. He wanted to intervene and stop the tribulation, but the power of heavenly lightning was not something everyone could withstand. Moreover, there were many people around, and if he took this opportunity to attack Wang Yan, once it reached the Immortal Palace, according to its laws, such opportunistic behavior would be a classic case of fratricide, and he too would be punished severely. Although he and Wang Yan were not from the same state or family, they were nominally disciples under the Immortal Palace. Therefore, unless it was a fair and open competition, any act of opportunism or plotting against someone was a grave taboo in the eyes of the Immortal Palace. Thus, once the tribulation clouds formed, Shi Yunfeng could only watch helplessly and pray that Wang Yan's advancement would fail. He was powerless to do anything. Crack! The heavenly lightning finally struck. A surge of pride welled up within Wang Tian. At Wu Wei's instruction, he drew a long sword, its blade gleaming green, and pointed it directly at the shifting heavens. Since you're all waiting for my advancement, then I'll show you. Clang! Wang Tian leaped into the air, his 3-foot sword emitting a melodious ringing sound. The agile swordplay, like a green dragon, surged towards the descending lightning. Boom! The lightning shattered, The wind and cloud surged, and Wang Bian's long-awaited advancement finally began in a terrifying instant. How could this be? Shi Yunfeng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. However, the thunderclouds had already gathered, the heavenly lightning had already struck, and now it was all unavoidable. Chapter 425 Successful Advancement. Run. Run. The heavenly lightning is really coming. Run. Run. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Get out of the way, you want to die. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into chaos. Whether they were members of the Wang family or guards of the Shi family, everyone scattered in all directions, fearing that if they were even a little slow, they would be struck by the heavenly lightning and reduced to ashes. Even Shi Yunfeng himself was sweating profusely and forced to retreat a considerable distance. The heavenly lightning that arises during the tribulation is not the usual lightning that appears during rain, it is a rejection reaction of the universe's own immune system. In the words of cultivators, this is divine punishment. A divine punishment carrying the might of heaven. This kind of lightning strike, imbued with the power of heaven and earth, is filled with destructive energy, powerful enough to destroy everything. Anyone not strong enough, once struck by this heavenly lightning, will instantly be reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace. Of course, this tribulation will vary from person to person, depending on the strength of the one defying the heavens to advance. Wang Yang has now reached the 10th level of the immortal realm, so the intensity of this heavenly lightning is enough to destroy all cultivators below the 10th level. Therefore, under the dark thunder clouds, all the Wang family members and Shi family guards panicked. Looking at the scattered and shattering heavenly lightning, feeling the earth-shattering power, their legs trembled. Who dared to continue lingering in front of the Wang family ancestral home? Shi Yunfeng, who had only recently advanced to the 10th level of the immortal realm, had also experienced the baptism of heavenly lightning. However, his near-death experience, even with his grandfather and father protecting him, instilled in him a deep awe and respect for heavenly lightning, making him dare not underestimate it. Moreover, the heavenly lightning of the 10th level of the immortal realm still possessed enough power to destroy him, so he too dared not be careless and obediently withdrew from the Wang family ancestral home, staying far away from this place of trouble. The Wang family ancestral home, which had just been crowded with people, was instantly emptied. Only Wang Yan, protected by Wu Wei, remained, hovering in midair with his longsword, facing the falling lightning and unleashing wave after wave of powerful sword energy that seemed to split the heavens and earth. Crack! Boom! One bolt of lightning after another fell, but Wang Yan, empowered by Wu Wei, saw his strength surge, continuously unleashing sharp sword energy to shatter each bolt of lightning that fell directly down. Intense winds raged and surged above the Wang family ancestral home, while arcs of lightning mixed with the shattered lightning energy scattered across the front gate and the front garden. This terrifying scene lasted for a full quarter of an hour, until Wang Yan let out a roar that seemed to release all the pent-up frustration of the past. The last and most powerful bolt of lightning was finally severed by his sword. Boom! A surging shock wave, carrying shattered arcs of lightning, swept outwards like a tsunami. The scene was instantly engulfed in dust and debris, with fierce winds whipping up the landscape. The entire front garden of the Wang family ancestral home, and half of Mu'ayan Valley, were destroyed in the ensuing storm. The Wang family members and Shi family guards, who had retreated to a distance, huddled together for shelter, their hearts filled with despair. Even someone as strong as Shi Yunfeng felt immense pressure under this intense wind, unable to even open his eyes. Finally, as time passed, the storm subsided, and the thunderclouds began to dissipate. Beneath the sky, Wang Yan, sword in hand, stood suspended in midair, like a fierce general returning from battle. His aura was powerful and overwhelming, so much so that the Wang family members and Shi family guards below dared not even breathe. Undoubtedly, this was the overwhelming power of a superior due to an absolute difference in strength. These Wang family members and Shi family guards, whose strength was far below the level 10 immortal realm, were simply unable to withstand the pressure and felt immensely humbled. HMPH, Shi Yunfeng, if you're not convinced, come and fight. After the tribulation, Wang Yan's remaining power and sharpness were fully revealed. He almost subconsciously raised his long sword, pointing it directly at Shi Yunfeng below. Standing on the ground, Shi Yunfeng's face was gloomy, his eyelids twitched, and he was filled with an unbearable resentment, feeling as if he was about to vomit blood. HMPH, Wang Yan, consider yourself lucky to have advanced and preserved your family's fortune. But you won't be so lucky when you get to the Immortal Palace. Shi Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. How could he dare to fight now? The current situation and reason were both unfavorable to him. If he continued to entangle himself like this, the result would definitely be more harm than good. Let's go. In the end, Shi Yunfeng could only glare fiercely at Wang Bian, turn around and leave with his men. He wasn't in a hurry, because a year and a half later, the Immortal Palace would be recruiting inner disciples, and he was certain that Wang Bian would represent the Wang family alone. How, when that time came, it would be the day of his revenge, Shi Yunfeng's day. Shi Yunfeng had been forced to leave in a sorry state. As his flying boat slowly ascended, the clansmen and servants gathered in front of the Wang family's ancestral home in Muayan Valley finally erupted in unprecedented cheers. Ow! The cheers of the crowd were enthusiastic, rising and falling in waves. The Shi family is gone. They've left our great Yan Cao. Ha ha ha. What a load of crap, young Master Shi. Go back to your great Shang Zhao. Great Yan Cao belongs to the Wang family. Our Wang family is back. Everyone was cheering and celebrating when, at that moment, Wang Bian, the current head of the Wang family, slowly descended from the sky to the ground. His eyes were slightly moist, his heart filled with countless emotions, causing him to choke up for a moment. For nearly a century, he had struggled and persevered for the Wang family, finally breaking free from all past hardships and destitution, successfully ascending to the immortal realm, and restoring the Wang family's right to rule the great Yan province. And all of this was thanks to the merciful protection of the God of Light. My Lord of Light. My ascension to the immortal realm and the restoration of the Wang family's status as governor are all thanks to your protection. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Please accept my bow. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Bian's feelings surged. The suffering that had weighed heavily on his heart vanished in this moment, so much so that he knelt down with a thud the moment he landed, solemnly and devoutly bowing towards the sun. The sun often symbolizes light, and in Wang Bian's eyes, the great and benevolent God of Light was like the rising sun dispelling the gloom and bringing light. Without the God of Light, there would be no Wang Bian today. Amidst the intense emotional turmoil, filled with gratitude, Wang Bian's faith level began to soar rapidly, breaking through the bottleneck of the fanatical believer and instantly reaching the level of a truly sincere holy believer. Reaching the holy believer level meant that Wang Bian's faith was unbreakable, and his soul quality had reached a state of extreme purity, a crucial point for Wu Wei. Of course, this was also related to his long-standing suffering and trials. Wu Wei's role was like a catalyst, allowing his long-suppressed potential to be unleashed. My believer, I am very satisfied with your aptitude and character. You have done well. Wu Wei, residing within the ring, offered a rare word of praise. It should be known that holy believers are the foundation of the gods. The benefits they bring are unmatched by thousands of ordinary believers. Especially in the current situation, cultivating a holy believer like Wang Bian meant that Wu Wei's plan to establish a foothold in the Immortal Palace was practically guaranteed. My Lord of Light, all of this is because of your protection. Without you, I, Wang Bian, am nothing now, and my Wang family will perish. Wang Bian bowed devoutly once more and swore again through the channel of faith, my Lord above, I, Wang Bian, now swear to you that for the rest of my life I will forever believe in you and sing your praises. My believer, I understand your intentions, but now is not the time to spread my faith widely. Wu Wei continued in a lofty tone, feigning vicissitudes. I once had a painful past with the Immortal Palace, which I will tell you in detail later. Now, take me to see your world today, and I hope there will be no more people in this world suffering like you. Wang Bian's ancestor already had a preliminary understanding of the past between the old God of Light and the Immortal Palace, so Wu Wei did not intend to hide it. He only needed to recount it from his perspective later, and Wang Bian would surely feel deep hatred for the Immortal Palace. Furthermore, although he now possessed a holy follower like Wang Bian, it was still too early to spread his faith while within the territory of the Immortal Palace. If he didn't carefully conceal his existence, any leak would surely bring him annihilation. Therefore, before everything became clear, he needed to continue hiding his identity and thoroughly investigate the Immortal Palace's secrets. That was the best course of action. My Lord is compassionate and merciful. Your intentions are profound. Your servant will obey your will. Wang Bian was deeply moved and bowed deeply once more. After a long while, Wang Bian slowly rose, his eyes already filled with solemnity. Young master. Seeing this, the jubilant crowd around him were stunned. They didn't know the gratitude and prayer in Wang Bian's heart, nor could they hear any conversation between Wang Bian and Wu Wei. They simply assumed that Wang Bian's bow to the heavens was perhaps a sacrifice to the ancestors of the Wang family. In the world of cultivation, believing in or worshipping gods is considered laughable. Cultivators don't believe in gods, nor do they worship them, but they do worship their ancestors and powerful immortals who have ascended to immortality. Similar to believing in gods, these cultivators' worship of ancestors and immortals stems from spiritual sustenance and personal veneration, and with generations of historical transmission, these rituals have long become a custom. Thus, all the Wang family members and servants present, imitating Wang Bian, solemnly knelt under the sun, offering prayers to their ancestors. "Thank you, ancestors, for your protection of our Wang family." After the three bows, the Wang family members and servants, led by several elders of higher status, turned and respectfully bowed to Wang Tian. "Greetings, young master. We respectfully request that the Wang family return to the ancestral hall to ascend the throne." This bow was filled with respect and reverence. If it weren't for Wang Bian, they would all be homeless dogs, and they wouldn't be enjoying their current wealth and glory. Now, Wang Bian, almost single-handedly, overcame countless difficulties and defeated the eldest son of the Shi family, upholding the entire Wang family and protecting the interests of all of them. How could such a feat not inspire awe and reverence in those present? "Thank you all for your kind words." Wang Bian composed himself and turned around, displaying the composed demeanor of a family head. "Please follow me back to the ancestral hall. From this day forward, the Wang family will reclaim its position as the ruler of the state." What followed was a grand ancestral worship ceremony. The preparation, setup, and gathering of the Wang family members alone took a full week. This was because the Wang family members were now few in number, mostly scattered around the Muayan Mountains. Otherwise, in its heyday, gathering all the family members scattered throughout the entire Dian state would have taken over a month. A week later, the formal succession ceremony would begin. During this ceremony, Wang Bian needed to burn incense and bathe, offering sacrifices to his ancestors, to heaven, and to the founding patriarch of the Daotian sect. Because all sects and cultivation families within the star system ruled by the Daotian sect were subordinate units, the founding patriarch of the Daotian sect was one of the objects of respect and worship that these subordinate units had to pay homage to. After the sacrifices, Wang Bian officially assumed the positions of family head and governor of Dian's Hao, witnessed and worshipped by all members of the Wang family. This ceremony of worship and succession was grand and magnificent, far surpassing that of any mortal emperor. Tens of thousands of members of the Wang family from various regions gathered in the square in front of the Wang family ancestral hall. They were all cultivators, although insignificant compared to a massive entity like the Immortal Palace, in Dian's Hao, with its hundreds of millions of mortals. Each of them was a high and mighty figure, like a god. Even members of the royal family among the mortals had to humbly bow to them. Now, these numerous cultivators knelt before the Wang family ancestral hall, formally paying homage to Wang Bian, the new patriarch and governor of Dian's Hao. It was a truly unprecedented spectacle, inspiring awe in all. Simultaneously, news of Wang Bian's advancement to the 10th immortal realm and his succession as patriarch of the Wang family and governor of Dian's Hao spread throughout Dian's Hao. Approximately a month later, the homage and tributes from families large and small across the land would begin. Thus, the once desolate and impoverished Wang family had finally achieved a miraculous rebirth. After all the ceremonies were completed, it was evening, and a night-long feast of song and dance ensued. For the celebration, the impoverished Wang family had practically emptied its coffers, but it was all worthwhile. Even all the Wang family servants volunteered to work without pay, for the long-awaited hope had finally returned, and the cohesive power of the Wang family patriarch had once again resonated in the hearts of all Wang family members. It was precisely because of this banquet that Wu Wei, who was residing in Wang Bian's ring through his ideology, broadened his horizons considerably. Compared to those magical or technological civilizations, the songs, dances, and banquets of the cultivation world were noticeably more beautiful and refined, and placed greater emphasis on etiquette and ideology. It seemed that only by displaying elegance and aloofness could they, as cultivators, demonstrate their transcendence. However, after watching the entire banquet, Wu Wei realized that residing in Wang Bian's ring was not a long-term solution. Once he arrived at the Immortal Palace, he might be exposed by a powerful expert. Furthermore, since there was no gate of heaven in Dian's Hao, Neither his physical body nor his divine kingdom could provide timely support, and there were no other believers he could command. Therefore, he believed he needed a physical body and an identity to facilitate his future infiltration into the immortal palace. This task was naturally entrusted to Wang Yan, the head of the Wang family. Soon after, good news arrived. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.